Yeah, I think before we head into game number 1, though, KP, we also have to highlight the dynamics of a best-of-9 series, which is just so different from everything else that we've seen before. Even a best-of-7. You have so many maps here, but you only have a handful of civilizations in the first edition of the draft. As you said, there is going to be a redraft once we get to the middle of the series. So there is a lot of mind games going on when it comes to picking the maps. What order are you picking these maps? You might not have a good civilization now for a given map, but you might have one after a redraft. So those are considerations to make, and that is something that the players had to come up with. What is the order of the maps? What is my preferred go-to map if I lose game number 1?
Well, depending on each side, right? So, like, for MarineLorD, if he loses map number 1, I mean, what, he's got Byzantines, Delhi... I think you're probably, like, maybe try to get creative with something like Lakeside. It feels a bit early. Maybe just go for something more established, like, you want an anti-Pro Scouts map, I reckon, considering he's got Byzantines, Delhi's a delayed Pro Scouts, so... I want to say something akin to either Four Lakes or Lakeside. It's tricky because BC has Japanese. They're almost like really good picks traditionally there. But when we've been seeing like Lakeside, Japan versus Ottomans, like Ottomans in particular are actually quite decent against Japan. Water dilutes it a bit, but I think Lakeside's water isn't strong enough that you'd like favor the Japanese always. So it sounds wild to suggest Lakeside that early.
One thing to keep in mind, KP, is that you know, when you have 9 games potentially, you have some room for error. Maybe you say, okay, I really don't want to play this game. I would rather have this map out of the way early when I'm still, let's say, 1-0 or I'm down 1-0, rather than just delay, and then potentially have to play a decider game on a map that I don't like.
So you could sack a pick, is what you're saying there, right? But like, it's tricky when you're the one not ahead. Like, if you win, then yeah, you're more likely to do that sack because it throws your opponent's draft off. Like, you could force Beasty to use Chinese if you won game number 1, right? And then just punt something out there that isn't necessarily desirable because it makes your draft stronger later. If MarineLorD wins game number 1, I think for Beasty, you know, something along the lines of Four Lakes makes a lot of sense here. I think that could be really strong for like maybe Japanese or Chinese. Moving out, maybe? I'm trying to think, like, MarineLorD basically has Ottomans for moving out, right? Seems the most likely.
Yeah. To me, moving out feels like a break the pace type of a map. It's something that you would bring on if things aren't going your way and you just want a complete reset. That is my perception about moving out. I can see Beasty going for Four Lakes if things don't go his way in game number 1. He's really good on that map. He's got Japanese there as well. And it's a fundamentally different map from everything else that we're going to see. I don't know if you want to take game number 2 into Dry Arabia or Gorge once you've played Himeyama. But we only have 10 seconds left to go, KP. A true classic coming up. Beasty versus MarineLorD. Game number 1 will take us to Himeyama with the Malians facing off against the French.
That's right. It is time to kick it off. EGC Masters Winter's Grand Finals. MarineLorD from Gentlemates up against Beasty. A best-of-9 to decide the first champion of 2025. We kick it off here. Tiny pond, big expectations. MarineLorD on the Malians. You know the first thing we're looking for, Lidical. We want that MLord spawn. I feel like this is semi-MLord spawn. The gold is retracted, a tree line in front of it to protect it. Not bad. A lot of forward tree lines, actually. It can sometimes be dangerous against French Knights, but also layers protection. Beasty, if he was against a raiding Civ as well, this would feel like a great spawn, right? Like, you got gold back.
Yeah.
Look at those tree lines as well. They basically created a natural bridge for him on the north side.
It's always good to have that, regardless of the civilization you're facing, especially once this game goes deep. If you get to mid-late Castle Age, Malians could easily go heavy on the sofa department. So there are definitely benefits on either side of the map when it comes to the spawns. That gold spot being tucked away at the back is going to be big for MarineLorD, though.
I mean, you only need one safe at the start, right? Like, it's not about having 3 at the back. Both players actually very lackluster on retracted resources outside that starting gold, though. Like, sometimes you get these spawns where both players get the back berries, etc. It kind of feels like with this type of spawn, whoever starts to set the pace is going to control the game, right? Like, you don't have fallback plans here with this particular spawn.
Yeah. We're going to have to keep an eye out on the sheep count, by the way. Something that Beasty has had a really good run against Anatan with. every single game he had the upper hand in sheep. Now, of course, when you look at the Malians, it's not like they will rely on the sheep very heavily. In fact, they can almost neglect them. But if you're Beasty, you're going to build a food-heavy composition. So the more sheep you gather, the better your position is going to be. So for MarineLorD, it's more about denying the sheep from Beasty. He's shifting to the north, and I think Beasty already scouted that area. So I don't think MarineLorD is going to come away with a lot of sheep here.
No, it's tricky with the tree line. Sometimes it just kind of screws up the spawns a bit, shoves them a bit more inland. And sometimes it just basically finds the tiniest spot in the tree line to stick the sheep in. So it can be a nuisance. But really, the name of the game right now is not pro sheep. It's pro scouts, i.e. the deer. So that's the thing we're looking at. In terms of spawns here, linear spawn on the south side, like we talked about, a little bit more staggered and wider on the north. There isn't like a jackpot deer shove-in. These are a little bit looser, like the stone got in the way of Beasty's close deer spawn. But they are pushable, right? We don't have any double scout opener as expected here, but we definitely do have a pro scout showdown.
Yeah. Again, the big question will be whether, and MarineLorD once again is looking for the deer here, or well, looking for the sheep. For the time being, he's not going to find very many. He's going to try to scatter the deer a little. But yeah, the big question for Beasty is whether he's going to open a night or he's going to go pro scouts right away.
With the way he's macroing, he could easily just
end
end
up a night.
Yeah, it looks like a night. Like he's almost perfect to queue up a night plus pro scouts immediately. He should actually be delayed by just a. Actually, no, he's good, right? Because he's got the discounts. So yeah, this would be the night pump plus the pro scouts immediately, as long as he just drops off the wood. Nice start. Like I think this is the preferred way to play the French timing.
This is a very clean build for him, as you would expect in a grand finals. Pro scouts queued up immediately. I wonder what MarineLorD is going to respond to this. No Rex just yet for Donzos. In fact, no production buildings whatsoever. Sheep count heavily favoring Beasty over here. Not a lot of neutral sheep left across the map.
So nice position to find yourself in. And remember, he's building a healthy eco lead. The other warriors apart from MarineLorD are sneaking out for those forward pit mines might be a bit risky, especially now that Beasty did open with this night play. Meanwhile, for MarineLorD, a little bit slower there. I think, yeah, the wood was a tiny bit slower than necessary, but also, yeah, he went for the stables first, which makes sense against most civs to block the pro scouts. Gets a little bit weirder when there's a knight in play, though.
Yeah, that's kind of weird in many ways, but you have to be cautious if you're Beasty. You only have one knight, and warrior scouts are faster than knights, so they can actually surround this one knight and kill it. So it's not an easy matchup here. If you're Beasty, you're looking for more like a cycle charge setup, or potentially just some harassment on the eco and completely neglect all the warrior scouts.
It's a snitch. He's going to come in at the perfect time to scout the Royal Institute tech up play, and that will inform him to dive. I'm calling it now.
Warrior Scout did quite some damage on those villagers out there, by the way. This is an interesting timing by MarineLorD. He was harassing the villagers with the normal scout, which does negligible damage. But once you have the warrior scout, suddenly you start beating up those villagers quite a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to stack some damage in. Hard to get the kills though, right? Against a high-level player. You need some sort of additional harassment play to really make that work. Deer already coming home. Beasty's going in archers. Makes a lot of sense, right? MarineLorD has to react with Donzos to counter the knight. And also, the warrior scouts don't counter the archers. So it kind of leaves you in a sticky predicament as MarineLorD. Because I think one thing that can feel a little bit weird with the pro scouts meta for Malians, feels great for scaling Donzo's javelins in the current meta, because the frame timings as well. Where it gets weird is when you have to come out and defend on the deer. You're expecting your scouts to just carry those fights. It's not always the case against French.
And MarineLorD looks like he is taking away most of the carcasses. He went to the north, he picked up a couple right there, and now he's taking these ones from the south. For now, he's going to have to get away. Beasty's Knight is going to push him away. But the race towards carcasses, and so far, MarineLorD had the better start. He's going to have an uncontested pack to the north, and he's also taking some from the south.
See, now we need to be spoiled and ask for more, right? Apparently, sheep count wasn't enough. When are we getting the deer count production? That's a trickier one to solve. In the current meta, it feels like the most important detail, though, right? It's so hard to count them because of the way they hide them underneath TCs. I mean, I think my favorite one is when we watch someone who positioned their deer under a TC in such a way that the deer and the villagers were hidden in the TC.
Oh, man. Dunzo does get cleaned up, however, and the Knights are starting to take control of the map. MarineLorD has to concede most of this deer pack, and Beasty needs to get something out of these. He gave up on the deer pack to the north. If he can take this back away from MarineLorD, though, he's going to have a decent setup. Remember, MarineLorD still needs some time to build up the cattle, and he doesn't have a lot of sheep to work with.
No, I mean, the good news is you can always just switch aggressively into counter, right? But it is going to come at a cost elsewhere. And against French, it's a bit scary, right? Because if like you're side investing instead of scaling, you're playing a longer feudal. Playing a longer feudal is bad against French. Because the longer you play, the bigger that villager lead gets. So, what does MarineLorD see as his win condition here? We do have sofas getting added in. It's not a bad idea, right, to try and contest the archers. Really, you want to be just going Javelin Donzo here. The thing about sofas that I'm quite agreeable to is like 4 to 5 of them in feudal age is nice because they just become raiders. They don't have to fight.
Yeah, I think when you look at the sofas, you have to consider the fact that this is a wide open map, and MarineLorD is also looking to cut into that villager advantage that Beasty is building up over time. So, in a way, the sofas will give MarineLorD a tool to make sure that Beasty needs to pay attention to his own eco. Even just a couple of sofas hitting a gold mine on the French could be devastating.
Obviously, you have to get in there unseen. Also, Beasty, with the momentum being as it is, he's not going to want to side invest into things like Outbursts. Rough start there, losing one of the Knights at the beginning. We have to remember those Donzo Javelin hurls, although the range damage, you do still get the bonus against Cav, so very easy to just lose injured Knights here. Beasty not really at the scale point where you'd be considering Chivalry just yet.
He is going to have to get that. His Knights are pretty badly beaten up, and looks like MarineLorD stopped making Dunzos, however, and that could be a bit of a problem once the Knights start scaling. It's only 6 Dunzos across the map.
Though. Yeah, he's just seeing the injured ones and where the warrior scouts. I don't know, like, they could have got in and out probably, but sure, let's just send them with the deer. I guess that makes them a bit more meaty. Oh dear. So we'll be able to shuffle away with the core of the comp. A lot of javelins are being scaled up. I want to give a lot of praise to what MarineLorD's been doing. He's been checking those health bars. He's been targeting any injured knight whatsoever, which is what's been stopping Beasty from coming in. And behind this, especially with the extra deer, we should be looking at a Farimba play here. Now, it's kind of crazy. Javelineer looked like the worst option of the 3 originally. We've been seeing the win rate spiral upwards recently. And considering the amount of javelins that MarineLorD's building, it's not crazy to imagine a Javelineer contract here.
Yeah, what's worrisome for Beasty here is that he's going heavy into archers. He's just gotten the attack upgrade for them. No defense, no range defense whatsoever. Nice little raid. It's the first time Beasty gets a villager kill, gets out. MarineLorD quick with the reaction. But yeah, what I was going to say is that Beasty is going very heavily into archers, and MarineLorD is working towards javelins. So that's not a setup that Beasty wants to maintain for a long time.
I'm trying to think of the other option here. You definitely don't do freeborn. If MarineLorD does go for the tech up, like sometimes Mansami Safadi is just a given against French, but I think what it comes down to is if he techs first, it'll be Javelineers. If he techs second, it'll be Mansami Safadi. The only way he's going to tech second, though, is if Beasty forces him. So we are kind of scaling to that point where he'll look for the attack.
Timing could be nice here. Remember, MarineLorD does have this wood line exposed. I love the use of the warrior scouts here, by the way. He knows fully well when Beasty is going back to the gold mine, and he's just going to jump
in. He's just lingering there. It's like,
yep.
It's like when, you know, in the cartoon, when you look into the darkness and you just see the little eyeballs appear, you're like, oh no, then you hear the grizzling of wolves. But great reaction, Beasty already has a knight in place.
This is looking to hit that gold mine. No one home. It's the wood line that's the real jackpot for Beasty. If he can hit that with the knights when MarineLorD isn't watching, he could easily get away with a bunch of worker kills. And I wonder if Beasty is now thinking about castle here. He's starting to pile up quite a lot of food.
At this stage, like, we're talking about what? 9 knights? It's not a bad time to think about the tech up. Chivalry could just give him a little bit of longevity to kind of cycle rate in and out of the base, right? MarineLorD, I mean, this is the life. Just scaling Donzos and Javelins is exactly what Marlins used to do to just dominate people, right?
Yep. It's a composition that's so difficult to break into because javelins will counter everything that's ranged. So all you can really do is send cavalry against them. The men-at-arms will not really catch them. So all you do is send cavalry, but the Donzos will just make minced meat out of them. It is a composition that's so difficult to deal with, but it looks like Beasty is seeking answers in Castle Age because he is ready to age up.
Good timing as well, right? MarineLorD, I mean, it's getting more inevitable for a Farimba type play. If you beat him to the punchline on Castle Age, I don't think Javelins have the worth anymore, right? You have to rethink the strategy. And he is definitely getting baited, hook, line, and sinker into massing more in Feudal. Question now is, do we go Raw Institute or do we look for Guildhall? I think Guildhall is probably a bit too greedy, right? Like,
yeah.
You'll just get
I think you institute this, and there it is, institute coming up here for Beasty. He does have 12 knights of a really good HP, and this is a nice little raid here, MarineLorD. Remember, one disadvantage of the Donzo Javelin comp is that it is slow. And this is what Beasty needs to do. Stretch the field, use the mobility of the knights, and just going back to the whole concept of the Institute. One thing that could help a lot against this composition is the extra HP against on the knights.
And by the way, like small details there that kind of matter. That was great micro on those two knights. He targeted individual villagers to guarantee 2 kills instead of 1. Every little counts here, right? Because MarineLorD is going to have to play catch up. It's also keeping him in his base. Every time you chip raid like this, MarineLorD goes, oh no, and has to come back hurt. In Season 9, walling is really not easy, especially on open maps like Himeyama.
And Beasty's looking for gold miners here. He knows that if his opponent wants to rush Castle Age, he might need to commit a bunch of gold miners. He doesn't see any gold miners out there. Now, MarineLorD does have pretty much enough passive gold income. Oh, nice little raid here with the sofas. MarineLorD does have enough gold income to get to Castle soon, though, even from the passive income.
Okay, nice. He did recover that. It looked like the animation got cancelled on the sofa. He does at least get 1, but heavily injured now on the sofas. It's a healthy lead, right? Like, BC's up by 8. MarineLorD obviously only has 4 cows, so he's not really compensating at this stage. You also now have to be paranoid that your opponent is going to be looking for relics, which means you have to think about coming out of the base. Look at MarineLorD's comp. Does that look like a comp that wants to come out of the base?
It's not. And MarineLorD is kind of caught in between here. He can age, but it's not like he has a lot of cattle to work with. And remember, Veterancy is now coming in for Beasty. He hasn't clicked Royal Bloodlines yet. It's an expensive deck. He was pushed away from gold, so he still needs to wait for it. But you see, Beasty's thinking twice about this one. He doesn't want to fight just yet. I don't know if he wants to fight even with Veterancy here.
I mean, it's kind of interesting how you can trade into Javelins semi-decently, right, when you have the vet up like that. And it's 13 knights, but, like, you kind of have more to lose than gain by doing it, right? Like, you have map control. I think Beasty, the organic phase here is just set up the monastery next. While your opponent's pinned, go for the relics.
Yeah, that's what he has been doing against Anatan most of the time. If he doesn't have a direct incentive to dive, he's not going to. Now, as I'm saying this, he's thinking twice about this one.
He's kind of getting baited
Remember,
into, like, he's going to keep getting poked if he retreats here, so looks like him here. That was not a great beginning. MarineLorD has just been on point, sniping any injuries on the knights. Like, 2 more knights going down, 3 in effect. Up to 11 cattle. Brown Fulani is now on the way. Javelins are going to stand their ground. The Donzos rush out, and the knights are going to commit into it. So Beasty doesn't even try to be a bit patient about this. The wait doesn't feel like he's able to, not with this many Javelins. Looks at the trade. MarineLorD does, of course, have production on his side. Remember, Beasty's entire 45 force is not here. However, MarineLorD's numbers are shrinking quickly. He might not have an existing army to upgrade upon tech up.
Yeah, I feel like Beasty might have sensed that MarineLorD is aging up, and he thought, okay, I gotta go. And he did just that, and this is a bad timing for MarineLorD here. He was aging, he doesn't want to fight just now, and the Donzos are mostly gone. He's down to just 9 of them. Roblox is still a distant dream for Beasty, but he's doing a really good job just absolutely annihilating everything that MarineLorD has. By the time MarineLorD gets to Veterancy, he's going to have no army to upgrade.
No, and the Donzo is the most important thing here. There's still a handful of knights, and that's all it's really going to take. He's pushing him right back against the tree line. MarineLorD knows he can't retreat anymore. He's fully garrisoned, so these villagers would get massacred. Stands his ground, and flops dead because of it. There's a handful of knights left over, no Donzos remaining, and this is where Beasty can reap the Malian souls.
Wow! Quick strike in a difficult matchup. We talked about this in the pregame. Malians is not an easy matchup for the French. It is. The compositions are just so difficult to beat when you're the French. In fact, if it wasn't for this age up for Beasty, his composition wouldn't have been able to match up against MarineLorD. And it was a dicey call, I would say, from Beasty to dive this. he almost flipped the coin and said, okay, I'm going to go. But if things didn't work out for him here, he could have easily lost the game. But he sensed this timing advantage from MarineLorD. He was aging up, and that's exactly when you want to strike. Beasty times this perfectly, and he actually fought that battle without Royal Bloodlines. Imagine what this fight would have looked like if he had Royal Bloodlines even.
It's incredible. I mean, the thing is, at first, BC was a little bit hesitant, right? That's what it looked like, and that could have cost him the game, right? But the great read was he checked the count, he realized the Javelin count wasn't really going up, there must have been an investment, and then he pounced. That reluctance was so close to costing the game. The Knight count was shrinking so fast, but can't fault him, man. Great execution on the French player here. Shows you why Himeyama can be a great map for them, especially in the hands of one of the top players. And I think even early on, although it looked a bit odd, you know, it felt like MarineLorD was maybe getting a few more deals than he should have at moments like this. It ends up like kind of backfiring for him. And I think from this phase onwards, we didn't really see MarineLorD pose a threat. It was the classic, I don't have walls and he has knights. So MarineLorD's only option was to basically play release Marlians where you just camp in your base until you're ready.
Here's the thing. I think one of the advantages that Beasty had in this game was mobility. He was really able to leverage this high mobility of the knights, and even in these fights, you see, he's able to almost out-micro MarineLorD simply by pulling back the knights, kind of taking out most of the Dunzos. But even more importantly, across the game, he was able to send in the knights, harass MarineLorD, and dictate the tempo of the game. He was the one choosing which fights to take, and I think this played into his benefit quite a bit. And we talked about this in the pregame. Part of the reason why I think he picked French, Jeanne d'Arc as well, Ayyubids, a lot of these cavalry-heavy civilizations, is because he wants to play this way. He wants to dictate the tempo of the game by having the higher mobility across the board.
Yeah, and I think French has just been a civ that's been rising in popularity, right? Like, just kind of rediscovered, revitalized by the Pro Scouts meta, but even slightly before that, I want to say they're like top 8 at this stage. I feel that they're that good because Pro Scouts is making it that good. Marlians are kind of around that same place. So from a drafting perspective, I don't think anyone threw away their insanely powerful pick here, right? We're still going to have a very competitive series from drafting, but a great start for Beasty considering some of the draft details we talked about, where MarineLorD's maybe looked a little bit better. Question now is where we head for game number 2. I mean, it looks like they're going to keep it orderly. We theory crafted the potential of like Lakeside 4 legs moving out, but for now, we're going to be landlubbers. We've got Gorge up next, and this is a matchup that Jean used to love. And by the way, Lydical, I love the irony of against the Frenchman picking back-to-back French.
Again, you look at the civilizations of Beasty, there seems to be a very clear game plan to play heavy cavalry across the board. Same is going to be the story for Japanese. Now, if you're MarineLorD, one saving grace you have here is that you have the Ghazi Raiders, you have the combat healing of the Scholars as well. So, on paper, this is not a terrible matchup for the Delhi. But I would dare to say that we have a very similar civilization matchup to the previous game, where Jeanne d'Arc definitely has her upside against the Delhi here. Maybe even more so than the French had against the Malians.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how this matchup potentially changed over time. Jean is a bit weird with Pro Scouts. It's not that she can't, but like there is some weaknesses on the timing because your economy is weaker than your counterparts if your cousin the French, right? Especially when you cull a villager from your herd by making a military unit. Delhi, like you're always opening Ghazi. Like Ghazi can be the bane of your resistance if you miss macro rather. So like I haven't seen this matchup as much in the current meta. My feeling is going Pro Scouts might cost you the knight count required to do what Jean always used to do against Delhi, which is farm the Ghazi and get XP, right? Because if there's just a few too many Ghazi, Jean can get sniped.
Same goes for Knights. That's one of the things that we're going to have to look at. Ghazi Raiders do outrun Knights, and they do have some nice bonus damage. So if you detach small groups of Knights and you're trying to hit the eco, you could easily get yourself cleaned up. And when you look at the Knights, at the end of the day, the whole story behind French and Jeanne d'Arc playing Knights is that you want to build that force up over time. You really cannot afford to lose those Knights in Feudal Age. And if you're a MarineLorD, that's exactly what you're looking for. Try to isolate those Knights, something that he's done very nicely in the previous game. He was able to focus fire down the low HP Knights and eliminate the damaged Knights, make sure that Beasty cannot build up his numbers.
Definitely gonna be an exciting one. I mean, Beasty with the early lead. It's got to be a big morale booster going in this set. A lot of expectation, I think, have MarineLorD ahead. It's hard not to with his performance in the last several S-tier tournaments, but let's see if Beasty could turn this into quite the stomper, the slobber knocker, a 2-0 lead, something which seems feasible when you look at the draft. Drafts are only part of the science. Execution is what matters more. MarineLorD with the Delhi in the current meta have looked the executors. Can Jeanne d'Arc be the ones to behead them? Let's find out in Gorge.
Great opening for the series for Beasty, and remember what I said in the pre-game, or I guess I should say pre-series discussion. These two have played against each other countless times, and every single series they played in competitive sets, they were usually very momentum-based series, oftentimes ending up in complete sweeps. So Beasty having the one-up over here is definitely something that's going to give him a boost in that regard.
Absolutely. I mean, the interesting thing with these two is, thinking about, like, historically, I want to say, like, MarineLorD, last year was very dominant, right? Before that, it kind of felt like Beasty rising, Beasty everywhere. Then we go back to World. It almost feels like, I don't want to say it's an outright passing the baton year after year, but you can see the cycles between these two, right? So you have to ask the question, are we at a Beasty cycle again? Right? It kind of fits. We just have MarineLorD looking absolutely unbeatable, right? He's delivered S-tier wins in every single 1v1 tournament for Gen Made so far. Beasty, however, unsigned, but definitely not faltering, has definitely looked confident today. I mean, Anatan is definitely no pushover, and that was a lot of definitely's, I know. Because we have to emphasize that this top three, I know a lot of people aren't going to think it could go either way or anyway, but I genuinely believe with the way that the Anna has been leveling up, like, the fact that Beasty was able to sweep him apart on that type of scoreline almost feels like it destines us for a full set of 9 games.
Yeah, I feel like when these two have played a best of five in a winner's bracket, Beasty and MarineLorD did, MarineLorD won 3-1. It was a dominant-ish victory for MarineLorD. But at the same time, you also have to keep in mind, maybe you're not showing everything from either side in that series, because you know that this could easily be a grand finals matchup indeed. And that's exactly what we got. A rematch of that series. So I'm not sure how representative that best of 5 is to the true matchup of these two players. They are going to come out guns blazing, both of them, in this series. That might not have been the case in the first encounter. They might have saved a couple of the sneaky strats for later rounds.
And here we go. Dome of Faith, School of Cavalry coming in. Now, compared to French, like we saw last time, it's a little bit harder to thread that needle for the timing on the night. What will make it work out for Beasty is admittedly a slightly slower tech time than what you probably see out of French, because, of course, you don't want to over-invest in the build speed, right? You want Jean to get as much XP as possible. So you'll end up with immediate level 2. The cool thing about that is going into Pro Scouts might seem greedy, but in theory, Jean should be able to hold off 1 or 2 Ghazi on the opening. MarineLorD should know to go Ghazi, by the way. Like, going Spearman here is probably going to feel a little bit weird, because that would enable Jean further.
Yeah, I don't envision a spear opening here for MarineLorD. This is a tempo-based, tempo-style map, I guess. You want to open your Ghazi Raiders, and looking at the deer packs real quick, there is one right next to Beasty's base. I don't think he's going to start with that. I would wager that the far western deer pack is something that Beasty is going to try to play around with. Just try to steal a couple of carcasses away from MarineLorD.
Yeah, it's always the classic opening, right? It's like if you have the Pro Scouts edge, you take something for your opponent's side first. For MarineLorD, it's not going to be in the world. It's annoying, but you still have your timings around sacred sites and whatnot. Usually the follow-up play is what? Spears, Ghazi. The cool thing you can do on this particular map that I think has always made Delhi really oppressive is the wall in the center between the two cliff sides. It just shrinks the mobility advantage of Jean because you have to go around this wall every time.
That's always a big advantage of Delhi on this map. The infantry being able to build some walls and just restrict the movement of your opponent is such a huge factor. And we talked about this in the previous series. If you go late game on this map, it's all going to be built around walls. You need to protect your flanks. You need to protect those pockets of resources. If you don't have walls and you go late game, you're likely going to get overrun by cavalry eventually. So Delhi having that power to start setting those walls up early on is actually quite an advantage.
What's kind of funny is that something that didn't get talked about enough when Season 9 dropped is basically Delhi got buffed.
Nice sheep.
Right? It wasn't just the Pro Scouts meta, which definitely nice sheep. The other thing was building walls. Right? It's like they nerfed the speed at which villagers can build walls, but they didn't nerf the speed at which infantry can build walls. So it was technically a subtle buff for Delhi. The thing is, you just haven't seen it in its entirety because a lot of the focus at the moment has been around Ghazi still, and then Castle Age play, right? But when you do see value out of these type of quick walls, you're going to be feeling a lot better about your ability to hunker down compared to any other civ in the game.
Beasty has a huge advantage in terms of the sheep, and just like in a previous game, Delhi isn't going to care much about the sheep, but Beasty will. Beasty's going to be more than happy having all that backup food under his town center.
Yeah.
Makes him a lot less reliant on the carcasses, and it's going to delay him moving out of his base, giving him a lot more safety moving forward.
It's important to emphasize that even further, right? Because this is Delhi.
Yep.
They eat berries. He should have a lot more sheep. Right? It should be 75% for Beasty. You'd expect it actually to be the other way around, especially considering that Beasty has been eating the sheep for 6 minutes. So kind of a crazy detail. I'm wondering how MarineLorD is going to navigate that sticky situation. Maybe just using like your initial Ghazi to shove in your closest deer and then contest the second would be good. Because I don't think you want to create a situation where Beasty gets 2.5 deer stacks, right? That's way too much food for a civ like Jean.
Exactly. I think, and you're going to get at least one deer pack, the one right next to him, Beasty's base, that's going to be guaranteed to him. And he's already ferrying in the carcasses from the other one to the right. Bit of a raid to the Ghazi Raiders, looking for villagers here. Beasty might lose one, but MarineLorD pays a big price for this.
Yeah, especially as Jean, because you're not scaling more villages, right? So any loss actually really hurts you. MarineLorD now ahead by 2 because of that 1 kill, plus the fact Jean became a military unit. A little bit worrisome. We are going to get the outpost reaction. Beasty, this is the correct approach. Remember, when people go for the Pro Scouts play, they're less likely to go for Wheelbarrow, because the logic is, if my villagers are walking, they're not working. If they're working, they're not walking. Shout out to the legend Mister for that statement. When you play Pro Scouts, you don't need to walk, right? Your scouts will do the walking, but your deer stand still. So it kind of de-incentivizes you to get what's usually seen as a critical tech.
Tower's going to go up here for Beast. He's actually double towering this, so quite a hefty investment to protect that gold mine. He will have his own deer pack, though, and he is going to get the second one from in front of his base. He is going to have 2 complete deer stacks. Looks like he's not really willing or able, potentially, to contest MarineLorD's deer pack so far. And MarineLorD will just be happy with the map control he has, start staking the sacred sites.
I love the approach as well. A lot of players we've been seeing, they get the Pro Scouts and then they queue up the Scouts. Doesn't really make sense if you want to be efficient, right? Like, your Scouts still have to get to the deer. So MarineLorD's already queuing them up now before PS completes. So first sacred site should be locked and loaded. Moving for the second now. Beasty only has 4 knights. There's a lot of spears, so I don't think he's at a position where he can directly stop a capture.
I think for Beasty, you're looking to snipe Scholars at this point.
Yeah, but how do you do that, right? Like,
I mean, I didn't say he can do it. I just said I think this is what he's looking for, because he definitely cannot fight straight into Ghazi Raiders and Spearmen.
Got it. So what we are at this point is the person in Twitch chat who just says, just win, forehead, right? It's like, even this charge, right? Like, wow, look at that health bar. He'll kill him, right?
Nope. Still, if you're Beasty, that's your best option right now. And one worrisome detail is that you only have Knights. Of course, you do have JD as well in a melee mode, so you can help a lot against those spears. But at the end of the day, Spearman, Horseman, Spearman Ghazi Raider in particular will be able to beat Knight and Archer. So even if Beasty starts mixing in Archers to deal with the spears, that's generally not a good matchup for the French.
Nice. It's interesting, right? Like, in some ways, you should feel a bit invigorated seeing this type of comp from MarineLorD, because it means he's moving away from Ghazi and he doesn't have tower victory. But at the same time, he has got Sacred Sites still trickling in gold at a very critical and early phase of the game. He now has Pro Scouts dragging the feed back, so no real exposure point. And you may be noticing Jean has played a little bit different in this matchup, Lytical. She's
very defensive.
She's pretty much just cheering the people on the gold. Right? Like, she's the foreman, or forewoman in this situation.
I wonder if Beasty's thinking about a fast castle here again. He's mixing in some Spearmen, which should be able to slow down a push of Ghazi Raiders and Spears. Though, once MarineLorD's Archers arrive, they're going to be a little obsolete. But Beasty is going super heavy into Knights. He's got a lot of villagers on gold as well. And he tried to undercut his opponent's Castle Age timing with the French in the previous game. I wonder if that's the plan here.
With Beasty, it really is a case of you kind of need to find these cycling raids, but I can't really fault MarineLorD's approach. He hasn't been greedy. A lot of Delhi players would try for all 3 sacred sites at once, just hemorrhage a scholar here or there. He's not, right? He's cycling one by one. And this, once again, is the difference between French and Jean. If this was French, you'd have to take more sacred sites. Against Jean, the emphasis, the onus is on Beasty to do something.
Beasty had the opportunity to jump the wood line out there. He intercepted a scout as it was ferrying the carcass back, but decided not to dive the wood line. Maybe he was afraid that there are spearmen back at home, but MarineLorD was actually mispositioned. So there is an opportunity for Beasty to potentially jump the wood line. That's something that we're going to have to keep an eye out on.
So you're saying by becoming pro scouts, that makes them technically amateur scouts, right? Because like the issue there is he didn't see deep enough because he just wanted the deer. You basically become Schmeagol, right? You know how it is. You see that shiny ring, you want all the powers. You don't think about the logic of you're falling into a lava pit. You just want it. He's the same way.
Beasty's doing a really good job just stretching the field with Knights. It's all about raiding. Trying to decap the sacred sites as well, and fair enough. He's been very active across the map. Sacred sites are constantly being decapped. He's harassing the scholars. He does have chivalry, so every knight he pulls back alive will be back to full HP.
I think that was a misclick. I don't think BC wanted horsemen. We are at the stage where, you know, speaking of temptations, there is a whisper in your ear. Castle Age. Like, it starts to look really good when you have 14 knights as Jean, right? That's a nice conversion point. And
he's going castle.
Yeah, at this scale, you beat MarineLorD to it, right? Like, MarineLorD is still scaling into archers here.
Yeah, I think MarineLorD is getting baited here. We've seen this over and over again across the tournament. French players just going crazy on the knights and basically no other units. And MarineLorD is like, dude, he has to make something else other than knights, right? Right? Remember, MarineLorD is using pro scouts, so he doesn't have vision.
I mean, this is the crazy thing, right? Like, he won't sense the play. I think, I want to say, I feel like actually scouting plays is at an all-time low because the pro scouts meta. Because at the key points of the game where critical decisions are being made, you're gathering deer with them. You're not looking for the next play. And the crazy thing is
this is huge.
Wait, does he see it? We do have one okay. One spearman's not going to scare him too much. He's going to cycle through to force idle time. Remember, for Beasty, it's not commitment now. It's all about just stagnating MarineLorD's timing. And he continues to do that phenomenally well.
This is what I was referring to in the previous game. Beasty, he wants to dictate the tempo of the game. He's still up against 27 spearmen and 8 scholars on the backline to heal them. A straight-up fight would be disastrous for Beasty. But by dictating the tempo of the game with the knights, he's able to get to Castle Age first, and he's just trying to make sure that MarineLorD never dives his base by always being aggressive and just forcing some of the spearmen to fall back. And MarineLorD is falling for it.
I mean, this is the weird thing about Delhi. Like, I look at the way BC's doing this. This is usually the Civ that makes you uncomfortable. Says, come deal with my win condition. But what's happening is MarineLorD is made uncomfortable by the fact he has to defend at home and defend the middle of the map, right? He's split of 2 minds here. That's the Delhi nature. Sacred sites are your win condition. Yet time and time again, it has failed to provide him a long enough capture to get him mirrored on the timing here. Royal Institute about to complete. 16 knights in the field. If you've been struggling to hold back the feudal boys from killing villagers, what happens now?
Now, one thing to keep in mind is that Beasty has to move out for another gold mine as well, and MarineLorD might just try to pounce on this while Beasty's still getting the techs. Because Beasty only has knights, and he's still facing 31 spearmen. Sure, it's feudal age spearmen.
Did he dive?
But that's a lot of spears to deal with.
Like, maybe you just dive here if you're MarineLorD, is my thought.
Yes.
It's weird, though, because he's teching,
agree.
right? So, like, you wouldn't think to go into the enemy base while teching. So instead, he's just going to keep defending around the center and just try to play this steady instead of risky. That's crazy, man. Like, 31 spears, 31 archers, realistically, he could have went into the base.
Yes. I agree. Some of the spears aren't with the main group, though, and that's something that you have to keep an eye out on. They are scattered across the map, and if you just die with 15, 20 spearmen, that's not enough. You're going to get cleaned up, and then you might just lose the game.
I think from MarineLorD's POV, he was like, well, you know, veterancy only takes 30 seconds, right? So if I get the timing wrong and he's got full knights, I could still lose spears.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. If he had all the spearmen together, he could have played around with the idea of diving. I just felt like he was so close to Castle Age, and he didn't feel threatened enough by the knights to justify. Now, remember, before the veterancy comes in, Beasty is going to have Royal Bloodline, so he's going to have that big buff, and MarineLorD is shifting to the right side over here. Beasty is looking to jump the base.
Yeah, next thing is going to be relics, right? There's two basically next to the sacred site, so MarineLorD can win that race. He already has one on the way home. Beasty needs to dive, he needs damage. If these War Elephants come out, he has nothing. War Elephants counts everything Beasty's doing.
Absolutely, but at the same time, he's going men-at-arms. MarineLorD's window to dive his base is actually shrinking because the men-at-arms can stall this whole push.
No, I think you just let him come to you with War Elephants. It sounds kind of wild, but like, he already has 3 relics coming home. Beasty, this comp doesn't beat 4 elephants. If you can just get the food for that, he's solid. It's tricky right now, but the Spearman is making hesitate enough. Flash comes in though. A little backstab here. We have got the Royal Bloodlines already. Divine Restoration is going to be used for the elephant when the backstab comes through. The wall is going to force him to retreat. But the elephant's already arriving. Things can get a little bit messy here.
JD is so low. She's inches away from level 3, but she's about to die.
That's the 9-1, the relics returning. And this is the one negative of the War Elephants, right? You can kite them. We haven't seen any walls yet from MarineLorD. He forced the army out front. He goes in the back. Beastie is on towards the farms. Just a few eco kills. Seems realistic here. Maybe more. If he sees the villagers there, he can turn it into a sandwich.
And this is not everything that Beastie has. He's got men-at-arms coming on the front as well.
That wave is going to be slow, though. He has to reset with Jean. And the Knights have done a good job of keeping MarineLorD on his base. They did not find the big hit. He did scout the War Elephants. He has seen the crossbows coming as well. What does Beastie do next? Because surely Mass Knights only has to have an expiration date here. Oh my god.
I was just gonna say that MarineLorD so far only lost 1 villager in this game. So, despite all those raids, it was only 1 villager killed. This is the first time that Beastie is getting multiple villager kills.
Crazy the way that he's just actually mitigating the concern. And you know, the reality is we are building towards stronger points in the game for Delhi, right? Like this is Royal Institute. This is as strong as JD is going to get. Admittedly, you can get the level up, but you get my point. On the other side, we've got a lot of free technologies being researched now. That problem only compounds if we reach age 4, right? I don't think age 4 is necessarily an area that BC can contend. He has to end in Castle.
Now, here's the interesting detail here, KP. The elephants are just so slow, and I think this is what Beastie is trying to play around. He's playing exclusively onto knights because he's saying, okay, you come to me, and the moment you do, I will wreck your base. If Beastie continues scaling knights, he's going to get to the level where he can almost landmark snipe the opponent if the opponent isn't at home.
Big raid coming in. Nice hit there. Willow is going to slow things down. Still, it's idle time. It's still... Additional injured villagers could easily die after the fact. I mean, there's 3 relics home, but you're just seeing how uncomfortable BC's making. If you had to hide the names of these 2 right now, with the way they're playing and so well that both of them are playing right now, you would think Beastie was on Delhi and MarineLorD was on Jean.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. In fact, I wanted to say you would think Beastie is the pink player and MarineLorD is the yellow player.
It's just a reflect, like it's absolute reverse of playstyles here. It's crazy. And now Beastie, check this. I love it. He's finding his way into Arbitrary. This is your win condition. With the way things are playing out now, you can beat the enemy crossbows. You can beat the spin with gambesons. What you can't beat though is MarineLorD switching into Tower Elephant.
Beastie ran out of gold, but he does now have level 3 Jean, so that's going to be a big one. Villager count still neck and neck. MarineLorD is able to secure the majority of the relics, though. Beastie wasn't able to take those away from him.
Yeah. So, I mean, at this stage, he hasn't even bothered to go for them, even though there's one that basically can be picked up for free, it feels like. It's right next to him. We do have gambesons on the way. He's still looking for that kind of convergence point into the base. MarineLorD only built 1 War Elephant. This isn't the scary quantity I was expecting. He had loads of gaps. You can still see it in his food income, actually. It's at this stage, quite frankly, abysmal. He needs a farm transition.
Yeah, That's always a point of weakness for a food-heavy civilization like the French, and a defensive castle now coming in here from MarineLorD. Beasty could play around with the idea of fighting those spearmen out there, and MarineLorD for the first time in this game looking for a raid. That's a lot of damage. Remember, Beasty only killed 4 villagers in total in this game. MarineLorD makes up that difference in an instant.
Yeah, Army is reacting to shut that down now. He even peels off one of the Ghazi to go scouting for any more shenanigans here. We'll end up wall up and down a few. Should be able to find that extra one just in time there. So 5 worker kills each. Now neck and neck on 60 economy. But the relics really is the backbreaker here. MarineLorD's in a good position. You mentioned that defensive keep drop. That's going to get him into multi-TC play now. The clock continues to tick. The window continues to close. Beasty is looking for that foul one-punch timing.
MarineLorD is playing so passive because he knows that time is on his side. Once he gets village fortresses, he can escalate his eco. He's got 4 relics, and every second that passes gives him more technologies, eco techs as well, which boost his eco. Now, as Vodka, our observer, is highlighting to us, MarineLorD is out of food, however, and it's only 1 elephant. One war elephant, 1 tower elephant, 28 spearmen, a gazillion scholars out there. But that's actually making that army count a little deceiving. The army value is so much better for Beasty. This is no pushover.
So 1 more elephant, 1 tower elephant. So you're saying Beasty has probably about a 40% chance to win the fight?
I don't think Beasty wants a fight, frankly. I think he wanted to dive the mosque. Saw the elephant, thinks twice about it. MarineLorD does have 20 crossbows, and that's a bit of a problem. Beasty's arballetry are now getting onto the field, though. And that's a lot of villagers caught in the crossfire.
No! What are they doing? MarineLorD's not even moving them right now. He shuffles them away finally. Jean's starting to shuffle in, though. She's got a long way to go to level 4. But there's not much here to hold, surely, for MarineLorD. He needs to pull the scholars for a heal. Divine Restoration comes out. The Knights are still looking healthy. And the arbaletier easily able to keep any armored units out of the fight. He's onto the back line. He's running past them. That's definitely a misclick there under the crossbows, just trying to get around the back. Doesn't sandwich them in time. But it doesn't matter. There's just simply too much meat on the bone here. MarineLorD is going to get broke.
40%, you say? I think Beasty gave a better odds for that fight because he is taking game number 2 here, looking as strong as ever. Played with the Knights in the first game, played with the Knights in the second game. He found the way to deal with MarineLorD because now it's 2-0 for him.
Sacre bleu. We have basically got the French with a 100% win rate and simultaneously a 100% loss rate in the same grand finals, Lidicore. Kind of a rare sight we're seeing here. The Frenchmen losing twice and the Civs winning twice. And what a way to do it, man. And to your point, 40% odds is still fair. Any of us that have played XCOM know how that works. 5% chance you hit the shot, 95% chance you miss. The Elephants, though, have been slain. And what a way to open this series now. French, Jean, Marlians, Delhi. You know, a lot of people would rate the MarineLorD picks as higher priority and higher value than the ones Beasty's put out so far. Creates a scary dynamic moving forward when you consider that Beasty's still got very powerful picks, such as the Chinese, in his draft. Bloody hell, though. What a series this is turning into. I mean, and it's really showing you the elegant adaptation. Like, we've come to expect MarineLorD to be very reliable all-rounder, both defensive and offensive. For Beasty, I think, you wouldn't mind me saying, like, the weak point has been attack. It's not that he can't attack, but when you put him up against the absolute best, he looks like he's in his comfort zone defending. Yet, we are now 2 games in, and so far, defensive QE, siege QE, none of that crap has turned up. No, we have Berserker QT for 2 of the grand final games so far. And MarineLorD has yet to find the answer. And this is crazy, because if that is what I think it is, that is a Byzantine pick for MarineLorD on a map where Japanese look comfortable. This is, I think, a rarer sight. We've maybe seen a few Biz games, but so far Lakeside has been dominated by what? French, some English coming out, Japanese, ABBA/IU, more often IU comes out, some Ottomans as well. Curious to see what he has in mind with this pick. Absolutely crazy. You know what the crazier part in my mind is as well? For you watching at home, if you're taking notes on how to play French, how to play Jean, you can get ready to take additional notes, right? Because after game 4, we're going to have a redraft. right? We'll have a redraft before the finals are over. So you might actually get another masterclass on French and JD play. Absolutely insane start for Beasty in this series.
What's crazy about this is that I wonder how much this changes MarineLorD's drafting approach going into the second half of this series, potentially. It was a Jushi Rus uniform ban for a reason. But at the same time, Beasty has been doing such a good job with this, rate-heavy cavalry composition, and I think that's not going to change here. We're heading into Lakeside. You're now going to have the Mounted Samurai. It's a slight change up compared to what we've seen from the two French variants, but the fundamentals are still the same. You are going to look for that timing push with your heavy cavalry. I'm curious how MarineLorD is going to deal with this with the Byzantines, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but honestly, I haven't really seen a lot of MarineLorD Byzantine games. It's just not his civ.
He can play it. I think it gets banned a lot.
Of course he does.
Right? Like a lot of people ban it as the third ban. So you usually see like Rus Yuji and then Biz comes out quite frequently, or you get this dynamic where it's like Hri and Biz given over and then Chinese something else in return. So, it's curious to see how he wants to play at Lakeside, because Lakeside is not your atypical Byzantine map, right? Like, it's a water map. Even though it's light fishing, it's still enough fishing that a meta on this map developed political. Originally, we had some diverse play between like 2TC/Fast Castle or playing Deer. Quickly just devolved into let's just fish. Even though it's only one deep water fish, it was too good to resist. And Byzantines are kind of a meme on water. If this turns into a contested fight there, that means you're going to have to build
Greek fire
ships. Yeah. Wow, it looks cool. But, just like some things in life that look cool, they usually end up being pretty bad, right? Some kids think that drinking looks cool until you have to have a liver transplant.
Anyway, I just checked our logs here, KP. MarineLorD hasn't played a single Byzantine game in this tournament so far.
Bloody hell. But yeah,
doesn't mean that he doesn't have a strategy cooked up. It just means that whatever he's planning, we have not seen that in this tournament.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to hear. Presumably, he's been practicing this with someone. There is a logic in the insanity. On Lakeside of all maps as well, man. Like, does he just ignore fishing altogether? Is this just a sippy cup build? Fast Castle against Japanese?
I don't know what you do with the Byzantines against the Japanese, though. Because we've seen this kind of a setup before. There are options. The camels could be nice and neat. Mercenaries in general is a reasonable way to play this.
Wait.
But what's up?
You FC sippy cup builds, the cataphracts, but usually people go longbow don't. You go javelin contract. Because
interesting idea.
You get the camel debuff.
I can see a fast castle.
Yeah. But
I can see a fast castle work. It's almost certainly going to be the play for Beasty.
Yeah.
But I can see that being a thing for MarineLorD as well. Just raise the castle. I actually wonder.
Because he's going fishing. So it's like that setup is going to delay you slightly. But the thought process here is if you go for the Silk Road contract, javelins counter Onimusha. Right? And then the camels debuff the Mounted Samurai. So your cataphracts with sippy cups especially win the fight. It's like, what does Beasty then do?
That's a fair point. I think one of the disadvantages that Beasty has with the Mounted Samurai build is that it's predictable. Everybody knows what the Japanese will do on a hybrid map like this because the Mounted Samurai are so powerful. So really, it's going to come down to whether MarineLorD has a build that's able to hard counter that. I'm curious if Beast is going to change things after the initial Mounted Samurai, though, because he must know that MarineLorD is cooking something up. So, if you're Beasty, maybe you're thinking to an earlier pivot into Onabugeisha. I agree with you. If you go Javelins, the Onimusha will just be a non-factor.
Yeah, and it's like, you don't want to Onabugeisha into cataphracts. Like, it feels like this is the strategy in mind, right? Whether it works or not, I'm not so sure. Like I said, most of the time you're going to get used to seeing longbow contract the cataphracts. The logic being is they have to build spears against you, longbows clear the spits, right? But as we know, Japanese is a bit different. The Mounted Samurai are just stupidly tanky because of the deflect. And then the Uma Bannerman peaks those stats to be good enough to compete. But, it would be ballsy because there is a world when you do that. Like, after, if Beastie survives the initial onslaught of the fast castle timing, he can ferry a villager over to your side and then double dock, right? So then he has 2 deep water fish. We've seen a lot of players do that after winning water. Like, maybe we've missed something here and we're so focused on land that MarineLorD tested something with the Dromans and their OP. But, like I just mentioned earlier, that, you know, drinking looks cool until you get liver damage. If that happens, I might cause myself liver damage to make sense of it, because I feel like I have to be drunk for a Droman build to even make sense right now.
Well, we just have a minute left to go, KP. We still have one of the more intriguing maps remaining, though. Moving Out has not been touched yet. 4 lakes still out there, and of course a bunch of land maps. King of the Hill, not even to mention that. So, in a way, we've started with 2 of the more standardized competitive maps. There is still a lot to come, and you know, if you're a MarineLorD, you're not comfortable about the fact that some of the crazier maps are still on the menu.
Yeah. I mean, this set still has some wild left to it, right? Especially like the Ottoman pick of and it's not, right? MarineLorD, he'll round out the first phase before redraw of HRE. Beasty likely Chinese. Then again, like HRE Chinese, I kind of like HRE there. So maybe he tries to get creative. HRE versus IU has been kind of a 50-50 matchup in more recent times. I think Pro Scout skewed that though. And I haven't been sold often on the culture fast feudal Pro Scouts IBA build. Not yet, anyway. Once again, another build. There's a list of builds I have, Lytical, that require me to be drunk to be okay with. That one's like semi on there. I need to be at least a bit tipsy. But we're getting ready for it, folks. Game number 3. It's time to see if the Canna build is truly broken. First experienced against a certain NA boy, Beasty may now be about to experience it against the reigning French Supreme. We hop into Lakeside to see if Beasty can triple up the lead, or if finally MarineLorD is going to be able to get on the board.
This is such a momentum-heavy series, and if Beasty gets the 3rd one in a row, I feel like there is a real risk for MarineLorD that Beasty is just going to run away with this.
Yeah, he's doing the fishing, right? Now, the question mark is whether he's going to continue the fighting after the fishing, right? Like, most of the time, you're at least going to go for this opening play just to get the food. And remember, actually, for this civ, you also get olive oil, which inflates that land timing on things like javelins. But I would be shocked if this is more than just take the resources, get the arrow slits, and then ignore Beasty on water.
Yeah, we've seen players approach things that way, just saying, okay, I'm going to get a couple of fishing boats, I'll get my naval arrow slits, and then I'll call it a day. Leave me alone, I don't want to fight on water. I think this is going to be one of those games where neither of the players will invest very heavily into water, and they will just say, okay, let's get some fishing going, but the ultimate goal is a race to Castle Age, a race towards those 3 central relics, the sacred sites as well, and in general, just a race towards that power spike with the mounted samurai, or potentially the counter units, cataphracts, camels, whatever MarineLorD is cooking up.
That's a lot of races. Is it time for us to start playing the game with a steering wheel? I want to see that now, actually.
How do you play this game with a steering wheel?
Look, no one thought that you could play Dark Souls with a dance pad, okay? Don't question it. I've watched someone play Overwatch in high-level lobbies with bananas. Anything is possible, Lytical.
All right, I'll be looking forward to you doing this on your own stream, but I think we're just going to stick with keyboard and mouse here for the time being.
I'm telling you, I'm going to do that. That's the good content. I still remember when I played Apex Legends with my feet. The freaks that turned up to that crap was crazy. But nothing freaky on the sheep count. It's going to be a fairly even split here. Once again, with the fishing, you aren't going to be just panicking if you miss out on some sheep. It's kind of interesting we haven't seen too much Pro Scouts recently on this map, considering that all the deer is literally on one side, right? So it's a very linear, favorable play. But most people just win or lose this map by the pond.
Yeah, a lot comes down to the tempo of the initial aggression in a way. We've seen this in the Vortex versus Wham series, I do believe, back in the first round of the lower bracket. It was a decider game on Lakeside, and Vortex's Jeanne d'Arc just absolutely obliterated Wham's Japanese there. It was one of those games where Vortex went up and towered the front wood line, was just very active with the Knights altogether, and Wham was never able to really pick up the pace of the game. So that's kind of what I'm expecting from this game as well. If you can catch that start into Castle Age, get the first couple of units out, and just start harassing your opponent. This game can easily snowball out of control because you just have so few safe resources to work with.
Yeah, it's weird on this map because like we've seen most people just win by those sacred sites. Like it's very hard to break someone, I want to say. Now this map is oddly defensive. It's subtle in its defensive nature, but you realize it very quickly that fat Cliffside. Both of them playing cavalry will give them some die potential when they reach their timing. But you know, MarineLorD, I'm scratching my head on whether there's a world in which this is Hippodrome. I doubt it. I think this is probably one of the worst maps for feudal aggression because of the gold. It starts way too close to the TC. There we go. So, yeah, we're just going to be chilling. Grand Winery coming in. Kuro on the other side. I think that's okay. Like, the reality is Shinobi's kind of a bit overrated on this map. It's very difficult to go and sabotage this dock.
Yeah, it's... I wonder if there is more to this Kura storehouse. I keep confusing the Kura store as the Koka Township because it's always...
they're both Ks.
It's not just Ks. It's 4 letters, Ks, and they finish in an A, and I also have a small brain. Anyway, Kura Storehouse. Good choice. I like it.
And you know what? The best part is when you take those middle together, they make you feel good because it says you're okay. Just the best compliment I've got all month, actually. So Kura Storehouse is going to be coming in. He set it up on the tree line, but the problem is, like in this build, you already built a lumber camp, so you don't get the 50 wood saving there. Did he set it up right next to the tree line, right? So he didn't put it next to the berries to get maybe a little bit more efficiency. Oh, there. No, that's perfect. Like, he pretty much has perfect drop-off from any angle here.
Yeah, I absolutely love this Kura Storehouse spot, by the way. Like, this is definitely a more farming-heavy setup. And that could be a big player in this game. Keep in mind, water might not be a big factor moving forward. So being able to get all the full farms for your Kura Storehouse early on is actually a big benefit once you get to this very food-heavy part of the game where you will be making a bunch of mounted samurai.
Anyone feeling thirsty, though? We do have system buff to consider here. It's kind of an interesting detail in a like neck-and-neck economy game, right? It's like, I think Byzantines is... When you watch a game for the first time, from an economical scaling point, the more subtle one, you sometimes forget just how impactful the system is. Like with Arkan, you're like, oh yeah, it's a big buff, but it's limited. With Byzantines, it's very rare that their entire economy isn't going to be buffed by systems as this goes on. We do have the opening play. Look at that. He's been willing to build the one boat you want to build as the Byzantines. Okay, demos as well, maybe, but we're avoiding the flamethrower in the room.
Beasty is committing to Hawk, though. And on the other side, MarineLorD is just saying, okay, I'm going straight to Castle. MarineLorD is going to have a substantial head start going into Castle.
I mean, this is the play, right? Open with a boat, make your opponent think he needs to contest you. We do now have the archer ship arriving. That's going to be a little bit annoying for the fishing boats, but the arrows that's coming in, it means that he's going to be able to keep gathering here for the time being. Beasty would have to make quite the lofty commitment to now block the dock play.
Yeah, Beasty canceled the demo he made.
Yeah.
Well,
just build spring on and snipe.
Yeah. He's going for a double war chunk, though.
Yeah,
he is going to be behind in Castle Age timing, but not by a massive margin.
Oh.
He's also getting ready to head up.
This is ambitious. I mean, he has fishing boats to heal. I don't think this works. Maybe if MarineLorD keeps running away...
He's trying to snipe the fishing boat to the galley. That's what's happening.
Yeah, but you can
Galley's going to do
in.
well against the fishing boats.
So the easy play, I think, that exists here for Beasty is if you just camp the south side, you can stop your opponent gathering fish with double spring order and a fishing boat and an archer ship, right? You can snipe the boats. So like a little bit of an overextension. He did force them out of time. It's okay because he didn't lose any boats. And now you're going to see him mirror the play. Castle Age coming in. Beasty, last time I checked, his name is not B, it's not Louis, so we should be seeing a floating gate.
One key thing there is that MarineLorD had to commit his fishing boats to repair the combat ships, and that delayed his Castle Age timing by a handful of seconds. It might not seem like a big difference, but in a race to Castle like this, it does. You see Golden Horde Tower being built by 8 villagers. Beasty's about to click up himself, so he's not going to be behind that much. Keep in mind, though, the floating gate is going to help with the production quite a bit initially.
What is this largely erected structure in my eyesight, Lidico? I thought we were getting sippy cups this game.
Interesting. He opened Mercenary Camp and Golden Horn Tower.
I mean, we have javelins coming. It's a little bit surprising because if the play gets scouted, then your opponent is just going to build Mounted Samurai. If the play isn't scouted, he'll assume Cataphracts and build Onimusha. But the scout just wrapped around the back. And I don't know if you noticed this, but the Golden Horn Tower is a very tall tower. It's almost impossible to not notice.
The concern I have for MarineLorD is that Beasty is going to have a huge production advantage with the floating gate initially, and indeed, it's javelins coming in right now for MarineLorD. He's still trying to hold on to this little fishing economy. Pops out the demo.
The timing. He's definitely going to lose one of the Springles. I mean, this is the weird thing, right? Like, you'd think winning water against Byzantines is easy because they're not going to build the flamethrower ship. You just have to play around that. But it's still a big investment to win water in the first place. We already have soon to be 12 javelins coming in from MarineLorD. Like, he's just flooding them. He actually hasn't committed to a second unit type yet.
Yeah, I think he's also waiting for Beasty's move, although it's quite predictable that it's going to be Mounted Samurai. But I'm a little worried for MarineLorD here with only javelin throwers. Like, sure, he took a good water fight, but at the end of the day, Beasty still has his own fishing eco, so there is no substantial difference in the economies. But the compositions will just favor Beasty so much better initially. It's only javelin throwers now. Arax is coming up for Limitani.
I wondered how long we were going to be waiting because, like, it kind of feels obvious what Beast is going to do, but I think MarineLorD was just playing it safe, right? He has plenty of time to react as long as he scouts early. So Limitani are now queued up, has the system level to kind of inflate the count. Sucky part about this build, because there is a sucky part for what MarineLorD done to secure water. His system level, it's still only level 1, so you don't really have a nicely inflated economy.
I love the little move by MarineLorD to hit the Mounted Samurai with the Scout. He took away deflective armor with his lowest DPS unit out there. Also managed to pick off the Monk that was going for the relics.
The Monk is so much more important, right? Because, like, Beasty's not going to rush a temple here. That's not the way the Japanese build works. So he's missing his relic time right now. Meanwhile, guess who just cha-chinged there first? MarineLorD already garrisoned one relic, lightly in the Grand Winery, and he's going to be inflating more mercenaries. We even now have camels on the way.
Now, I presume that the idea here is that you go Spearman Javelin, which is very similar to the Dunso heavy composition that we've seen in game number 1. Just trying to find an answer to cavalry-based builds. MarineLorD went Dunso Javelin in game number 1 against the Knights. Now he's going Limitani Javelin against the Mounted Samurai, and Beasty is actually making a pivot into Yumi here. So I wonder if that's something that MarineLorD expected. I would think that if you're MarineLorD, maybe you expect Onabugeisha as a response, and then you go Varangians.
I think the Yumi play is kind of intriguing. Like, against Javelins, that feels really bad, but the logic is Javelins will overkill Yumi a lot. But you have bigger problems in the meantime before they even arrive. The Mounted Samurai are in. The Mitane account is not spooky enough yet. He doesn't have the veterancy through for them, so minimize his losses. But this is still idle time. This is still map control. He has got 2 more relics on the way home. I can't believe he's still snaking this when Beasty's got him pinned in the base this way.
And MarineLorD has a relic back behind his base. So he's taking all the neutral relics across the map. This is going to be a 4-to-1 split.
This is absolutely wild. I'm so bloody impressed by MarineLorD's timing on this. I mean, this is a really big detail for Beasty. Like, the natural flow, Japanese, a lot of the plays you want to make are gold heavy and castle edge.
Yes.
This is probably one of the most gold heavy, reliable civs, probably top 3 for that regard, that exist in AoE4. The only others that kind of hit that mark as well is French and JD.
Yeah, part of the reason why this Mounted Samurai build is so oppressive is because it almost guarantees you relics. And that's not the case in this game here. And now Beast is kind of boxed in here. MarineLorD is looking to clean this up. Camel's out there to debuff as well. You don't want to lose the Bannerman nor the Mounted Samurai, but Beasty might not have another choice here. He's trying to disengage, but he's going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, that's most of his Fort Cav going down. Wololo did trigger, but didn't go off, right? So, like, he did snipe that. There is a Shinto moving out, so we should be seeing one relic drawing back. So, likely a 3-2 split. There is maybe a world if he pulls the camels in which he can snipe that priest quick enough, but it feels like MarineLorD is maybe moving a bit too slow to do that.
If you're a Beasty, though, I think once again the game plan is going into the high mobility Mounted Samurai, just try to dictate the tempo of the game. It is going to be more difficult to hit MarineLorD's eco now, however, because it's just so condensed, and you have a limited amount of angles to approach from.
Now, MarineLorD, he really is looking for that Hulk and go timing, right? It's not about the quality of individuals, it's about the quality of mass. He has it right now. You need to be careful of that wall low. The Varangian is actually slowing down the retreat. But the problem is Beasty's count is kind of a lie. Half of his military pop is the worst possible unit we could be seeing right now.
It's a Hawk.
No, the Yumi.
I mean, no. For a land fight, it's objectively the Hawk.
Oh, that's true.
The second worst is the Yumi.
Actually, no, in fairness, if we fight near the shoreline, we're still on land, and I'd still take a Hulk, which can be kited over these Yumi. You've built Yumi into javelins, right? Like, this is the
And
dream.
Varangians.
Exactly. Like, you can basically have to turn each of these units into a hedgehog before they die. We're going to see it happen here. Yumi dive in. MarineLorD hasn't got the full army here yet, though, right? Like, he's holding a little bit in reserve. Starts to pinch some of the knights. I mean, credit to him. So far, this is going quite well for Beasty.
Yeah.
I think MarineLorD, he didn't bring all the javelins. There's a second wave still guarding home. That was weird.
That's the disadvantage of this javelin plus spearman style composition. If you get caught in the middle of the map, you could easily get cleaned up. Now, Beasty's mounted samurai are badly beaten up, but he's also flanking around, and the mobility advantage that Beasty has is once again starting to show. Still, a lot of his mounted samurai are heavily damaged. He cannot take another fight like that.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, MarineLorD is split of two minds, right? Like, at this stage, you just kind of wish you'd walled at home, and then you wouldn't be dancing around like this for two groups of two knights. It lost you the main engagement in the center. It's now going to allow Beasty to move out to capture both sacred sites, which is going to inflate his economy further. MarineLorD, we've only got level 2 Sistan and a small handful of olive groves, which also just can't work right now because a crazy lady with a bow showed up. It's going to go down, but it's all adding up here, man. I don't know if I'd say that the Yumi play really works if you have all the javelins together. I still think it's a bit weird.
No.
But it doesn't matter. With the way Beasty's playing this, MarineLorD can't get the stationary fight.
I think if you're MarineLorD, you want Varangians like he is doing right now. I agree with you. I think the problem is that Beasty's Yumi are great against one thing and one thing only. It's the Limitani. If you take out the Limitani, you can use your mounted samurai. But again, a lot of his mounted samurai are beaten up. And he only has 8 of them in total. So once you have 15 Limitani arrive, a bunch of camels to debuff them, and maybe even some Varangians as a front line, I don't know if Beasty has the raw firepower, so to say, to deal with MarineLorD's forces.
I mean, MarineLorD has a big problem, and it's called technology, okay? I assume at this point he lives out in a farm in the middle of nowhere and doesn't deal with Hydra tech, because we have, our first tech upgrade in Blacksmith coming in at 16 minutes, right? That's what's been missing. Even Yumi could actually trade well against javelins when you lack any extra armor and your opponent has got +2. So he's fixing that problem. It's definitely going to look a little better from next fight. We even have Cataphracts added in. I like this idea, just 1 or 2 for raiding. It's not about anything else. Your opponent, even if there's like 15 Yumi there, is not going to like just one Cata turning up. So this way,
Beasty couldn't sneak past. MarineLorD noticed him.
It's just these tiny gaps, man.
It's the same story over and over again. Beasty doesn't want to fight MarineLorD directly. It almost feels like dealing with Napoleon. It's fitting because you're fighting a Frenchman. You never fight him head on. You always fight on the flanks and you just rip him apart from 5 directions.
Yeah, it's kind of more accurate here, right? Because instead of the Frenchman, who's Byzantines here, relying on just his own people, he's hiring mercenaries, i.e. having allies to try and take you on as well, which are also letting you down. Just classic Napoleon situation. I mean, also kind of, I don't know if it fits from a, no, it definitely fits. MarineLorD is not the tallest person in the scene, so we're pretty much full on riding this Napoleon comparison. So what's the plan now? I mean, the other interesting thing is we talked at the start of this series about how these two are the bottom 4 for walling out of the top 16 in this tournament. They're kind of sticking to that, aren't they, so far? Like, most of these games has barely been any walls.
Yeah, it's a lot of static defenses, though. Towers are coming up, and Beasty is definitely trying to lure MarineLorD out of his base. I don't know if this is, once again, MarineLorD's full force or not. I don't think it is.
No, his full force are waiting to be paid the olive oil. That's a lot of flow. I think MarineLorD is trying to figure out what Beasty's doing next before he commits the resources. There's no way this is fast imp and elephants, right? Like, this has to be a bigger army. He's just not really sure where to commit the oil.
That's a lot of olive oil that's being floated, and Beasty has been on the sacred sites for a while. The countdown is down to 7 minutes. The passive resource income from the sacred sites helps offset the relic differential, and Beasty is now fortifying this middle area. I think Beasty is just going to try to make a stand here on these sacred sites, and now MarineLorD is starting to run long gold. So I don't think MarineLorD is going to imp simply because he won't have the gold here. He's gonna have to fight this out in castle.
And it's crazy. You look at the quality of the armies, you feel like MarineLorD should only be able to win the fight, but 15 Mount Samurai is really no joke here. The Yumi Bannerman effect mattering a lot. MarineLorD has at least got the double undermesh now, so a bit more tanky. He's just trying to ride the wave, right? You can see what the intent is here. Get all the olive groves online, be ready to rock and roll. Now, he has the back gold to work with. It's looking like an Imperial Age macro here. So, we do have a reinvest. Okay, so he just queued 3 additional Javelin groups. He could still...
If he's going imp, it's going to take time.
Yeah, but I think the thought here is like your opponent has masked Yumi, so if you imp and build the Foreign Engineering Company, you can recruit the Nest of Bees, right? And that would melt basically 2/3 of BC's army.
It's a fair point. I think if MarineLorD goes imp, he's going to have one shot at decapping these sacred sites, but 6 minutes is a long time. He doesn't have a spectacular gold income. So if he wants to go into Imperial, that's going to be the major constraint. For now, he's just going to start trapping down the towers for the time being.
Yeah, interesting.
Start to flank around.
So we have a full commitment. I guess he just doesn't feel like he has the time to Fred here. So crossbows are coming in. I mean, these
I think he's going to castle the middle.
Yeah, and that's the hilarious irony against Japanese, right? They can't.
Yeah.
it kind of makes you feel a little bit empty, like, what? I can't get that. I have to wait until Imperial here. I'm gonna have to settle for little outposts. Well, let's see if the little Conqueror can hold on here. DC starts to dive in. Camels are providing that debuff. Yumi need to be a sniper the way for anything they get their hands on. Looks like more of an A-click extravaganza. He's trying to wrap around onto the Trebuchet for a free kill. Difficult to find, and we do have the Mango Towers coming in. Should be enough to scare Beasty back. Mounted Samurai count is already down to 13. MarineLorD, he's still keeping all those javelins, those crossbows alive. It's just him disposing of the Limitane to get rid of the better cavalry.
Beasty had a lot of Onimusha, but they weren't present in this fight to take out the Varangians.
Beasty.
Maybe he was concerned about the javelins.
Where's the front line?
And I think he's overextending.
It doesn't exist anymore. It's just one knight left over. It's only Yumi and Onimusha to boot. So MarineLorD, one step closer to that site. Trebuchet's dealing with the emplacements. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and Beasty doesn't have the type of food income that can immediately replace those losses.
Yeah, I think Beasty needs to concede the sacred sites. He would just be losing whatever army he has left trying to hold this. He's still facing a bunch of javelin throwers. Remember, MarineLorD spent like 2,000 or so olive oil a couple of minutes ago. If he fights here, that is Beasty, he is just going to lose his army. He's trying to get some mangonels going to help out. For now, Sacred Site Countdown still keeps ticking, but MarineLorD is inching closer and closer, and Beasty doesn't have the army to fight this right now.
So many idle villages repairing as well, right? That's your whole eco lead. We're up to level 3 system as well, which means MarineLorD a healthy buff here. And he feels so confident now with that damage done.
Wow.
He pads himself with a second TC.
Wow. And now, infantry starts moving. They want to decap that Sacred Site. Beasty still has a mangonel, though.
Wow. One whole mango.
Whoop.
Look at the way he beat up that ground.
Well, the Sacred Site is still his, so at this point, if you're Beasty...
By the way...
And there's going to be a second mangonel.
Yeah, but
his nickname is CGQT for a reason, KP.
The hilarious part here, though, is like the siege on the other side is doing more damage, because when those trebuchets don't hit the tower, they're killing the workers repairing it. Yeah, smart play. He pulls the Shinto to stop the 1 hit, or rather 2 hits, right, from occurring. I still can't believe the way Beasty's trying to play this. I can't believe it's looking this close, but now, out of woods, MarineLorD starts to posture. The new wave of Mad Samurai, a much less impressive feat than the previous scale he had. Villagers are being pulled to try and deal with the counter-offensive. Mangonels walloping both ways here, but the blocker gets the villagers. They're diving in, but that's a Mango Tower! A death sentence to boot. They're all gone. Beasty now behind an economy. And that pause has kept the timer at 3 minutes, will continue to do so. Surely this is it. How do you hold this as Beasty for 3 minutes?
I don't know. I don't think he has an option, though. I think he now needs to hold it because longevity is not on his side. We've seen crazier things from Beasty, though, and for the time being, he still has the Sacred Sites. 3 minutes feels like an eternity, especially for a civilization that cannot build castles.
It's kind of crazy. We've been praising Beasty for always being the offensive party. Technically, going for a 6-site victory turned him into the defensive party, right? And all of a sudden, it allowed MarineLorD to reach this timing he'd been looking for. We do have a lot of farms, but that goes both ways. The olive oil matters a lot here. Additional camels are coming in. Beasty is leaning more and more into Onimusha spam, but we also have horsemen supporting. Interesting combo, considering MarineLorD could just flood more than Matane, but Beasty seems to be content with the fact that 29 Yumi should guard him here. We are 2.5 minutes away from Beasty being able to dominate this series and get pretty damn close to just sweeping it all together, right? Remember, best of 9, so first to 5.
I gotta tell you, if MarineLorD loses this game after the fights that he's been taking, it's gonna be a gutting loss. He needs a win here, and after the fights he took, the composition he has, he's not supposed to lose this game. Beasty is all-inning the Sacred Side victory condition because that's the only thing he has.
The keep drop's coming. That's going to force his hand. Beasty has to commit. It's triple mango now. If he catches the enemy mangoes, he can easily snipe them. Wallop comes up a little bit short, though. The Varangian are starting to reach in. However, the Onimusha should be the perfect counter. That Samurai frontline has failed, though. The mangoes, they're still not counterplaying here. MarineLorD's keep is going to be erected successfully. And that should just be the staging point. We're going to dive on this side. Beasty has to back up.
What is MarineLorD going to dive with? His army is getting thinned out, and Mangonels are still camping on the Sacred Side.
I mean, the Onimusha could not be frontlining like this. They melt.
Oh, man. MarineLorD only has 25 army out there. He needs to roll up the siege to decap the Sacred Side.
I mean, if it works, right? It keeps the remaining Onimusha at bay. Only one horseman going in. Pretty much trying to write his own tail. As a Pegasus rider here, it's not going to be good enough, though. The siege is still keeping MarineLorD at bay. It's 4 mangoes. You memed about it, but CGQE actually may be here to stay.
The new horsemen are trickling in just to keep the Sacred Side alive for 1 more second. They're sacrificing themselves for that timer.
The mangoes one by one. Oh. The Mad Samurai now arriving. Surely not. The villager repair crew hasn't been targeted quick enough. The mangoes are failing him. Beasty with only 4 left over. No front line. The Limitani are going to clear it. Surely this is the decap he's been looking for.
Is it though? Is it the decap? He still has the side.
He needs more Limitani. The villagers. Beasty. He sends them in. Mangoes.
Countdown.
The mangoes are going to kill them. Beasty. There's no way. There's surely no way. He gets one flurry. He goes to the second with the repair crew, comes in clutch, and surely that's the end of the road. Decap comes through. Beasty, a valiant effort. But in the end, MarineLorD is finally able to get on the board.
I have no words. This last 2 minutes has been non-stop microing between those two as Beasty was trying to hold on to the Sacred Side, and really 15 army against 17 at the 26-minute mark. It's just both players absolutely obliterated each other, but Beasty has just nothing behind this to remass. MarineLorD is sitting on 4 relics, 100 eco against 69.
At this point, I mean, Beasty, you know how he is. He likes to play, like, you know, statistically, if there's a small chance, I'll play it. For him, he doesn't know about the second TC, right?
Yeah.
So he might be looking for, like, a recovery arc. We paint the picture, we see for what it really is, right? Like, MarineLorD could match the scaling now and technically go Imperial as well. Unbelievable.
If it wasn't for the bunch of villagers Beasty lost, and if it wasn't for the relic gap, you could say, okay, maybe there's a chance. We've seen Beasty come back from crazy positions before. The problem is that too much was sacrificed to keep that Sacred Side victory condition rolling. Beasty basically need to make a call whether he thinks he can come back into this game.
Here's the thing, the first mango shot, look at it from the castle. Look at that damage! It's ridiculous. And then the second mango shot, at that point, he knew it was not ever going to work. Vicious, vile ability that the Byzantines have. Looks like we do have the fishing getting cleared up. So Beasty's also lost a bit of extra food permanently there. He's going for a second TC. He's refusing to give this up. I mean, if MarineLorD does just chill a bit too much, in theory, there's a way.
Yeah, and listen, if you're Beasty, you feel like there is blood in the water. You're leading 2-0. And it seemed like you're going to have a shot at this game despite being down in relics. MarineLorD took some less than optimal fights there as well. He also lost most of his army. But there is no way that Beasty should be coming back into this game. This should be MarineLorD's game no matter what.
No. And it's a great read by MarineLorD as well, right? Like, if he's staying in this game, he must be playing dear to, like, inflate his eco. Yes. In an artificial way, right? So he's going to shuffle down here. That's also where the gold's going to be. Japan's just so gold heavy, you know they're going to have to come out here. Oh my god. Is he really doing this? It did get seen by the dock, but we have got a Japanese Normandy. What was the Japanese Normandy? Anyone? I assume it was some sort of invasion in World War II. Give me a battle. Just make it up, Lidical.
I think you're thinking Saipan.
Saipan. Let's go with Saipan. But it's not going to be a sayonara moment. He is able to mirror out of camels. We'll chase him away.
Oh, man. And now he sees the second DC. MarineLorD is also aging to Imperial. Beasty is doing the right things, but it's not going to be enough unless he can keep doing this over and over again. I think MarineLorD, for the first time in this series, needs to just right-click inside the enemy base. Because that's not something that he's been doing across this series. He was always chasing Beasty, and that bought Beasty time at times where he didn't have the defenses back at home.
The crazy part is he got distracted. Yeah, so he just got in and snatched some siege. Are you kidding me right now? Beasty, he forced an overreaction there. MarineLorD was so distracted by that raid. He pulled additional troops back. Beasty has bought himself some time, and look at what he's looking to buy. That is imp macro right now.
Unreal. Listen, if I would have to give a number on Beasty's probability to win right now, I'll probably give less than 5%. Not because I'm not a believer, it's because I'm looking at the numbers. His army count is half of that of MarineLorD's. He's 120 population against 190, and MarineLorD is an imp. Yet, I think it speaks a lot about Beasty as a player that we are still saying, okay, maybe less than 5%, but that's a lot for Beasty.
They said the same thing about Iwo Wait, actually, Japanese lost that one. All right, we may have a problem here, but he's going to try to solve it. It's not even Castle the Crow. He's actually going for the gunsmith.
Now, this is a worrisome spot. Hello?
Wait, no. MarineLorD, come on. This is bordering BM. I'm going to win the game with a Droman.
What's the bigger problem? The bigger problem for Beasty is that his landmark is being built right next to this army.
But don't worry. We can always spawn a Reboldaquin. That's all I've got right now, Lidical. He's going to have
Frankly,
to
the Reboldaquin would do pretty well against this mass infantry.
Yeah, but we'd instantly die to the javelins. Petit problem with the plan. Grabs RC to the TC. We do have outposts coming up, so no sneaky boo around the side from the Stale Forest. We'll see all. It's tech up complete. Both of them now in Imperial Age here, but Sacred Site time is now starting to tick for MarineLorD. I love the fact he's just not idling. He's looking to aggress. We do have another mini little Iwo Jima moment. It's going to get shut down. The Mangoes.
Spearmen are missing, though.
Where's the front? Oh my god, what are they doing?
Ooh, they overextended. Their javelins are being jumped by the mounted samurai.
Yeah, you have to run away. You have at least got outpost emplacements that should be able to protect you here. We do have gunners coming in as well from MarineLorD, not an often seen sight for the Byzantines. The damage on the back definitely is adding up, but we do have the Baldy boys. The Uzutsu have been deployed against Limitane.
Beasty lost way too many villagers. I was just gonna say that he was up to 95, so he was closing the villager gap, but now it's gone. A lot of villager kills here by the Limitani and the camels. And Beasty's reset. He's back to the drawing board with the eco.
Yeah, and Uzutsu isn't really your saving grace against Limitane with the foreign engineering company, right? Because that means he gets the +2 armor. That means you basically reduce the damage via shield wall, and then you remove an extra 5 damage that Uzutsu would do. So Baldy boys don't really do anything against Limitane or javelins, but now, they do look cool.
Hear me out, KP. The Varangians can build transports.
Oh my
so
god.
MarineLorD could just transport stuff inside Beasty's base. If he wants to one-up that Dromon play, that's the way to go.
What you do is you drop the Grenadiers. That's the play. It's almost like when you play Red Alert 2 and you transport a bunch of crazy Ivans. You'll get that reference if you play the game. It's a great one. So we have got the mangoes getting cleared up. No C's to play with. A keep dropper's coming in. Beasty's like, if only I had these in age 3, the game would already be over. Welcome to Japan. Dive around the back though. The horsemen are gonna do nothing.
Yeah, it's Castle Age horses against a bunch of Limitani, Imperial Javelin throwers, and finally, Beasty gives up. MarineLorD is on the board here for the first time in this series, and KP, we talked about this so many times. Their series are often momentum-based, but based on the first 3 games, I get the feeling that we could be in here for a long time, because this could easily go all the way to 9 games.
We have to remember that MarineLorD is the truest degree of a degen, a European that would actually rather practice into the midnight and beyond. We are getting deeper into the evening. Technically, Lidicor, we are passing Beasty's prime hours and entering MarineLorD's, and he just proved it. He turned up, he woke up for game number 3, and finally we have what starts to feel like a series on our hands. The crazy part, though, is even cinching that 1 point, it's ridiculous how close Beasty made it look to a win.
And remember, we talked about this, KP. A lot of the maps that we still have available for Beasty and MarineLorD to play are not necessarily MarineLorD style. This was, in a way, a really good map for MarineLorD because so far, Beasty has been a tempo setter in this series. We are going to head to King of the Hill, so Beasty is going to like a bit of a shake-up here to the current meta. But what I was going to say is, on this map, it was so difficult for Beasty to leverage that mobility in the raid. That's not going to be the case for most of the remaining maps. So if you're MarineLorD, nice, it's a win, but part of the reason why this win ended up happening is because Beasty wasn't able to run circles around you because of the map. Every time Beasty went in with the raid, we've seen MarineLorD once again reacting with a lot of his infantry blob chasing him. So if you're Beasty, I think on maps like Baldland, Dry Arabia, you kind of just continue with that recipe. But first, you want to shake things up, it seems, and King of the Hill could be a good way to do that. Remember, he almost pulled off a Sacred Site victory here on Lakeside. I think I know what the plan is going to be here for King of the Hill.
Oh, yeah? You wanna just full mansplain it to me? Just give us the full depth of it?
It's always going to be Pro Scouts KP, but
there we go.
I would be shocked if we didn't see a Barbican in the middle of the map. That's all I'm going to say.
So you can go the Barbican, you never go at first, Imperial Academy first. The thing, though, I think what we're doing here is we're, like, trying to exploit the fact that you know H3 is going to be coming out, right? Like, redraft afterwards makes sense. So from his POV, the reason he does this is on this particular map, if you want to get the most wood, you put your Archon out of TC range, right? We see it time and time again. It's actually the weak point for HR in this map, is your economy can be very exposed. The Pro Scouts meta, there might be a timing where you just kind of skimp on wheelbarrow. We've seen that as well. So I like the thought process from Beasty. I mean, where else would you have gone here? I feel like if you play something like Cliffside, you play Baldland, HRE is going to look pretty good, Dry Arabia as well. So definitely an intriguing perspective. I'm not fully sold still. I feel like HRE has looked really good against China, but if there was any map where it can make sense, this should be the one.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about the remaining maps though, KP, because again, 4 Lakes is still there. We're going to have those after the redraft, probably. Moving Out, still there. And, you know, if you're a MarineLorD, you're back in this series. It's 2-1, but those are maps that you need to have solutions for. I think MarineLorD is going to have an answer to Dry Arabia. He's going to have a game plan going into Baldland, probably even Cliffside. But the big variables to me will be 4 Lakes and Moving Out for him. And I'm pretty sure that Beasty is conserving some of those maps for some of the key games coming up. But first, we got to settle things here on King of the Hill. Beasty with the 2-1 lead against MarineLorD. Beasty with the color yellow, facing off against MarineLorD's pink.
HRE up against Chinese. A matchup that if you would have given me it on Dry Arabia, I'd lean MarineLorD. After that last game, I'm tempted to still go MarineLorD, but Beasty chose this knowing it would be Chinese up against HRE. Curious to see what the game plan is here. Your early game economy definitely competes. Your pro scout timing more aggressive, but on a thinned map like this, yeah, look at what he does. Beasty went for the double scout opener. We saw it earlier today against Anatan. It demolished the sheep count. It does the same here, but MarineLorD is trying to get ahead of the problem. Look at what happened there. Beasty tried to cut him off, but Beasty's already on the east side. This is still looking pretty abysmal for MarineLorD, though. That is, what, 5 sheep? And Beasty can just go for the rest.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Yep. Beasty is going to have the majority, and that has been the pattern across this series. The same thing that Beasty did against Anatan, he's able to do against MarineLorD. Consistently secure the majority of the sheep, and again, the impact of that differs from game to game, but when you have a bunch of extra food compared to your opponent every single game, that puts you in a very advantageous position.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about sheep all this time. It looks more like BC's about to carve him up like a turkey, right? Like, the sheep count really will matter here. It's going to limit the moves, and it's going to force pro scouts. Now, obviously, Beasty knows it's going to be pro scouts regardless. It has to be. But he can leverage this long term, right? Usually, we see this map ends before a farm transition is complete. And if you have an overwhelming edge, say 75% of sheep, you know that MarineLorD is going to be the one who has to blink first. So, Archon on the way as expected, and there's the weak point we talked about. MarineLorD has to build on that tree line, right? If you look at spawn, there isn't a good alternative. He couldn't go for a small tree line in gold, because the gold was full force spawning. So he's kind of damned if he does, damned if he don't. If you look at the back of MarineLorD's base, what you'll see is it's so far away that in the mid game, when knights come through, they're going to reap.
It's an academy opening here for Beasty, so he's not going to drop the Barbican straight away. But I would be shocked if the Barbican wasn't soon placed on that central sacred site. And just to talk about that sacred site, in comparison to the one that we've seen in the Anatan versus Beasty series, this hill spawn is a lot more locked in, and you only have some very narrow funnel points between those cliffs. So whoever takes control over that sacred site in the middle, it's going to be extremely difficult for the opponent to aggress that position.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing on this one is, like, I'm looking at the deer, it's about as even as you can get. Like, that's at least fair. I'd actually say this is, outside of the starting golds, this is probably the fairest spawn I've seen of King of the Hill in a long time, right? Because another thing that sometimes can screw you over is King of the Hill's merciless on the spawn. Sometimes you get the front ramp, like this one we're seeing here, doesn't exist, right? So it takes longer for you to get to the top side of the hill. This is fairly balanced. The only weak point will be that forward gold for MLorD. Like, all of his gold is full. Beasty has a side gold, but the insanity of playing Chinese is you kind of get away with not even needing gold past, like, 5 minutes, right? You can just tax instead.
Yep. Pro Scouts coming in for MarineLorD, no surprise on that front. Both players had their deer pack spawn adjacent to one another, so it's not like you're going to have a lot of opportunities to just sneak carcasses in, because most of the deer actually spawn very close to one another. Beasty taking out the deer.
Yeah, this should be
I don't
good
think he
for
clicked
HRE,
Pro
by the
Scouts.
No, he's just
I
shiny
don't
gold.
think-
You can see by his, like, gold.
But he's going to supervise the tech, so he's going to have the same timing as MarineLorD, basically.
Exactly, and his timing of stable should be quite nice. Meanwhile, for MarineLorD, yeah, stable's only now coming in, so you didn't have them early to shove in because you can't delay the trigger of Pro Scouts, so you just lose the race. And now, wow, look at that. MarineLorD's bar is just so much fuller. Hold on a second. I believe we're going to see BC Pro Scouts first.
Nope, MarineLorD is going to have like a 1 second advantage.
You sure about that?
No.
Oh,
okay, there you go.
For mine. never assume a Chinese Yuji player won't get there first. Insane. So he's already got it. And remember, because he's on the double scout opener, he's got extra to pull back early. MarineLorD is just trying to lame the deer so he can't drag them closer, and he is going to be snatching from Beasty's side first.
There's stable coming up for Beasty. Spearman on the way for MarineLorD, though.
Yep.
It's going to be very challenging to contest any of the carcasses on Beasty's side of the map. By the time he arrives, most of the carcasses will be gone.
That's true, but Atri is probably the best anti-pro scouting civ. Like, most people think it's Malians because of the Malian pro scouts, right? Like the war scouts that are so fast. March and drill spears. They get anywhere near, they charge in, they get close, they can easily just shut you down chasing you. And obviously your early game economy is so strong, you can flood them. It is awkward on this map though, right? Like, Beasty realistically should get 1.5 DS stacks at least, if not more. I love this from MarineLorD though. He's following up archers, realizing this is about to turn to a spearathon.
Interesting idea. It's not something that you would see on a normal classic map, but keep in mind, whoever takes that position in the middle, especially if you're the Chinese and you can drop a Barbican up in the middle, it's going to be a difficult position to aggress. So I like MarineLorD's almost all-in feudal style opening here. Horsemen, spearmen, archers, just trying to box Beasty into his own base and not let him secure the middle.
It's 1-1-1, right? Like, he's going the full length here. I do like it. It's a little bit dangerous against Chinese if they manage to find their way into Zhuge, but that's going to slow them down. So at this stage, like, your eco's strong, right? Like, you're playing archers as part of your comp on an Arcan tree line that you'd be challenged to find a more heavily dense Arcan tree line in the game, right? Like, this is the king for a reason. Rename it King of Wood, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Beasty's looking to take away some of the carcasses from MarineLorD's side, though, and it looks like he is going to get away with some spearmen trying to block him. He's definitely having the upper hand in terms of collecting food, and remember, he had the advantage going into the deer collection as well. Picks off a couple of spears towards the middle.
MarineLorD hasn't revealed the archers yet. He's baiting Beasty here.
It's probably a bait, yeah.
Hold them back. Okay, first one gets revealed. I don't know if that was intentional, though. He's got more on the eastern flank, right? So, yeah, it's now known. Beasty's going to keep searching for the time being, but very difficult. The marching drills just allows MarineLorD to kite much better with HRE. So he has to back away. The best thing Beasty can hope for is just snatch a few deer before he's pinned down in his base.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. I don't think the scout wanted to go this way. He probably wanted to go to the right.
Fine, sir.
He's going to pay with his life for that mistake. But Beasty is ready to drop the Barbican.
Oh, yes.
And he's not going to gamble on the middle. He saw the archers, he saw the horsemen, and said, okay, I cannot roll that dice.
Yeah, it's like a death sentence to try for that play, right? Like, the reality check is your enemy is bloating feudal army. Do you really want to walk out into the middle of the map to build that? No. So, hunkers down as expected here. MarineLorD is just tricking him, though. Check what's happening. I tell you, he's waking up in this series now. The longer it goes, the cleaner these games are looking for MLord.
This reminds me of those classic Chinese versus HRE matchups that we had in these slower-paced maps back in the days. Hill and Dale was a classic Chinese versus HRE fiesta, and Beasty knows what's coming next as well. I think he's suspecting that MarineLorD wants to go to Castle. He himself is thinking about Castle Age here. It's going to be a little delayed. So now the question becomes, if you're MarineLorD, are you going Regnitz and play for longevity?
Yeah.
Or are you maybe thinking Burgrave? I'm not so sure. I think it's Regnitz.
It has to be Regnitz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this will be defined by relics. Also, if it turns into a Sacred Site win condition, you then fortify with the relics, right? It's a very powerful play. The other important detail here is, like, there's some civs that Burgrave can feel a bit weird against, and Chinese is one of them. Because they have a mini Burgrave effect of their own, right? They could supervise. So what they can do is just supervise crossbows as a counter. All of a sudden, your play starts to fall apart. Just definitely a lot safer this way. Beasty is giving the clock tower. We have recently seen a lot more Imperial Palaces, but on this map, Nesta B's a king.
Okay. That gold mine is going to be a bit of a problem for MarineLorD moving forward. It's very, very exposed and open. Yeah. Looks like it's just going to be a big ball of Jugenu for the time being for Beasty, probably mixed in alongside a couple of crossbows. Castle Age timings will pretty much match at the end of the day. Beasty with the Chinese faster building.
We're not falling for the bait of Chinese progression bars anymore, eh? It is ridiculous just how quickly 6 villages get that thing up.
What was that wall? That wall looked a little awkward. It kind of snapped to the actual cliff. Yeah.
There is a gap there, so yeah.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about the same thing. At the end of the day, it was like, okay. Are you going to gamble on there being a gap? You rather just build a wall, whatever.
I've seen some games on my time. That's not, like recently on King of the Hill. I've just seen it happen all the time. So I think players just rather invest the wood, not risk it. MarineLorD, we're now getting that switch over into farms. Meanwhile, for Beasty, it's going to be pro scouts to the bitter end. Maybe he even tries to play for the boar because granary transitions are a lot more expensive. The return on investment is a lot weaker and slower, I'd say, than HR rebarking.
First relic on the way for MarineLorD. He does have a decent amount of map control, so this should be a relic lead for him no matter what. Beasty himself is trying to get some relics. He already has 2 monks out there. Remember, he can supervise the production on the monastery as well to get the monks out. Realistically, if Beasty can secure 2 here, that's something that you would consider a win.
Yeah, it feels like MarineLorD should end up with 3 though, right? He's still got that safe one on the west side. In fact, that relic is so impactful to the outcome of the game, it literally ate into the tree line. Relics are powerful, man. They take priority on the spawn.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, nope, I don't want to grow there.
Yeah, I still remember like the old King of the Hill. That used to have it to the extreme where like deer packs would spawn in the tree line and despawn the center of a tree line. Damn, those were the days. 2021 King of the Hill. What a time.
I need to rewatch some of those games from back in the past.
Oh,
we should have like a retro broadcast where we just highlight or show tournament games from 4 years ago.
I still remember the B Mister set to qualify for M4C. It was literally decided by the map spawn. Right? Because you had B unable to really get a good goal. Man, blast of the past for sure. But looks like relic grabbing, it is going to end up being that 3-2 split. Maybe, though. Hold on a second. Yep.
MarineLorD was waiting for this.
Whoop. Goes down. I mean, Beasty can't fight this, right? His army is on the way, but it's kind of discombobulated. We do have a small raid coming in. And it looks like MarineLorD has not noticed it.
Yeah, he's slowly cleaning this up here, but it's going to take some time, and he's going to lose a couple of villagers in return. 4 villagers having been lost.
But like he reacted, but he's attacking the scout first. That's 4 worker kills. That's actually quite a bit for Beastie. Remember, he also has Song Dynasty. Palace Guard switch is now coming in, so MarineLorD, he needs to think about quality too. Like he has all this gold, but so far he's just been funneling trash units.
Yeah, and archers with the HRE is just not a good unit you want to go for. He doesn't even have a lot of blacksmith upgrades, and Chinese can always escalate their army count very quick because of the supervision. So you could see a lot of palace guards appear very quickly. And I think now Beastie's moving towards the middle. He might just be looking to hit this gold mine. But remember, the moment you capture that sacred site, the timer starts for the opposing player.
Remember, although Beastie's food income looks great right now, he needs to fix the long-term issue, right? MarineLorD has started to do that. Something to be conscious of as the time goes on. Beastie, if he had the sacred site, different type of game, right? He's got the capture, but he's not going to be able to hold it. If he's able to hold it, and we have to time it down to 8 minutes, you can kind of thread this needle on limited food. We're kind of passing that point.
I think if you're Beastie, part of this equation is going to be mass nest of bees. And we've seen some tournament games. We've seen some tournament games here in EGC Masters Winter where it all came down to just a big ball of nest of bees. It wasn't on King of the Hill, though. So, in a way, time helps Beastie build up that absolute death ball of China.
This is a very good map for Springolds.
Fair.
I'm just putting it out there. I don't recommend it, right? It's kind of funny, actually. If you can funnel walls, like, it is actually quite good. And against, like, the Civ like HRE, you'd think it would be worth it. But with the way MarineLorD's playing this comp, yeah, you knobs up, right? Knobs and spears. What an innovative strategy. I've never seen Chinese players do this before. It definitely hasn't made pros rage quit games before.
Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's a tournament game after all. Love the walls from Beastie on both flanks, by the way. He's going to have a very slow-moving composition, and he is going to have to deal... If he has to deal with these nitrates from MarineLorD, he's never going to be able to move towards the middle. At the same time, though, MarineLorD is thinking Imperial. He's getting stone for emplacements initially. Later on, he's going to have a keep.
He might just spam poor
nice
man's
timing,
keeps.
though.
Yeah, so the logic behind this, right, is with the discounts is kind of more efficient than just building castles. Definitely on build speed, anyway. But I mean, is there a way? There's no way you go else back here, right? You need Pals to Swabia. You're falling behind.
I was going to bring up that idea. I don't think you do that with 600 gold in the bank and 600 per minute. I agree. If you had a way to get an L-Spock in the middle, you would love that. But I just don't see that being realistic.
Well, if we were like 100 eco, you'd be like, okay, Elsback could be fuck shit. But you're at 48 and you're against Song, so you're falling behind, right? Oh, Pumba.
Oh! There you go.
MarineLorD has mastered the art of the ball.
What I was going to say with MarineLorD is that if you try to go Elsbach, you're spending a lot more resources on imping, and Beasty is going to punish that. So here, if you want to imp, you have to spend as little resources as you can on it. So you want Schwabia. And that's exactly what MarineLorD is going to do. Now, the timing of this is going to be bad for him because he's going to get pushed, and a lot of his production buildings are exposed here.
Uh-oh. He's made the choice. He will not be convinced otherwise. House of Swabia is on the way. Now, usually, like, you know how someone had that octopus that would predict the outcomes of the Olympics and crap? We tried that with the boar.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm not sure like it gave us a clear answer there, considering that both the scouts died. So it's presumably neither player will win this fight.
Imperial Age is in for MarineLorD, but he doesn't have a spectacular army right now. He's actually going to upgrade archers into elite archers, which I guess is great. The longevity is not there for Beasty. You mentioned that. But remember, his nickname is CGQT. I would not be shocked if he started thinking about all-inning the Sacred Site in the middle. There's no way he's going to go Imperial here at this point.
No,
it's going to be difficult holding this position for 10 minutes against cannons, though.
Yeah, this strategy works very well in Castle Age, not so much against Imperial when they have bombards, right? The mass castle strat. It's 9 minutes. It's quite the ballsy maneuver by Beasty.
Yeah, I think MarineLorD got up to Imperial, and now Beasty might be like, oh shoot, I should have attacked a little sooner maybe. He was trying to pivot to the right side, but he's got a slow-moving composition.
I guess he's trying to gold starve him, but like it's 4 relic regnants, right?
Fair.
That's very hard to do.
Yeah. And MarineLorD has way more gold in the bank. Like, he's... And the thing is, if you pivot to the right, if you're Beasty and deny that gold, MarineLorD can just drop a keep in the middle area and get the large gold vein. I don't think you have the mobility to deny all the gold spots here for MarineLorD.
Now, past the Swabby, he can take risks, is the other thing. So it looks like Beasty is going to shuffle around the back, make his way into the base here. The Nestor Bees do complicate things, but MarineLorD does have coverage in the way. Congrats, it's only going to take like 5 hits to kill the Nestor Bees. I think it's 4. They're very tanky. Stupidly tanky.
Cannon slits will help a lot for the towers, though, and that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to push into an HRE fast in. Once you have the cannons on the towers, it's a different story.
I just love the idea of calling them cannon slits. Like, we set up this tiny little slit to shoot out of, and then it just broke the thing open. It's like, okay, I guess there's a cannon hole. Well, Cannon Her is going to move in. E-repairs had to be used there instead. It's going to reset Beasty. Doesn't want to unnecessarily lose troops, especially now with the Culverins coming through here. The elite upgrade is in for the archers. I don't think Beasty's going to be able to break him here, but he is saving up, and dare I say, Great Wall Gatehouse on the Sacred Site.
Now, that would be sick. And we've seen this before from Beasty, offense being the best defense. He is aggressing the enemy base to make sure MarineLorD cannot punish him in these weak transitional states. I think he should maybe posture right next to that Ragnitz for a little more. Because if he pulls back now, MarineLorD might just strike the middle as the gatehouse is going up.
Well, it depends. If Beasty does the optimal gatehouse build, it's not the optimal one. Okay, so there's a little trick here where if you build a wall out, but you only tap the centerpiece, you can then drop the Great Wall Gatehouse and 40 villages can surround. If you do it this way, you basically get like 8 villages each side. And you have to move them to the other side.
MarineLorD doesn't see it. MarineLorD doesn't see it. And this is huge. Once the towers are complete, MarineLorD is playing very methodical here. Yeah, he's playing methodical. He's creeping up. I don't think he thinks that Beastie is going up.
No. Wait, do we have suboptimal villages? Because I think he pulled more to the north side. The bar isn't moving as quickly as
he's going to be fine.
Culverins coming in.
MarineLorD isn't going to see this in time.
No, he's wasting time on the outburst. Okay, so Imp 8 has been reached. MarineLorD. Gonna be a facepalmer moment here because that right there is the true toxic landmark.
And remember, in the previous game, Beasty held onto the sacred sites almost until victory without a single keep or the Great Wall Gatehouse. This is a different story here. Stonewall's...
It's the angle's
I
wrong
love that.
though. I think he's trying to get it up to block the shots onto the keep, but the angle's slightly off. He could go for Stonewall Towers here. They do have very good range.
Oh, he's doing it!
The wall creep.
The cannons cannot shoot over the walls. They need to destroy the walls first to hit the keep. And the Nest of Beasts can fire over walls. This is a trick that we've been seeing across the board from players. Get the walls up and have your units shoot over it. The cannon cannot do that.
He's not even killing it quick enough. This is just wasting his time. He's looking to dive now with the archers. You need to be careful of that Nest of Bees. They can come out very quickly here. But weirdly enough, Beasty actually just sacrificed the villagers. A very heavy loss there. And yes, this landmark is not balanced. Like, Nest of Bees got nerfed, right? Nest of Bees at this stage in the game are kind of weak in Imperial. But the Great Wall Gatehouse, if you click on its damage, you'll see exactly what I'm getting ready to rant about. That thing hits like an 18-wheeler truck.
Beasty has absolutely no food income here. This is the full-on CGQT play, all in on King of the Hill. He said, you denied me of my Sacred Site win in the previous game. You're not going to be denying me here. It's already down to the 4-minute mark, and Beasty hasn't even fought. He didn't even commit his army yet.
Yep, so this is just going to slow him down on scaling more siege, which is what Beasty really needs. We've got bombards coming in, some Nest of Beasts as well. The Culverins are moving in range. That really didn't look that impressive. Neither did that. We're going to be here a while.
Okay.
So you're saying size does matter. It feels like the Bombard is usually a little bit slower attacking, right? The bigger wallop. So repair crew.
MarineLorD does have a bunch of trebuchets though. He's got 3 out, and he's got 3 more in queue. It's not going to be enough on its own, but he still has 4 minutes left to go. And we've seen that 4 minutes can be a long, long time. MarineLorD does have a lot of firepower coming up,
especially when you consider he's got food, which means he can walk units onto the site, let them die to pause the timer, and then build more units. Meanwhile, Beasty...
Yeah.
I got nothing. And like 400 food income is not going to do that.
23 horsemen as well for MarineLorD. He's got a quick-moving force that can just jump the side and stall it.
More walls. Time to lose another 10 villages.
3.5 minutes left to go.
The keep drop's coming in. The horsemen are going to have to headbutt through 29 spearmen. Admittedly not elite variety. Nest of Bees, though, they are going to force the idle time. So he has to back away. The castle is incomplete here. And he's not shuffling to that backside. He gets A-clicked onto the spears. Cannon's now moving in. Castle looks like it's going to be going down, surely.
Oh, Beasty is holding. MarineLorD lost the keep. MarineLorD lost the keep.
He lost a lot more than that. 20 horsemen basically just ran into spears. They didn't even try to shuffle on the backside. He gets the room now to rebuild the walls.
2.5 minutes left to go. Beasty has 6 Nest of Bees. Make it 9 Nest of Bees plus a bunch of spearmen. But MarineLorD is now on a timer. It's all or nothing for Beasty.
You can't dive with that Great Wall Gatehouse up. If you do, you will die. Right, that's the problem. That he's wasting so much time on these walls. He hasn't addressed the actual defensive landmark that will win the game for Beasty yet. And we are 2 minutes away from what now starts to feel a bit like an inevitable win here. Nest of Bees are gonna just reap it. The horseman wave again. They will be able to snipe several of the villagers out. But it feels like a trickle of death here.
It is. It's spike and shot versus cavalry, and the cavalry isn't working. MarineLorD is 180 population against 120, but a lot of that population is villagers and archers. None of those are good enough to push against us.
14 spearmen left. Count is half what it was when we saw what felt like the kerfuffle over the keep. MarineLorD does have infinite food, yes. He does not have infinite time. 1 minute and 30 on the clock. The Nest of Bees are clearing out the archers, which means each spearman should last just a little bit longer here. And these teensy tiny choke points are the bane of mass horsemen's existence.
Beasty's down to 10 spearmen, though. He's getting crossbows rolling. He doesn't have a lot of villagers either. I don't know. MarineLorD is trying to remass the cavalry, but he doesn't have the production.
He's in on the culverins. If they go down, you might not be able to see through quick enough here. The backline of archers is also dead. This is happening. Forlorn hope is failing for MarineLorD.
The keep is gone, but still stands the Great Wall Gatehouse, 1 minute on the timer.
Forlorn hope, usually a term we give to the people right into that breach. Usually expected not to come back alive. The next wave are the ones who are meant to be the victors, who carry the flag over, who take the castle. But this mini poor man's castle, it seems to have a few gaps in the walls. Still seems to be good enough. MarineLorD down to just 10 horsemen. 20 seconds on the clock. This is surely done. He just doesn't have enough left. And despite the odds, despite the eco count, despite so many details here, Beasty is able to make it work. Chinese, once again, kings of this hill.
MarineLorD is pulling the villagers, but that should not be enough. Beasty is going to do the same thing to him that MarineLorD did in the previous game. Villagers being all getting massacred, and that is it. Beasty moves up 3-1. He wasn't able to secure the sacred site win in the previous game. This time around, he will be able to. Right? Right?
It's still a Great Wall Gatehouse. Never doubt it. Never fray. Beasty is here to stay. 3-1 lead. We head to a redraft, but MarineLorD is going to need to heat up the kitchen quick unless he wants to get outcooked.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And now things get interesting for MarineLorD. Because remember, we still have moving out there. We still have 4 lakes out there. This is exactly what Beasty benefited from when he won the first 2 games on classic maps. Some of the less conventional maps were still available for him. And now, MarineLorD is on a different kind of a timer. Now, you cannot afford to lose games anymore. You lose one more, Beasty moves on to match point. And so far, the pattern has been the same across most of the games. Beasty being the aggressor and dictating the tempo of the game. That is something that MarineLorD is going to have to deal with if he wants to turn things around in this Grand Finals.
Definitely a Grand Finals that is delivering between these two. They'll be getting ready for a redraft shortly, but just recap of this series. Beasty just opening with pure aggression, game 1, game 2. Takes the defensive line in the third. That third game, of course, eventually backfiring for him, using one of the civs that's probably lackluster most when it comes to defensive play, the Japanese. But then recovery arc with one of the true defenders on King of the Hill, showing that Beasty is capable of both delivering an aggressive style of gameplay and a defensive to beat the current reigning GOAT of Age of Empires 4. And what a way it would be to begin this year. We have to remember that last year was definitely MarineLorD's to claim. No one is going to doubt that. But a statement it would be to slay the reigning champion in the first event of the year. Insane start to this series, folks. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to get ready for just a very short moment for a break here. Just a moment for the players to basically stretch their legs and then get into the redraft. So, you know, will be a slight delay before we get to the next game, but not too long, probably like 4 or 5 minutes maximum. And totally worth it. We'll be catching that draft live as well. A draft that is going to tell a tale, because this one, when we looked at it at the start, MarineLorD, he looked phenomenal, right? Like, oh no, drafting POV. I think phenomenal, maybe the overextension, but 65% favorability, I felt like he had the better picks. But after what I've seen Beasty do with the likes of Jean and French in these opening games in the first part of this finals, make no doubt about it. This man, if he makes a pick, there's a plan in motion here. And that is a scary thought for MLord. By the way, considering that we have still had a very tight series, potentially at a minimum 2 more games, if not more, I know some of you have been worrying about ads. Remember to use those subscriptions. It's the perfect dodger ads. of EGC Masters Winters upon us. Welcome back to the Grand Finals, one and all. The Grand Finals that so far has most definitely delivered between these two. Final moments there from game number 4, putting Beasty now up and ahead by 2 games, 3-1. Only 2 more wins required to seal him victory here in the EGC Master Winters, the first major tournament of 2025. And what a statement it would be, Lidicor. A reminder, a statement that he's back, right? I think going into this year, a lot of people thought MarineLorD dominant or Puppy Paw to contend. Beasty has given everyone a jolt and a wake-up call here.
Exactly. When you look at the historical series count, it's still 19-7 when it comes to MarineLorD versus Beasty. 70 versus 44 is the overall win count in terms of games. And it has been quite some time since Beasty won a series against MarineLorD. There was only one smaller tournament back in February last year where Beasty won 4-1. If you go back in major events, the last time Beasty won against MarineLorD was April 1st, 2023 in Golden Lake 2. So really, as you said, for Beasty, this would be a statement. It would be a statement after being second place within his own group, losing out to Louis MT. It would be a statement after losing to MarineLorD in the upper bracket semifinals, 3-1. And it would be a statement just coming in and saying, wait a minute, MarineLorD has been destroying player after player across multiple tournaments. Wait a minute, he's not the champion though. I will be. So, in a way, a lot is on the line over here. But if you look at MarineLorD, I think one of the key things he's going to have to answer to is playstyles. Beasty's style, the tactics, not even necessarily the execution or the actual in-game strategies, it's the tactics. This kind of tempo-heavy gameplay, what Beasty has been playing, is not something that worked out well for MarineLorD. It's going to be interesting to see how he changes up his playstyle to match this.
Now, there's a lot of waiting minutes there, but here's the reality. We only have to wait a few minutes for the next game because redraft is complete. And wait a minute, Lidicor. I've seen that pick before, and I've seen an accompanying pick. We mentioned that Beasty could basically make this a how-to guide on playing French civs. He could potentially make this 4 out of the 5 games played, playing only as the French.
He could. And he should. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It would actually be fitting playing 4 French civilizations, or, well, 2 French, 2 Jeanne d'Arc, against the Frenchman, your arch nemesis in tournaments. And we're starting with Cliffside. This is a MarineLorD map pick. He opted to go with one of Beasty's home maps. Now, if you are a MarineLorD, I think one of the things that you need to worry about is the fact that from here on out, we're getting to the stage where moving out is still on the menu. And the more you delay it, the more significant the game that you're going to play that in will be.
And that's something tricky to keep in mind with like the draft as well, right? Like because you've now got 4 lakes moving out, you're going to see a different priority of drafting here. That's why MarineLorD, for example, his second pick was Japanese. Usually that's like a 3rd or 4th pick. Other side of it, you know, French coming through. Rus actually got through the draft. We kind of have to talk about that because this has been one of the most consistently banned civs. Apparently, Beasty got his hands on it this time.
Yeah, I was going to say that. MarineLorD took away both HRE and OOTD, something that Beasty did as well. So both players regard these 2 civilizations very highly for the remaining maps. But instead of taking away the Rus, actually, I'm looking at... Oh yeah, he was a Delhi. So MarineLorD opted to take away Beasty's Delhi instead of taking away the Rus. Makes me wonder what map he was concerned about the Delhi.
So Baldland, they're fairly good. Dry Arabia can work reliably well for them as well. Even Cliffside, like 3 of the 5 maps remaining, Delhi can make a lot of sense for. So I can kind of see the logic of it. We do seem to have a question mark on Beasty's final civ that I'd love to know for sure. Looking at the bans, is there any giveaway here? No, both banned Order Dragon, HRE. So it's not like
Abbasids.
Yeah, okay, closest flag, right? The Abbasids would have the question mark over because it would be like, why do we actually want this civ? There's other ones to pick.
well, Abbasids or English. Yeah, you're right. Just based.
English can make sense for moving out as like a variant pick. I don't know if you really want to prioritize it. I mean, you've got Malians, right? Malians is going to feel really solid. Roos, I don't think we're going to be seeing Roos on moving out unless there's some sort of Kremlin cheese on the tree line. I guess in theory that could work. It just feels weird for the boat side, right? But I think that's the interesting thing about moving out. Moving out is not your atypical water map, right? It's not just, oh, this is a great civ at spamming ships. No, it's usually defined more by that tree line.
Well, we have 3 minutes left to go until game number 5, and this is a big one for MarineLorD. I think we talked about this before the series. Oftentimes, the series between these two players are sweeps. If Beasty takes a 4-1 lead here, this could easily end up being a 5-1 series. I think MarineLorD really needs a win here to keep this tightly contested and maybe start leveraging the fact that this is not the first series Beasty plays today. The benefit of MarineLorD coming from the winner's bracket is that he witnessed as Beasty had to play a series against Anatan to start the day with.
Yeah, it's something interesting about that, right? Because I mentioned there is the revealing strategies, but there's also the being warmed up. Like, not to say Beasty didn't earn those first 2 wins, but some people would have a fair point saying, was MarineLorD warmed up, right? Was he prepped for this like level in the first 2 games? Now was more of an opportunity for him to prove that with him going against French again. Now, it's admittedly not going to be the Mali and French matchup, but it has so far in this series been the case that when Beasty has got French Knights in his hands, he's looked unstoppable, right? So this would be kind of the true testament, the moment to really make that statement play. Delhi versus French is an interesting matchup. I always feel like this has been kind of a tight one when we had the Tower of Victory build. Dome of Faith, I'm not sure how that's really muddied things up, because I feel like we see these civs on different maps quite a bit at the moment. But, you know, when I think of French Delhi at the moment, all I feel is a flashback to the Red Bull Wall finals, right? Where MarineLorD versus Poppypool, that was probably the tightest game between the two when they played on regions. It shows you that both sides can be threatening as they scale here. On a map like Cliffside, with that shorter distance to aggro and the walling potential, it's maybe an argument that Delhi have an easier time securing sacred sites and controlling the map.
Yeah, we've seen a similar matchup like this before. Gorge was Delhi versus Jeanne d'Arc after all, and their Beasty was able to win off the back of the Knights. Now, one thing that's a little different here is that you're not going to have that melee Jeanne to get rid of initial Spearmen or to provide that massive healing buff in combat. And that's going to be one thing to look out for here. Beasty has been leveraging Knights again and again and try to time this Castle Age timing such that he can get raw bloodlines before he takes a fight. And kind of to bridge that gap between Feudal and Castle, he was using the mobility of the Knights. MarineLorD fell victim to that not once, but about 3 times so far. And I think this is going to be the big question going into this game. Will MarineLorD adapt his playstyle to match this kind of a rushed French Castle Age that that Beasty has been doing in the previous games?
It's a different approach though, right? Like, so on the one side, French will scale economy quicker than Jean because they get more villages. But the trade-off is you don't have that scary Jean that you're worried about feeding XP to. So MarineLorD should feel more unshackled, more unburdened, maybe more aggressive. It's time to find out, though. We head into Cliffside after a redraft. Beasty, with a healthy lead, looks to make it every game won by the French so far. He won with the French. He won with Jean. He could do it again after the redraft. Let's see if MarineLorD has an answer with the Delhi.
Cliffside, it's one of those maps. We talked about this in the Beasty versus Anatan series. It looks like a slower paced map because of the cliff spawns in the middle. You would think that it's easy to get yourself walled off whatsoever. But in the end, the beginning of the game is actually very fast-paced, and you're going to see a lot of flanking and aggression from the cavalry. If you're MarineLorD, it's all going to come down to how you can contain Beasty's cavalry aggression, and whether you let him dictate the tempo of the game. The only game that MarineLorD won was on Lakeside, where Beasty wasn't able to just stretch the field and hit the eco from multiple angles.
That's the thing, right? It relied on MarineLorD basically being able to hunker down, play defensive, play that late phase. Bit of a different matchup here. You're expected to at least be present to get the sacred sites. To a certain degree, yes, you're going to feel pressured to hunker down by French, but you also have to be present. Especially on a map like Cliffside, where Pro Scouts is very, very powerful. Especially with the wide spawns that we're already seeing on the flanks. Sheep haul is going to be fairly even. A lot better than the last Delhi game for MarineLorD, if you remember. That was a pretty insane haul advantage that Beasty had over a civ that doesn't have to come home with the scout.
Yeah, so far in this series, Beasty had the sheep advantage. across all games. This time around, it's going to be a lot more balanced out, and that's a good start for MarineLorD. Remember, if you're playing French, you do want to have as much food as possible because you're just going to be so food heavy. Especially if Beasty once again tries to go for this Knights into semi-fast castle build, you are going to commit a lot of food to Knights, and then you still need to pile up the food to get to Castle Age early so you can get your timing or Royal Bloodlines.
And I was just thinking about the sheep bar we have right now. It's gonna be a nuisance to say next time we need to update it to be a sheepometer, you know, like a circular one with like it's basically kind of like the thermostat readers going left or right. If the sheep hall gets too heavy on one side, it just explodes.
Yeah, I gotta say I love the name sheepometer. Like that's a good one.
that actually sounds like what you're gonna use to find the sheep, doesn't it? All right. Yeah, there's definitely some
that might be the sheepomatic.
No, that sounds like someone's going to spawn sheep from. That's a pasture. Pastures are now sheepomatics. Thank you for that. So,
Though of Faith, no surprise on that front. I love the placement of this landmark, just as a little side note. It kind of creates a funnel point for Knights from the north. And this is something to pay attention to. Once you get to like a saturated gold mine, you have 6, 7, 8 villagers out there mid-game. 3-4 Knights jumping on it almost guarantees 3-4 enemy kills. When you have funnel points like that, it's a lot more difficult to do a lot of damage quickly with the Knights.
Yeah, and you know, the cool thing here is like on this map, that short ramp is key, right? If you actually manage to wall that up, infantry comp becomes less punishable to have to play into because French just have to rotate so wide. Admittedly, they kind of want to be right so you can get the deer. But overall, like something that kind of people clocked on too quickly is like, while Cliffside may at first seem like a defensive map, it's hard-earned defense. The opening offense is usually what dictates the game more than anything. And I think that's important to emphasize. Like we've seen MarineLorD, how playing too defensive can backfire for him, right? Like I'm expecting to see a revitalized MarineLorD after that first set of drafts in which he tries to set the pace here.
Yeah, having a little break in the middle of the series definitely helps MarineLorD just rethink the tactical approach here. Because I'm not even saying that he was overly defensive like you do. I think it's more along the lines of he jumped the gun so many times. Beasty shows him a couple of Knights and he was chasing over and over again. And there were windows where if he just starts marching into the enemy base with most of his army, he could have won the game right there. So I feel like in a way, it's more about the fact that he should not let himself get fooled around and not respond disproportionately to aggression.
Well, name of the game is Pro Scouts, so first point of aggression is going to be who can aggressively take more deer. Likely, Beast is going to be shifting to the east side to take deer away from his opponent. In fact, no, he's going to play more defensive, so he takes the safe deer first. The Knight is already rotating, though. MarineLorD, he's going to get that cheap little wall up. I like that. Just kind of gives you that extra layer of protection. And all of a sudden, you've got a full 4 tree line that is blocking any raids.
I would love to see another wall between that little patch of trees and the large forest he has. You're not going to get fully walled on this map. It's just going to be way too expensive. But if you can limit the angles from which the Knights can approach, or if you can limit their rotations, it slows down the enemy aggression with the Knights so much more.
Yeah, and we might see that once he goes to Ghazi. Walking a villager out is a bit too expensive and risky. First scout is going to look to intercept what Beasty's doing on the other side. Wondering who's going to blink first here, right? Like, usually you expect MarineLorD to start adding in spears first before Beasty has to switch into archers. We do, however, I think we just saw an archer range drop, so Beasty is going to blink first.
Yeah, now Ghazi Raiders do have the mobility to catch these Knights, and so far, remember, Beasty doesn't have a gigantic sheep lead this time around, so he is going to have to consistently ferry in carcasses. And it looks like MarineLorD is doing a really good job just containing him so far. Both of those deer packs are pretty close to one another, so it's difficult for Beasty to sneak out and get some carcasses in unnoticed.
Plus coming up as well, so understandable. You want to try to posture aggressively, not worry about home here. You know your opponent's going to keep scaling Ghazi. It's literally their best unit. But the way this matchup went last time, I believe we saw Delhi just go for the 1-1-1 type strat. In that particular game, Beasty was pretty much just raw sending Knights with small archers behind, right? This time it's a little bit more archer dense, but that makes sense. Compared to Gorge, Cliffside is a little bit more funneled, so range units tend to feel a bit better than just mass meleeing.
free text for Delhi will start coming online very soon, and this is where things get a little dicier for the French. Once these free texts come in, you suddenly have an eco boost, and you also have a combat boost once the blacksmith upgrades come in. No blacksmith opening from MarineLorD, by the way, so he prioritized production. Blacksmith upgrades haven't yet been started.
And one interesting thing to think about that is, like, while you get the text for free as Delhi, French get more villages over time, right?
True.
Plus, they get cheaper eco text. So the discrepancy isn't as big as you'd think. Like, it's definitely an edge for Delhi, but it's a windowed advantage, right? It doesn't last as long as you'd think, right? You get, like, what, 12, 13, 14 minutes in the game, you're like, well, I've got all these texts, but there's nothing else to do now. So unless I get Castle Age, I just kind of feel that these scholars become dead weight. That's why we usually see that infamous 10 to 12 scholars coming to the fight to provide healing, because it's the only thing left for them to do.
I love MarineLorD using the Spearman to wall off that middle area.
Yep.
It's actually going to wall in one of the sacred sites, making his life a little easier, protecting some of them. Remember in the Gorge game, where he played Delhi as the Knight falls from Beasty. In the Gorge game, Beasty did a really good job decapping the sacred sites. MarineLorD wasn't able to maintain a lot of sacred sites with the Delhi, and that's something that he needs to fix. One good way to do that is to wall in that middle sacred site. Not a big commitment in terms of wood, but it's going to help you quite a bit.
It lets you not get punished by the opening of archers as well, right?
Yes.
Like there's a window where BC could just try to aggro down the center. It just doesn't exist now. But MarineLorD, a bit of idle time there. Got workers and just not gathering.
Quite some
food.
idle time.
And that Scholar's the dead one, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Great timing by Beasty. Now, MarineLorD can stand here, and that's just going to pause the timing. So she'd be able to eventually just get a new Scholar out, as long as he stays on the site. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Beasty
He's going heavily into archers here.
I think it's a fake out. So he looks like he's going heavily into archers, and then he's just switching back into knights, right? Because what he really wants is that gradual castle timing into Royal Institute play. It's just kind of the bread and butter of French right now after Pro Scouts.
For now, MarineLorD is the one running circles around Beasty's base, and that's definitely a change-up compared to what we've seen before. And this allows MarineLorD to capture most of the sacred sites here. He is going to have the one to the north, he's capping the one to the south. Knight is looking for villagers to kill, though Beasty hasn't found any just yet. 0 to 0 is the villager kill count.
Which is, good for Beasty, right? Like, he's still building a lead. I mean, it's quite good for MarineLorD. The reality is, like, you're expected to lose a villager here or there against Knights, not the other way around. And I don't think he went textiles. No, at this point in the game, it should be no textiles. Or we're about to find out is if you see an extra villager leave. It's quite ballsy, actually. So, wait, yeah, for Delhi, I think he didn't go textiles, which is, once again, very ballsy.
Okay, he did.
Knights. Okay, he did. There
He did.
Yeah. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, maths, because he just picked up an extra villager. So there you go.
That's another dead Knight from Beasty.
It is, but once again, the Eco League kind of offsets some of it. The problem is here, because MarineLorD has double Sacred Site, he's ahead. If you do the maths on it, it's like 3 villages worth of gathering. So you have to add an extra 6 Eco to his count. So Beasty needs to find a way of starting to decap these soon.
It's going to take a lot of time to torch through those walls with only 3 Knights, and this is actually limiting Beasty's abilities here a little. MarineLorD is saying, listen, you're going heavy into archers. I'm just going to build walls, and you will have to take your time getting through these. Concern for MarineLorD is that he doesn't have anything against Knights and archers. Most of his army is spears. He's got a couple of Ghazi Raiders, but most of his spears are actually to the north, and this could be an opportunity for Beasty to maybe hit the wood line even.
It is a wide wrap to get past that tree line. And
yeah. He could get line of sight with the scout and fire from the back of the wood line, though.
Possibly. MarineLorD is pivoting, though. Good read. Although also a vulnerable spot if you stay there gathering a little bit too long. But Ghazi are on the way home. It's finding necessary time. Beasty is on a collision course here. Feels the quality of his army is better. Yeah. Stilled Arrow is coming through from MarineLorD. He's going into archers himself now. Beasty will have a mirrored timing into Undermesh, though.
Beasty is venturing into an area where he cannot retreat from. If he ends up fighting here and losing in it, he's not going to be able to save his archers.
It's true. He'll have to bail on them. There's a point where, like, if you have enough knights, you can shrug and then go Royal Institute, but On a map like Cliffside, the distance is so short. Like, you will get punished for it. So very dangerous what Beasty's doing right now. Maybe he was worried about a tech play, like just checking the backside on the gold there. I think he really wants
Melee upgrades
though.
aren't there for MarineLorD, though. He's actually going Siege Engineering prior to getting the melee upgrades.
Interesting choice. I mean, they should be queued up immediately afterwards. We do have... Is that Scout shuffling at the back? Yes, just keep it on the berries. This would be a pristine time to just peel 1 or 2 knights to raid the back line berries. I know MarineLorD's got...
There's a second batch
there.
of knights coming in. This group has about 8 or 9 knights, and Beasty has 14 in total. He has a flank coming in from the left side.
See if you can time this right. MarineLorD risking overextension here. The boar is involved in the party as well. Knights are going to go for the initial club, but they haven't got the recharge. They've got that buff damage. Spearmen are getting body blocked out by the Ghazi. Beasty just trying to micro out and take out as many spears before committing to the full engagement. But here it is. Knights have to stand their ground. The Ghazi got a little bit too close. Spear count isn't looking that great right now. The archer count is still healthy. The Ghazi are gone. And MarineLorD has overextended.
Yeah, the same goes for MarineLorD that went for Beasty. He has a slow-moving army. He can detach the cavalry and run, but he cannot save the archers or the spearmen if he ends up losing a battle. And that's exactly what happened.
Well. Like, he literally has no Ghazi left. That was the whole battalion there. 2 just produced. This is a dominant moment, right? Now Beasty, he can look to decap sacred sites. He has good control on the map. He still has 12 knights left alive, Lidicor. Options are on the table, either a feudal all-in or a greedy castle push.
Oh, and that's an overchop. I think the knights might be able to pass.
It might just be one tree blocking them, one fell tree. I know it's unrealistic, blah, 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 but we had to do it. People were doing cheap tricks to get around walls a long time ago.
Oh man, this is looking grim now for MarineLorD. A lot of these knights are badly beaten up though. Beasty would love to spend some time healing these back up with Chivalry, and that's a lot of pokey sticks waiting for him. Beasty needs to be careful here.
Get the recharge.
This might be a bit of an overextension.
Oof. I mean, I think you just commit for the initial clash of damage there, but like I said, the health bars are low. MarineLorD on point. We saw this in the previous running between the two, where with the Donzos, he was just so good at targeting down each injured knight. Same here, but still a healthy count remaining alive. Yes, the archers got mopped up. There's now 16 knights, and Beasty is starting to stockpile food.
Yeah, it's not like Beasty lost all his archers. He lost the group, and it was suboptimal. But most importantly, he cannot afford to lose the knights.
These ones are
and
fresh.
At the same time, he thinned out the spearman count.
Goes in from both sides here. Archers just march down the center and go for the trade out. Spearman count down to just about 5 involved in the fight. It's a lot of knights being sacrificed here, but might be worth it if you can clean up the battalion of archers. Instead, though, the spearmen are still alive, and Beasty, an overextension in return.
Oh, man. MarineLorD did a really good job just focusing the archers, and Beasty couldn't kill the spearmen in time. He still has 10 knights, and he's been pressuring the lumberjacks. He's probably thinking Castle Age as well, but I feel like his position would have been so much better had he not committed to that one fight.
Yeah. Like you're
his
halfway
knight count looked impressive. Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, the thing is, this is the stage in the game where rejuvenation makes the most sense, right? Like, the healing is most effective via Chivalry on feudal knights. When you tech them up and you give them royal bloodlines, etc., it takes so much longer to restock to 100% health. Like, this is the time to maybe calm himself a bit, but Beasty seemed to sense an opportunity to win the game there. MarineLorD just the outplay, sniping his archers so quickly, keeps him alive here, and we do have now an extension out of the berries. That did just get scouted. However, the scout has been snooped on as well, so MarineLorD will be aware of the vulnerability.
A lot of villagers on the wood line, though, and this is something that Beasty has been playing around with. So far, he wasn't able to hit the lumberjacks. Now he can. He's taking out the scouts as well, depriving vision, potentially. And MarineLorD only has 10 spearmen.
Yep.
Beasty remasked his knights. MarineLorD didn't remask his spearmen.
A little bit questionable. MarineLorD, I'll question where the resources are going. It's starting to look like he wants to go Castle Age. Dangerous.
It's going archers. MarineLorD is so heavy on archers.
It's not just that. He was holding a lot of food. It's like we have got it being recommitted. Beasty is just fully soul, body, mind committed to this age. I mean, we do at least have the one sacred site from MarineLorD this whole time. But we talked about it before. The French TC works quicker. A longer feudal should not feel good for Delhi because we've already reached the peak point where they've got all their techs for free. There's nothing of value left for this scholar play anymore.
And keep in mind, a lot of the villagers from MarineLorD were idled. Those lumberjacks had to keep running back and forth just to save themselves. Looks like MarineLorD might be thinking castle here, but Beasty is going to engage before that. Spearman's slow to arrive, and it's not a lot of them either.
He needs to target them down, though, because they've done a lot of damage in the tail end of the fight last time. Archers have been most of it. Archer blob at the back is still big, but the Spearmen, not many to remain competitive here. So Beasty, with 18 knights in total on the field and about 12 of them in this fight, will scare MarineLorD away, but doesn't feel confident about going deeper here.
Yeah, he knows that if he loses the knights to the spearmen, he could throw the game. As long as the knights are alive and he can heal them back up, it's a good setup for him.
I think it's time.
He thinned out the spearman count as well. It's going to take time for MarineLorD to build that back up.
It looks like it might be time. I think Beasty's probably content with the amount of damage he done there to force a reinvestment. Okay, scrap that. No, he keeps flirting with the idea of castle and then reinvesting. Nice attempt at a rotation. I like that he's at least trying to get active, these small groups. Small knight count losses can add up quickly, though. Good
He's pulling the archers because he wants to hit the wood line with the other group. He is distracting the whole group of archers, and he had the knights from the south. Looks like he's going to think twice about that.
I think this is the hardest point in the game to do eco damage, though. Like, look at what MarineLorD's done with his economy. Everything is on that one spot at the back of the base. He's got berries, he's got the trees. Like, if you want to make this play, you have to basically idle the feudal age play for like another 2 minutes. I prefer this, though. We've got castle now being macroed for, and Pumbaa being claimed.
I love the castle play here. You got 20 knights. If you get royal bloodlines, MarineLorD has no options. Remember, Beasty had all the map control in the world, and that's something he's leveraging. He's going to have the boar. He picked up all the resources from across the map. MarineLorD doesn't have a good second layer of food sources behind this. He's just on berries, and that's it. And now the Royal Institute is coming in. MarineLorD is not in a position to punish this. In fact... Okay. I don't want to talk about that.
Like, who wants to build a scout political? Ain't nobody got time. Okay, he's actually building a scout. We're going to eat this. We left one alive. They're like, why did you leave one alive? So they reproduce so we can eat more of them. You do know how... When a mummy deer and a daddy deer... Don't question it. So we are going to eat the food now. Royal Institute's coming in. It's going to be 20 knights. Royal Bloodlines has already been macroed for, right? He's got the gold in reserve, so... Should be the priority because veterancy comes in a lot quicker.
And MarineLorD spots this. He cannot really do much about it. MarineLorD is so heavy on archers. And this is not a Tower of Victory archers. These are just ordinary feudal age archers. And only 10 spearmen supporting them against 20+ knights.
You've got a minute and 10 seconds to fix that problem. I don't think that's going to be long enough, though. He could maybe get out 20 spears in that time? But then your opponent's royal bloodlines, you kind of wish you were castle. This is grim.
It is. It certainly feels that way. And once veterancy comes in for these archers for Beasty, once the blacksmith upgrades start coming in, the numerical advantage of MarineLorD's archers will simply not matter.
On the upside, it's like choke point fights, right? But you keep seeing MarineLorD's defending in an open field where the knights can surround. Veterancies are coming through. Royal Bloodlines just 35 seconds out. It's optimizing to have the vets and the Royal Bloodlines in within about 15 seconds each other. The timing for this attack would be perfect.
Yeah. This is so clean of a timing. Veterancy coming in, Royal Bloodlines, range defense as well. And Beasty knows fully well that MarineLorD is back at home. He's looking for the lumberjacks on the far right. The original tree line has been denied by archers. He knows that MarineLorD has a lot of stuff on the right side, including farms.
Ranged Armor 2's coming in as well. That's another big problem here. MarineLorD, being this many archers is going to feel like a regrettable moment at this pacing. He's starting to stockpile for the castle play. It's just so difficult, right? Like, pretty much he's moving his entire economy to a corner at this stage. And that can either be a safety net or a kill zone.
Yeah. And he's on farms. He's on farms with the deli, never optimal. If he cannot hold his ground here, his farming eco is going to be completely wrecked. And now Beasty's ready to roll. Full upgrades coming in. I just don't think 20 spearmen are enough.
Here we go. Knights march in. The spearmen have to come to defend, but it's vet. Not an easy fight to take. MarineLorD considers Royal Bloodlines as well. That's simply not going to be enough spears. Gonna swipe over him here. The last stand of MLord in game number 5, and it means that Beasty is on the verge of winning here. One more game, and the crown will be his.
Wow. And if Beasty wins this, it's going to be the story of the French, and it's going to be the story of the Knights. He has been dominating MarineLorD with French Knights the entire day. Except for the one King of the Hill game, every single win Beasty had was either with the French or Jeanne d'Arc, and it's always the same recipe. Build up the Knights, be active with them, dictate the tempo of the game, and when MarineLorD is on the back foot, you age up, you get royal bloodlines, and it's just so difficult for MarineLorD to deal with.
It's ridiculous what we're seeing here, right? Like, the man who kind of made a name for himself, I think off of his French micro, most people would agree, it was the signature from MarineLorD, has now been used against him twice for a win. The variant Civ used against him once. And by the way, folks, the variant Civ can still be used again. Remember, Beasty still has a Jean pick drafted. He could make this 4 out of 5 wins in this grand finals, basically playing the same Civ. Insanity as well, Lidical, considering that most people don't really have French as an S tier Civ or anywhere close, right? Maybe B/A tier for a few people, but if you ask people to list the OP Civs, they're thinking Chinese, Juji, HRE, and Rus.
Wow.
Del in there as well, maybe. Maybe.
Just wow.
No, it's just AoE, mate. And it is flourishing today.
It certainly is. It's been a spectacular day of Age of Empires, and, you know, frankly, if Beasty ends up winning this whole tournament, it's going to be one of his biggest accomplishments. Things really looked grim for him in this tournament when you looked at the group stage, and he was swept in the upper bracket semifinals by MarineLorD, and now he's coming in, totally changed up his playstyle, and we talked about this in some of the previous games. It almost feels like the colors are flipped. It almost feels like Beasty's playing MarineLorD style and MarineLorD is playing Beasty's style.
It's crazy. And it's paying off, right? It's interesting because they say at the highest level, like, defending is more advantageous, right? So is that true, or are we being lied to by some of the top pros? Is there an argument to be made that because the meta is young and the Pro Scouts days, still a lot of things being discovered by even the top players? We interviewed MarineLorD and he said he thought everyone was making a lot of mistakes in the tournament. Himself, definitely not an exception there. Is attacking just the favorable way because there's so many underexplored elements about the current meta? It's starting to feel like it.
And we are heading to Baldland. This time around, we're not going to have a French variant. I know it's like, wait a minute. If it's not French, then what is it? And I think it's Beasty going in with the Malians, right?
I believe so. This is interesting, actually, because Byzantines ain't actually a bad pick against Okay, yeah, so he's... Wait, is that...
Oh, wow.
Have we got... Okay,
no,
yeah, sorry.
Sorry,
yeah, we are good. That's because I was looking for the fix. So BC, the random pick before was English, but this matchup, Lidical, Byzantines is actually not too bad because Flamethrowers kind of OP against Mud Huts.
Fair point. I just want to say one thing. We have 40 seconds left to go. Back when Malians came out, Beasty became the Malian Chad. He was truly the Malian whisperer. It's one of his best civilizations. He's up 4-1 against MarineLorD. And remember, these series were so frequently momentum-based between these two. He's got all that he needs to finish it right here and crown himself champion of EGC Masters Winter. If he fails to do it on Baldland, he still has 4 lakes moving out in Dry Arabia. MarineLorD, the window is closing so quick. He needs to make something happen here on Baldland.
Yeah, with 2 of those 3 maps sometimes getting memeful, he's going to have to rename himself MemeLord if he wants to try and make a recovery. Let's see if he can even get that deep. We head into Baldland for game number 6. A win here for Beasty would allow him to thrust that trophy, the first S-tier tournament of 2025. MarineLorD would be ousted. He would not be the unstoppable chimp that we saw in 24. Let's see if his last stand will be successful. Byzantines in the hands of MarineLorD. The Beasty. We've seen Malians many times on Baldland. It almost feels like an iconic Civ for this map.
Let me just tell you this. I think if we get to mid-castle age and Beasty has a lot of cattle to work with, it's going to be an awfully difficult matchup for MarineLorD. Across this series so far, Beasty has been leveraging mobility to his advantage. And once you get to mid-castle age with the Malians, if you have a lot of cattle, it's going to be a sofa play, a wide open map. I cannot envision Beasty not going for mass sofas and just raiding the hell out of MarineLorD space.
I mean, well, the interesting thing is whether we even get that deep in the games. Like, something to keep in mind is, like, Byzantines have a pretty nice timing to kind of, like, just aggro you off of Kyrosiphon play when you have a Ford Gold, which, hey, jazz hands. Beastie has got a Ford Gold here. There's a lot of value on there. And yeah, the reason why it's so effective is one Kyrosiphon is always going to feel better than one Ram, maybe even two Rams because of how easy it is to target onto targets. Where it gets very interesting, though, is if you have a look at the Malians' pit mine setup, there's so much clumped buildings there that if you find the right spot, you can basically burn 2, 3. I think once I've seen 4 buildings all at once, and those huts aren't tanky. So we'll see if MLord wants to try and take that route. The alternative is we do nothing or we do pro scouts. And Byzantines usually choose nothing out of those 2 options.
It's actually crazy to think about this, but when it comes to the Malians, one of the problems that you face when you go up against them is that if you don't do much, they're just going to be happy sitting back, building cattle, going for pit mines. And then you look at this whole series, and you realize that across the 5 games that we've witnessed, in almost every single instance, Beastie was the aggressor. So, in a way, Beastie's Malian pick is also like a kind of, okay, you come at me. If you don't, I'll just sit back and boom. Because really, MarineLorD hasn't been super aggressive across this series. At least, maybe he tried, but it was always Beastie being the aggressor, he felt.
Yeah, and this time around, we're expecting him to be the defender. We have got Manticore coming in. MarineLorD, you might be wondering, why did not go for this Limitane rush? Dark Age opening, look at the Ford Spawn in gold. It's just too pricey for Byzantines, right? They pay 90 resources per. And also, at this stage in the game, food is the limited resource. You have like 4k gold next to your base. You have trees everywhere. Limitane burns through food too fast. So, on top of that, getting mercs feels too good. Getting them sooner is always a lot more impactful, considering that I think one of the most crazy things about Byzantines is those mercenary contracts provide them with premium units, some of the best range units you can have in the game in Feudal Age.
Grand Winery on the way here. I'm just trying to think what MarineLorD could change up for this map in particular, because I kind of said this after the redraft. You got to change something up if you want to beat Beastie here. And now Beastie's on match point, so now you have 0 margin of error, really, if you're MarineLorD. How are you even going to approach this game?
Both these players, historically, I think, handled the pressure quite well, right? As long as you don't get in your own head, you don't let the tilt get to you. So I'd be surprised if it's the full psychological game. I mean, there is potentially a world in which you're a little bit frustrated, a little bit flustered by this. I think we saw the effect of that maybe early in the tournament. I feel like that happened a little bit in the Anno Papipo series, where you kind of have this idea of how the meta's meant to be, and then you're wrong, right? Or your ideas just don't quite work in the individual games. It can kind of compound. So, like, the biggest challenge when you're at this level is not being arrogant, but having a unrivaled level of confidence that your way is correct. Or if it's not, you have the solution. Question mark is what the solution is going to be here. You usually don't go javelins. Typically, when you're playing against the Civ that builds the primary unit, it feels really bad to build that unit as Byzantines, right? Because you get outscaled. So, we have... Wait, is this 2TC? He's taking 2TC. Okay, I kind of like this. Like, it's the classic against Malians.
Oh, wow.
It's different in the Pro Scouts meta, though, because the timing isn't Fulani counter. The timing is Farimba counter. And I'm not so sure that 2TC is the golden solution to that.
All right, I got a really good trivia here for you as we're waiting for, blood to spill and whatnot. The last time that these 2 players played and the series actually went to a final decider game was Golden League 2. Mm-hmm. How many times did Beastie play Malians in that set?
Wasn't it? That was a best of 7, right?
Yes, it was a best of 7.
6 out of 7 times, right?
It was 7 out of 7.
7 wasn't. Yeah.
It was a 4-3 win for Beastie back then, and it was a 7 out of 7 Malian series. Just a little extra here to the Malian pick.
The one I was getting mixed up with was Viper in the Golden. It was Golden League, right? Where he played English every single game. It was in the non-meta pick round, I think it was. There's English in every game bar one to win the round. So yeah, we've had some of those type of cases before with these a little bit more wacky or less conventional drafting styles. Definitely get some intriguing results, but I mean, different year, right? Is the Malian King back? I mean, we're definitely getting the Warrior Scout openings we're familiar with there, but not for the same reason. It used to be you done them because you could just out-micro everyone. On this map, it's about the fact that there's 34 deer up for grabs.
And MarineLorD isn't contesting any of them. I like the 2TC build from him. It's going to secure that gold mine, but at the same time, it looks like he's just conceding all the food to Beasty, and I wonder if Beasty is just going to rush Castle here. Maybe even go for a Farimba play.
Oh yeah, like Farimba is pretty sick. You could even think about Freeborn if the armies are small. It's actually not the worst of ideas per se. Not sure if you want to do it in this matchup versus just going for what Javelin is if your opponent tries to defend with Javelins. We do have the archery range being added in. It's weird with Freeborn because like they're not good killers, but I've seen how they work on this map, and it is just idle galore, right? Like Freeborn are ridiculously tanky, 175 HP for a Castle Age unit, with a lot of ranged armor. It's like, while they don't kill the units because they have 9 health, they don't die either. So it's definitely an option. It's always an option when you've got the Pro Scouts play.
And when you look at the Byzantines, it's not those classic fast build-up civilizations. Byzantines take their time building their army. So if you're looking at timing pushes like this, that could be a great way to do a lot of early damage to the Byzantines. But once Beasty is done ferrying in the carcasses, he can just use those warrior scouts to do some harassment. And it looks like MarineLorD, for now, is just going for the classic longbow plus, I guess, Limitani build. That's going to be a little troublesome when you look at, per se, javelin throwers on the other side.
You have to do this. Like, you can't go javelins into javelins. You'll just lose the count, right?
Oh, yeah. I didn't say that you should. I'm just thinking about this composition for MarineLorD, and it's like, okay, Beasty can respond to this with a single unit.
Interesting. So, we do have the javelin switch coming in. This is appropriate, right? After you've seen the longbow. I mean, MarineLorD, like, I'm not seeing the forest through the tree right now, right? Like, he is building an eco lead, but these initial fights should become very difficult to win at the opening, right? Because if you're too reliant on longbows, you can't scale them quickly. This is an awkward beginning to the fight as well, just basically walking into a sofa. We do, however, have the Limitani responding in time. So sofa is going to go down. I'd say that was actually a decent trade from MarineLorD, but he's losing the valuable unit. Longbows is the thing that he cannot full scale.
And Javelin is coming in for Beasty for the time being. Looks like MarineLorD will try to pressure this large gold vein here. So, quite a decent source of gold for Beasty. Remember, it's not just the fact that it's a large gold vein, it's the fact that you can fit more houses around it.
Must generate a nice, prettier penny from those pit mines. So, Beasty is just going to chill pill for a moment. He wants to get a few more javelins in before he contests. MarineLorD has to be paranoid right now, right? He doesn't have that much vision. Yes, the scout is here, but looming on the edge, we know the range of javelins means they can easily just reach in and snipe you. And also, he doesn't have undermesh, right? So, Jav's not as hard counted by Limitane yet.
Yeah. I think the concern here for MarineLorD is that when you go back to the early days of Malians, when Malians were released, the 2TC play was the meta with basically all civilizations. And the Malians just shrugged it off because the return of investment in the cattle, in the pit mines, is more immediate than the second TC play. And I'm feeling a repeat of this right now. MarineLorD is going to be 2TCs, he's going to have the worker advantage, but Malians don't care about that. Really, Malians don't care about anything as long as you don't harass them early on.
I think MarineLorD's did the right thing here. Like, Beastie is basically prepping for an eventual Javelineer play, most likely. And the counter to that, like, it's actually kind of dead. The most simple counter to mass Javelins is mass Spears. And it's even better because it's Limitane, right? So you're also reducing the damage more heavily. It sounds silly, but it's just super effective because they hate melee units. They don't contest that well. And if you're using your archery ranges to scale Javelins, you're not building the counter, which would be archers. So It's a good solid plan by MarineLorD. He was, of course, going to get Lombos alongside that. And the reason that's important is he can outrange those javelins. So, well, yes, you'd say Lombos lose jabs. That's when javelins can run at you. If you run at him, you're going to be running into a full line of spears. It's going to start to skirmish forward. I mean, you do need to start stripping some worker kills. The 2TC approach is starting to pay off. And there's no doubt in my mind right now, like, if Beasty does transition, this is Javelin is. You can see by the lack of cows. But hold up. Yeah. Maybe not.
MarineLorD does have a really good economy now, however, and that's something that we need to keep an eye out on. Golden Horn Tower on the way. Looks... that's one Rax, and that's basically it. And Beasty is going to spot the landmark. He does have a Warrior Scout right here. He gets a pick as well with the Sofa. But crucially, he gets the information about the H-Up, and it might be the first time in this series that MarineLorD has a faster H-Up than Beasty does.
It definitely is. I mean, Beasty in kind of a precarious situation here because he's going Fulani. That requires extra time. Like, it's basically playing into the hand of this 2TC play. Javelins are going to be moving in. We have got Siege Engineering being prepped, so Beasty's going to look to do some immediate damage here by ramming through. I just don't think it's going to be quick enough. I mean, you already see the first of the Varangian being queued up by MarineLorD.
Yeah, I don't think you can actually fight off Varangians with this. For Beasty, it might just be once again this distraction-style game where he's trying to buy time for that H-Up by just running circles around the enemy. And well, one advantage that he has is that he still has a lot of Javelin throwers, gets a couple of villager picks. He's just trying to trade as much as possible, buy time to H-Up. And I think he's actually doing a really good job with that.
It's tricky as well, because the Lombos are vetted, right? So they actually trade okay into these feudal Javelins. BC still has to reinvest, though, and that's kind of slowing him down. Like, you see the potential for a tech up. I see a guy who's basically stuck in feudal. He has one cow, right? And he's adding in Musafadi. It's a bit of a rough position. We even have Canifrax now from MarineLorD, so raid potential in the coming minutes.
Yeah, I wonder... Now, this is a good find here. MarineLorD reacts quickly, but he does lose one villager and has a second one damaged heavily here. I think now Beasty's going Castle, though, just piling up the resources. And MarineLorD is still not moving out of his base. That has been the biggest problem, I feel. Across this series, when there was a window, he didn't necessarily leverage that immediately, and Beasty was allowed to recover from these weaker positions.
It's so scary with like Lombo play, though, right? You never know if you're solid. And by the way, this is a switch. I think Beasty was originally planning Fulani. It's going to be Farimba. Yeah. This is going to be Javelineers. That's crazy.
The crazy thing is that he's behind by so many minutes in Castle Age timing, yet he's not getting punished for it, right? He once again got away with a very delayed H-Up compared to his opponent.
But also, this comp from MarineLorD doesn't punish Javelineers. Like, this is the problem. MarineLorD, if he's scaling mass Cataphracts, yes, but if he keeps sticking Varangian and Longbows, Javelineers don't just get poison damage. They get movement speed as well, right? They get as fast as H3 archers, which is crazy. It allows you to raid, kill villagers more easily, allows you to kite Varangian infinitely. So kind of a tricky position here. And remember, because BC's the only one going pro scouts, there's plenty of food to keep vomiting out additional troops here. Meanwhile, MarineLorD, he's running out of resources in that corner. Like, this is the negative of playing 2TC. To your point of him not coming out on the map, it also means he has nowhere easy to send his villages.
Beast has a lot of scouts in that army, by the way, so he kept track of MarineLorD's army for a while, and the moment he saw them moving up, he pulled his own back. I think MarineLorD might be sensing that an H-Up is imminent. Lovely use of that one sofa that Beasty has, just to run around and try to snipe monks as they are looking for the relics.
He even gets the kill before Flop and dead. The ram play is definitely the questionable element. Beast's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just leave these. I'll be back soon. Javelin is coming.
I think he's buying time. I genuinely think he's conceding the rams, so MarineLorD is taking his time destroying them, and Beasty gets time to get the upgrades he needs.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting Katas. It doesn't feel like it, right? Like, he's scaling Musafadi, scaling Javelins to deal with Varangian. So maybe caught him off guard a little bit. Didn't want to hang around to even risk it for the biscuit. But we do have all those upgrades coming in. Beasty could think about playing for relics as well. He noticed that MarineLorD was going for it. And would at least offset some of this.
Oh, speaking of which, villagers getting picked here. Remember, MarineLorD's army is fairly slow. If he takes a bad fight here, there is just no escape, and Beasty knows that.
MarineLorD is 22 Lombos. We've got Landsknechter getting added in. The Teardrop Shields is on the way. But not many Limitane to leverage that gap close. And I don't think it's that like valuable, actually, for the Rangian. Due to this movement speed now. Like, you won't be able to get on top of them here. Beasty.
It's a lot of armor.
Round, though. Cataphracts, they get the dive to the backside. That's going to body block the retreat. The Rangian are in. MarineLorD, probably the best fight you could ever ask for here. And Beasty starting to melt a bit. The Javelin count down to 20. A lack of a front line here. And still a solid one for MarineLorD as the push continues.
Yeah, that's a lot of armored troops out there if you're MarineLorD. Rangians, Cataphracts still, Longbows are picking apart this force. Beasty needs to be careful not to overextend. His army doesn't look very, very healthy. He holds for a time being, but I don't think he can leave his base.
I don't know if he can even stay in his base at this rate. I mean, luckily for him, the Lombos are slow to pursue here, right? So you get a bit of tickle damage back in return, but this is getting ugly. It's a 30-villager league now. We've got Horsemen getting upgraded. There's a switch coming. MarineLorD does have a food issue, though, right? I don't think the growth count is crazy high yet. He's still gathering on the berries, so might be difficult to scale Horsemen to the quantity he's looking for. Needs to be careful in these retreats as well. You're seeing where the Javelineers thrive when you don't fight.
Although I think MarineLorD was just waiting to bait this out here. He's got the Landsknechter closing in, Longbows focusing down as well. A lot of armor to the front. Is taking decent trades here as he's pulling back, however, and remember, these are expensive units for MarineLorD to lose as well. Still, though, Beasty is down by 30 eco, and remember, he doesn't have the cattle working for him.
No, he's only got one. But yeah, in fairness, that's kind of unfair, Lytical, all right? He's still got Bessie. Reliable Bessie. But she doesn't really make up for the eco deficit here. Sofa rates are nice, though. Like, we have a full commitment on the front, right? So MarineLorD just hasn't really left anyone at home to defend. You'd think that a Mango Tower would be great. It's going to cost you, though.
And these are losses that, I mean, MarineLorD cannot really sustain these forever. Sure, a couple of villagers going down is not the end of the world for him, but he's also losing the monks as he's collecting relics. And remember, Beasty is slowly building up this death ball of the Javelineers. The army count is now neck and neck. And we've seen Beasty crawl out of deeper holes. That's the crazy thing. And he can afford to play risky even because he's up 4-1.
You're seeing the issue from MarineLorD as well. He's, I think, intentionally maybe going to start scheming Landsknechter because the Longbows aren't paying off anymore. They're countered, right? So you pretty much just have to build Limitane and Landsknechter. Against normal Javelins, I see the plan. Against Javelineers? Look at this. It's like when you try to play normal archers versus HRE, or just, no, men-at-arms against HRE archers in Feudal, and you just can't touch them. Same thing here, just an age further ahead.
And every time I look at the top of the screen, Beasty has
bigger.
more Javelineers than he had before.
This is, I think, the most underexplored of the free arcs. A lot of Mansa Musa fighting in the early days. Freeborn looked broken as well. The Javelineers are just tricky, right? It requires a lot of extra micro compared to the others, but it's harder to lose them, right? They don't immediately pay off. We saw how it almost backfired for him, but over time, the numbers just claw up. It's kind of like playing Byzantines, where that backline just never dies. And now we're at the dive point. Javelins with all those armors, they don't care about the TC either. Just continues to bait him into the fight, continues to raid at the back of the sofa. The eco lead is closing.
It is closing indeed, and a lot of idle time as well for MarineLorD. He's got 28 villagers idle. And Beasty keeps picking off these slow-moving troops out there. He's not leveraging the cavalry. He isn't even leveraging the mobility component in a classical sense, but he's doing the same thing that he did across this series. Just kiting and not letting MarineLorD take an eco fight.
He's taking better fights consistently than MarineLorD, right? Like, that's the kind of crazy thing. For a moment, you were baiting thinking, oh god, Emlor's in this one. But since that one fight, pushing into BC's base, has there been a fight where he's looked in control? I'd argue no. It's been him floundering to defend, and we still don't have a full wall in. We still have Sofa sneaking in. The worker kill count is now up to 18. The military count still shows a lead for MarineLorD. Somehow, out of nowhere, we're back up to 27 Longbows. If all you're left with is Longbow versus Javelin, I don't think anyone's going to bet on you to win that fight.
Javelin throwers slowly getting thinned out, though Beasty still needs to be careful. But now he's building up his cattle ranches. I think he's getting to the point where he's weathered the storm. And I think now he's going to start unlocking the true potential of the Malians. MarineLorD, on the other hand, though, he will have the relic advantage. And remember, MarineLorD needs to make something happen. I feel like he's starting to feel the urgency as well.
Yeah, and we talked about the Horseman play before. Like, he has more Groves in now. The food income might be at the stage where you can afford it. But Beasty's now matched the food income, right? So now you're going to have, what, Sofa versus Horseman. A little bit scary. I'm being, though. Let's keep playing these fights. You see, Beasty, he has to get so close, and it allows the Lombos to trade out a bit. That's kind of what you're trying to avoid here. You want to keep that distance perfect so the Limitane just slowly die.
Sofa switch coming in here for Beasty, though. He didn't really have the food for it so far. Now he's going to be able to. And remember, MarineLorD's army is slow moving. If Beasty gets a decent haul of Sofas out there, suddenly he has the ability to pressure MarineLorD's eco.
MarineLorD's eco is kind of getting to a stage where it has to get his ass out of Mama's basement and get a job, right? Like, you can't just keep hiding in the corner with it. The gold's ran out. You have to start taking risks, right? Otherwise, you're going to be gold depleted. In fact, you can kind of see it on his gold income right now. Somehow with 5 relics, right? Like, that's the only thing that he has is drop them in the monastery, and that's the only way you're getting any pennies here. Sofa raids are still hitting into the farms. The eco lead continues to shrink here.
Oh, man. In fact, you're saying the eco lead continues to shrink, but then you look at the resource income, and Beasty is basically ahead at this point.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the raw count, though, of it, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, the thing that's now muddied it up is we've reached critical mass of cows. How can you tell? The fact that the text goes red. That is too many cows. We are now a battery farm.
Way too many cows here for Beasty. He is lacking some upgrades, especially blacksmith upgrades. Eco upgrades aren't necessarily shiny anyways. But he's going to pressure that large gold vein. That is the primary target for him, and MarineLorD needs this gold vein no matter what.
The outpost is a big deal, though. Mango towers could just ruin it for you. But be careful about how you approach this. Ram is going to start moving in. He's not really cutting away. He basically just brute forced into the longbows, or rather, MarineLorD brute forced into him. This is still a battle of quality versus quantity. With the Horseman now in, you have to start asking the question, where is Beasty's front line in all of this?
It's still trickling in, KP. Only 4 Sofas on the field. Beasty's actually struggling for gold access. Only has 400 per minute.
What is that stone? He gathered 1,200 stones, so he's looking for a key drop. I think the goal was to get the key drop on the north side tree line against the gold to block MarineLorD. But with that fight, the plan just kind of backfired here.
You're saying that, but the horsemen from MarineLorD are gone. Is Beasty still thinking about dropping that keep right there?
Your army
I think
so
he
small.
is. He's pulling a lot of little yellow dots across the map. I think those are villagers.
This is wild.
Yep.
I don't
Here
think
they come.
Surely not. In the middle of this fight?
I think he's going to go south. What?
He's going
That might be a
north as well.
misclick.
I think that was. They've got villagers to the north side, so Lombo's going to pick him apart. And the horsemen are coming in as a distraction for the javelins. Big mistake made by Beasty. Lombo's now targeting up there. There's no way. Surely not.
There is no way.
This castle is going to be an absolute fail. MarineLorD gets on the board for the second time.
Oh, man. I was ready with my trivia here, KP. Because
really?
these two have only played 2 grand finals of S-tier events back in the past. And both of them were won 5-1 by MarineLorD. I was gonna say, and now Beasty turns the tables 5-1, but MarineLorD says, hold on, I'm not done yet. And KP, the pattern continues. Except for the King of the Hill game, Beasty has only won with the French and its variants. He still has Jeanne d'Arc available, though. And he still has 4 lakes. He still has moving out. MarineLorD did what he needed to stay alive, but still, it's a long way back into a 9-game series.
It's a wild way to come back at the end of that game as well. I don't know, like, if it's some sort of Serbian spirit animal, but there just seems to be something about certain Age of Empires players and doubtful keeps that don't look like they're going to be going up. But it works out to get us a longer series. I'll never complain about that. Keep in mind that Beasty still has the Forbidden or rather, I say the most threatening. You could still see Jean to decide this, especially seeing as it isn't going to be in the next game. We're actually looking at Dry Arabia, Chinese versus Rus. But talking a bit more about this series, MarineLorD, this game looks so uncomfortable. You see the challenge with Javelineers, though. Like, so often they look like they're just annihilating your opponent. But it's finding the win, right? Because essentially, at some point, you're going to have to dive into the army to get the killing blow. And I think Beasty done a better job than most Malian players have at finding that food issue solution, right? Of getting the farms online. Most players who attempt this build, Lidicore, die in the initial Javelin phase without farms and without cow.
Yeah, I think this game was different in a way that MarineLorD hunkered down a lot more than he did in some of the previous games. I think, was this the first game he went 2 TCs? I think it was.
Yeah. In this tournament, we don't see.
No. I'm looking at this series in particular. I think this was his first double TC game.
Yes, because like most, well,
Himeyama, Gorge,
later.
Lakeside, King of the Hill were all 1
Byzantines 2 TC. He done 2 TC Byzantines, but not straight away. He done it later. And I think that might have been the.
Oh yeah, but that was like a delayed. There was like a very delayed 2 TC.
It wasn't 2 TC opener. This is the first 2 TC opener, which is kind of crazy because like it's taboo in the current meta. 2 TC gets annihilated by pro scouts. That's pretty much a bread and butter across the board agreement right now. Is if you're in a matchup and go 2 TC against pro scouts, you're gonna have a hard time. So bloody impressive that MarineLorD was able to pull that off.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to be the recipe for success here for him. Because you look at the other matchup, or the one that's coming up. Rus classically banned Civilization. MarineLorD let it slip through, and he probably did for a reason. And when you look at his Chinese for Dry Arabia, it's not your classic Dry Arabia Civ. Makes me wonder if he feels like the recipe to answer Beasty's play style is to actually go for this very hunkered down double TC style build, something that you can do really well with the Chinese.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you mentioned that Rus get banned a lot. Chinese is actually like there as well. They're one of the most consistently bannable civs alongside Rus. They are actually in this tournament before today, actually before this weekend, I believe they were mirrored in terms of bans. The only civ banned more would have been Juji. So kind of crazy. It shows you just how potent these picks are. Dry Arabia, the purest of maps, right? Like it's kind of fitting for Beasty if he can win here. Because people usually say Dry Arabia is really where you define who the better player is, for example. Like, this is the most balanced map. Any Civ can play it, right? So, if this is the one that puts the cherry on top, it's got to be a really big statement for him. Not these crazy maps that change things like moving out, coming out. But, if it fails here, we've still got Jean potentially somewhere.
We talked about this at the beginning. Like, just, I actually said, do you go early for a crazy map like moving out and say, okay, let's get it out of the way? Or you push it back more and more, but then you might get to a point where you just have to play it as your decider game. Turns out, if MarineLorD wins Dry Arabia, we might have to play a moving out or 4 Lakes decider game in game number 9.
Yeah.
Whichever way, the roster of classic maps is shrinking rapidly. MarineLorD, if he can win here, he's going to have to pull one win on what could be either Chaos Land or Beastie Land.
It'll be moving out. And here's the logic, right? Because if you go moving out, like MarineLorD fins the herd. He either goes like Ottomans or Japanese. He's probably going Japanese. So that then leaves Ottomans or Ayabids for the deciding game. And you still have Jean, right? And we've seen Ottomans versus JD once already, Lidicore, between these two, actually, in the upper bracket, where that was the only game that MarineLorD lost in that series that he won 3-1. So, interesting opportunity to repeat history. The alternative would be Ayabids, where I think JD can do okay there as well, especially with fishing involved in the plan because of the recent buff to their docks now being houses as well, i.e. giving you population. But, my friend, it is time. We head into the Zen-like stake of perfect balance. Although then again, we say MarineLorD spawn for a reason. If anyone could pull out a miracle spawn on the purest of balanced Dry Arabia, it would have to be him, right?
It's gotta have to be him. If it doesn't pull off a win here, it's gonna be Beasty all over. Game number 7 in this best of 9. Beasty up 4-2 at match point against MarineLorD, but maybe MarineLorD found the answer to Beasty's playstyle in this series. Could we see him hunker down again with 2 TCs? It's going to be done against a civilization that we don't usually see in this tournament. The Roost coming out for Beasty.
I'm wondering, is it going to be the 2 scout or the 3 scout? Because there has been a bit of a split. Some people still go only 2 scout roosts and just gather up the sheep ever since the game got changed, right? Where you don't have the deer roulette anymore. But a few players, especially the 3D clan members, I'm noticing do this a lot. They go 3 scouts. It's pretty crazy, actually, because what you do is you scout the enemy scout first, and then you cut him off of the other 2. So you pretty much lock in 75% of the sheep for that type of play. What MarineLorD done there, though, it looks like he maybe pivoted back a little bit just to be safe. I don't think he got seen by Beastie Scout. Surely he must have. It's going to be the 3 scouter. Okay, like if he goes for the northwest corner as well, like this is going to divide the map, right? So MarineLorD will probably end up with, I want to say, 30% of the sheep here. Okay, maybe that's generous.
Yeah. That has been a pattern across this series. And those are the small things that you build victories upon. Being able to consistently take away the sheep from your opponent is such a huge advantage. And that is something that worked out really well for Beastie for most of the games.
Now, here's the crazy next step, right? So, like, you're going to complete your full scout rotation sooner than most civs would because 3 scouts. Then you just come back and shove those deer in front of your basin, right? So, very important that MarineLorD scouts that and denies it. The problem is right now, he hasn't completed his sheep rotation. So, he has to go back home first. It's a big window here, and...
Ooh.
What?
Wow.
So, he
That's
found
actually
a lot of
sick.
sheep at the beginning. That's... Wait, no, we got the colors the wrong way around, right? Surely...
Yeah, I think production is baiting us. That's what's happening.
I was about to say, if MarineLorD somehow has 15 sheep, okay, like, enough of MarineLorD spawns, it's just, he's a god. No, so 15, advantage for Beastie, rather. We have got...
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so we have
There we go.
There's 4 sheep left over, so MarineLorD will definitely not get ahead. And now, Beastie should be bringing the sheep home and then shoving his initial deer pack in.
One thing I'm looking at, KP, is that the map, the front of the base for MarineLorD is extremely open. Beastie has a very open left and right flanks, and from that aspect, his gold mines are going to be somewhat problematic, although with the Roost, that's not that significant.
Yeah, you
but
need gold.
The main point of emphasis is MarineLorD's base being fairly open to the front, so if he really wants to play hunkered down, that's going to be somewhat challenging to do.
Yeah, we basically have the 2 civs in Age of Empires 4 that can go the longest without touching gold if they want to, right? Like, it's a bit different with Chinese because you always open on the gold to get the tech up and then get the initial Imperial Official out. But after that, both of these civs could just, like, shrug and leave the gold alone. Especially with the double hunt and cabin opening, plus the bounty gathered from the sheep. Bounty, by the way, is already past 80, so Beastie just flexing his muscles there. And I imagine... Are we just going to be looking at a good old-fashioned fast castle rush for the Roost? I mean... There's not really much to stop them, and we already do have that deer shoving I talked about, so less for MarineLorD to contest. I'm wondering. I was saying like things that he mostly, like the 3D clan were doing the most recently. I don't know if he copied it from there, but if I see Beastie building Springles in this game,
Wow. That would be sick.
After the amount of flaming he gave for Spriggles on his stream, right? What a day it would be, Lidical. We had a Minework HRE game from Beastie in the previous series, and then we'd get, what, maybe Mass Springling? You couldn't ask him more.
Yeah, we had a Sacred Side win on King of the Hill. We had a near Sacred Side win on Lakeside. We had so many good games here, KP. You know, it's crazy to look back that we've been in this Grand Final series for quite some time. And, you know, maybe attrition is catching up to Beastie here a little. Remember, he's been playing the whole day. But, well, that's the advantage that MarineLorD has been getting coming in from the winner's bracket. He didn't have to play a series before getting into Grand Finals.
You can argue not warmed up, but the longer the series goes, if it's a long enough series, could be an advantage. So Pro Scout's definitely coming in quick from MarineLorD. That's to be expected, but that's the whole point in what you do here with the Roost with the deer shoving. It offsets some of the Pro Scout advantage because you get the deer closer to home. So that's always the trade-off, and this is sick from Beastie. You see what he's doing? He's just heading across. He's like, okay, that deer is way too far away from MarineLorD to contest. The extra scouts will pick that up. What I'm going to do is guarantee that I get more than 2 deer stacks in this Pro Scouts race. MarineLorD, he has got the spears coming. Unfortunately, they're going to be a little bit too late to really deny it here.
Yeah, this is... He's going to have that one deer pack for himself, but that's basically it. And because you have so many scouts to start with, it's not like you're going to take away 1 or 2 deer. Really, you're going to take away the majority of the carcasses.
Yep, and the spearmen are now arriving, right? But, like, stopping 4 scouts? Might be a bit tricky.
You're just going to drop the carcass, run away, and then you loop back with your other scouts. Beasty has 7 scouts on the field. See,
he's kind of griefing himself as well, because that scout was getting in the way of, like, the chase, right? And spearmen do more damage. Okay, what was that stab? Can we...
Whoop.
That's some new melee tech I must have missed. We are now Sipahi on foot. Freaking Lubu over here. We have the scouts going around wide, so they're still going to try to snatch more. I mean, this is so close to home. Like, how do you ever take this away? Oh, that formation, you dirty boy. Formation shuffling is still just so wild in AoE4.
I just want to highlight that Beasty pushed in a whole deer pack for himself.
Yeah.
So, when you look at everything across the map, he's taking away the majority of the deers from MarineLorD's secondary pack. He has his own already pushed in, and there is one to the far right of his base that he should be able to realistically control. Now, archers are also coming in, so these spearmen will not really be able to forever limit the movement of these scouts.
I mean, that's what we were talking about before, right? Like, it is such a powerful play for the Roost because they go 3 scouts. They have to do this. Otherwise, you lose the race against Chinese. I mean, Beasty, he's actually reacting with archers here. A little bit interesting, but not terrible, right? Like, you're going to build out the archer ranges anyway when you go fast castle. So building a few now to stop mass spear flood is definitely worth it.
Speaking of fast castle, both players are thinking about castle age here. Beasty basically ready to go, just pulled out the gold. And MarineLorD knows that this is going to be a fast castle because he's trying to race up himself. The question is the unit choice for him. I would presume he wants to play Lancers, because early Lancers might do reasonably well against Horse Archers until you start spamming the Horse Archers out.
Yeah. Now, the thing about the Horse Archer play is, like, its weakness can be Pro Scout advantage, because your opponent doesn't come out of the base, right? And diving's a bit hard. That is a very interesting high trade house placement. I'd say get your numbers in, but I'm
not going to bet on that.
I mean, people always like, oh yeah, that's going to be like 30 gold. It won't. It'll be like 80 gold. Probably 79.
Imperial Palace coming in by MarineLorD, so no Clock Tower Nest of Bees, but he is going to have a lot of vision. And I actually love that for an open map like this. He needs to dictate the tempo of the game with Lancers. If he allows Beasty to start massing Horse Archers, I think he's not going to have a shot at this game. Beasty's just going to run circles around him like he did across the series. So if you're a MarineLorD, you're looking for ways to do damage, and knowing where the opponent's villagers are at with the active ability of the Imperial Palace is actually a good way of accomplishing this.
Exactly. Like, it lets you see the Horse Archer raids super early, so you can knee-jerk react. Like, I prefer, like, Clock Tower, unless you want to rush Nest of Bees. Do you really want to rush Nest of Bees on an map like this? Sounds like a death sentence. Scout harassment should allow him to just yoink this deer back momentarily before getting massacred, because there is a lot more troopers coming from MarineLorD. First Horse Archers are on the way, right? And something we didn't really hit on from MarineLorD spawn. This isn't really a MarineLorD spawn. Like, you highlight it a bit with, like, the gold and whatnot, but look at the tree lines. They're not a natural defense, right? All of his base is kind of front-facing.
I guess one advantage that MarineLorD has is that he's not going to have harassment to the front of his base on his lumberjacks. The gold is going to be open, but yeah, I agree with you. The ability, or, well, the inability to wall this kind of a map is a problem for MarineLorD, because the best way to deal with Horse Archers in early game is get some walls up. They cannot get through those walls.
It's like an underrated element of the changes, right? Feels like I'm a broken record saying Season 9 made walling hard. No, it really did. It doubled the time it takes to build those walls. It's insane, the difference it made. That's part of why Horse Archers came back in the picture. Not the full picture, right? You have to consider Fast Castle, Pro Scouts, it all added up. But it makes sense why it's pretty much been the bread and butter of Roost, like 90% plus of high-level games, is this. Crossbow's interesting for MarineLorD.
Ooh, he's going crossbows, which I really dislike here. So here's the thing with the crossbows. In a stand and fight matchup, they're actually decent against Horse Archers because they simply trade reasonably cost-efficient, I would say. The problem is that MarineLorD is once again getting into a position where he is going to be the slower of the two players in terms of the ability to rotate. If he's going to be heavy on crossbows, it's going to be problematic to keep track of these small groups of horse archers that will start harassing him.
It's true. If you can get stationary fight, it's good. And he does have the horsemen to answer the horse archers. So what MarineLorD's doing is just prepping the best comp for later in the game. But now the horsemen are able to scare Beasty away. We have got a relic race on the way. Very difficult for Beasty to win because of the supervision that Chinese can do to get the guys out quicker. However, he does already have 2 monks in play. Third one on the way. What's our high trade house number, by the way? Depressingly bad? I mean, we waited so long, it's now
75.
Okay, so it's got up to 114. It's probably like, what, about 82, 83 before that?
Yeah,
but you see what I mean? Like, that should be a terrible high trade house. And yet still, it provides that, but it also provides a deer every minute, which is 350 food, and then you get 35 extra gold a minute by gathering that. It's... no, we're not doing this. I'll save it for a podcast. We've got a raid in the center. We've got a little bit of a challenge here. It looks like the relic is going to be picked up by MarineLorD. The crossbow's overextended here. The horseman reluctant to commit.
Yeah, remember, crossbows will be okay in a stand and fight situation against horse archers, especially because Boyar's Fortitude is missing from Beasty. MarineLorD will be able to take away the relic, and that's a big one because, remember, Beasty has the warrior monks. He's got that extra mobility to pick up relics with, and he's bringing back 2 as we speak. The last relic that's available is to the right of MarineLorD's base. Beasty wants to yoink that.
Hey.
He's looking for the monk, I think.
Not going to find him because he's literally already at the monastery, so Beasty not able to fish that kill he's looking for. We do have a wide play for additional relics, so MarineLorD should have the one close to his base. 3-2 split indeed in favor of MarineLorD. What happens next is the big question mark here. MarineLord's kind of hunkering down with the Barbican play. Do we see potentially 2 TC? It's not the craziest of ideas here against Roos, especially considering that horse archers should struggle to dive onto a static point.
Yeah, I think if you're MarineLorD, you have to hunker down a little. If you have static defenses, the horse archers will have trouble diving. At the same time, your base is still wide open, and I think if you're MarineLorD, you cannot just say, okay, how do I prevent myself from losing? You have to find a way to get a win here. After all, it's match point for Beastie. So I think, for now, Barbican, he's going to be in Song Dynasty. He's going to get that production boost. But he really needs to start thinking about what's next. What could be really good is a Horseman raid. Like, if he could hit Beastie's eco, that would be jackpot.
Someone's a bit worrying as Beastie just going for the Knights front line. Kind of wonder if Horseman would have been a little bit better here. Like, your opponent's showing ponies, he's showing crossbows, right? Like, you're kind of just building into a unit that's countered. Independently, these Knights are going to be good for raiding. And we really have to come back to that fact that this is not a very wallable setup for MarineLorD right now. It's very difficult to lean out of your base towards that back corner to wall in. Raid in. Find 1 or 2 workers. A few too many actually on the berries, so we'll turn it into 4 kills. Nicely done. Keeps them neck and neck.
And nice little snipes here by Beastie. This is what he needs to continue doing. That is what he's been doing across this series. Put up the pressure on MarineLorD, and I love the walls from Beastie. I think he's realizing that if he wants to be effective with the horse archers, they usually need to travel in larger groups. So you don't want to keep any of them home to defend against these potential horseman raids. He's getting those walls going just to prevent MarineLorD from breaking in. This is just a diversion here.
We have
the big push is coming through the middle, I think.
Yeah, and look at the time on Boys Fortitude. Veteran receive Horseman as well. Smart read, like the Jugenu reveal, right? Maybe a little bit too early, so it can get counted out here. Beastie just needs to make sure he's vomiting out the additional ponies. It's worrisome as well. Like, he understands what's happened in this game. MarineLorD has to be running out of deer. The fact that he's out on those berries in the first place screams, I'm dry. Meanwhile, in the land of Beastie,
yep.
Wow, what about that? An infinite supply of deer.
And now he's making a pivot into Horseman, as you highlighted. One problem that Beastie was facing is that Knights will not work against crossbows. Beastie also pulled a lot of stone from the Golden Gate. I presume we're going to have a second DC, perhaps?
With that amount of wood? Undoubtedly so. It feels like that's where we're going. Definitely doesn't feel like a keep drop on the way.
It would make a lot of sense. Beastie's also kind of getting entrenched here, getting the walls going. Second DC up as well. This is not a good fight for him. Like, that's a lot of Jugenu as well. Half that group is crossbows, half of them are Jugenu, and Jugenu will shred the horse archers. Beastie cannot fight that.
needs to slow things down. Beasty unnecessarily just trading into that. It doesn't make much sense. Like, Horse Archers have slightly more range, but the attack animation, right? It's enough time for Juganu to get a bolt, return, fire into you. It's just not a cost-efficient trade at all at that stage. We have got these mini raids that are proving to be a nuisance for MarineLorD. We don't have his farming solution. We have Beasty's Greed, though. Second TC is now being set up between the double stone. You could easily wall that west side with some fortified walls. At which stage MarineLorD is going to struggle to break it.
I still wonder what the game plan is for MarineLorD. He's getting some more crossbows rolling, but it doesn't look like he wants to actually push into Beasty's base here. Instead, now he's moving on to stone, so it looks like he himself is thinking second DC.
Isn't the classic, what do we do next as Chinese? Just survive long enough, right? When I survive long enough, it'll get better. It's a bit different in this matchup. Like, old SCBs, I can kind of see that. You have got better hand cannoneers on range, but Strelts here are more cost efficient. Boy's Fortitude makes Roost more tanky. And I think the most important detail is China doesn't feel as great in the hyper late games they once did. Because if it ever gets to siege, right? Like, Mangonels beat Nesta Bees when fully maxed out.
Yeah, the population efficiency of Chinese is not spectacular in late game. China is a good late game civilization, but I would probably put Rus ahead of them in many ways. But I think the biggest problem for MarineLorD is that he's got a slow-moving army, well, absent of the horsemen, but most of his army, the Juganu and the crossbows, are slow. And the map is still wide open. Beasty is going to have a lot of safety back at home behind those walls, not so much for MarineLorD.
I mean, where are we getting those farms? Like, they have to be coming soon. He's playing ball for the time being. It's just very weird spawn, right? Like, your safety net is stone and gold, basically, as MarineLorD. Meanwhile, Beasty is gold and berries, it feels like. And he is fully, like, insulated now, right? So you can get more aggressive like this. He's going to go for the clash. Boy's Fortune's already in, right? So his horsemen a bit more tanky, and the Juganu a little bit underwhelmed. We need to targetfy that back line. All Archers are going to be able to step away. MarineLorD, it's only a handful of spears in there. Not many horsemen left over. He's basically frontlining with the crossbows and the Jug. The horsemen should be getting favorable trades there, but defender's advantage. His MarineLorD will have more firepower in the fight. Will not be pushed off the board just yet.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Beasty took that fight here. He's still flirting with the idea, but now he's just going to disengage. But if nothing else, one thing he accomplished was absolutely obliterating all the horsemen MarineLorD had. All that MarineLorD has on the field right now are slow-moving troops. All the horsemen are gone.
I mean, he's still got, like, what, 23 horsemen here to raid with, so Beasty, there's a lot of entry points. Like, MarineLorD is allergic to walls at this stage. He just doesn't want to commit to them. We mentioned how horrible the spawn feels for it, but he's going to want to think about it once those farms go up, right? That's when it makes sense to wall the west side of your tree line and wall towards your TC. Just create that natural barrier at that stage.
Yeah, if you're a MarineLorD, you must drop a wall. He has a second DC, and MarineLorD is still collecting stone. I wonder if that's for a keep at this point. He doesn't have the wood for a third DC, and I'm not even sure if he wants a third DC.
He's still on like stone. A natural defense, right? Like for your farm area. That's why later on we always see the Great Wall Gatehouse dropped on the farms. It's like the ultimate defense strat, your farmlands. So it is an option. Or he just wants to focus on getting more farms though, realistically.
Yeah. Listen, if MarineLorD gets walls up, he's gonna be able to stall this push. Beasty doesn't have a lot of torching power. He's getting the walls up on the right side, but yeah, I agree with you. The biggest problem for MarineLorD is that it's just challenging to wall this much, really.
Years ago, we knew how to build a great wall. Since then, we have lost the blueprints. So wise Sensei Master back at the Chinese stronghold. Speaking of that Chinese stronghold, you're going to dive towards the primary TC here. Saint's Blessing does activate, but that's a lot of spears. Beasty, very difficult fight to try and brute force, but continues to commit into it anyway.
I think he's just trying to bleed MarineLorD out of food or resources whatsoever. He's got a very safe economy at home, and he's just trying to trade units at this point.
This is like the French game, right? Like, remember when he done that against the Delhi, where it just looked like maybe unfavorable trades, but as you mentioned, just trying to bleed him, trying to grind him down. Now, admittedly, the farms, the Chinese better than the farms of the Delhi. For the time being, mathematically, it still makes sense for Beasty here. His food income is soaring, now up to almost 2,000 food income. Some of that is temporary, though, right? Things like berries, things like ball. He hasn't got that many farms just yet.
Beasty has 3 sacred sites, by the way, and, you know, 9 minutes, it's a lot of time. But think back to the Lakeside game. We said 10 minutes will be a long time. He almost made it happen. The King of the Hill game, he actually made it happen. So, for now, And you see he's dropping towers in the middle. He's definitely thinking about forcing MarineLorD out of his base and just saying, okay, if you're not coming out, you can wall all you want, because now MarineLorD apparently found the blueprints for the Great Wall. It's not going to matter if you cannot decap the sacred sites.
Is it the Great Wall or the Minor Wall, though? I mean, he's gathering a lot of stone, right? There's options here. He's going to have to make his move soon, though, because wooden fortresses are up on every single one of these sacred sites. Didn't opt for the keep drops, kind of makes sense, right? But long term, he could. He's got the fat gold vein. He's got two 1200, stone veins. He's got two 1200 stone veins next to a second TC. So, like, there is a world in which, you know, if the timer approaches 5 minutes, Beasty might recalibrate and just drop keeps everywhere.
This is my favorite wall.
Wait, which one?
The one to the far north by those berries.
The one where you're like, oh, the previous wall may have been overly ambitious, so we're just going to build a backup wall. And the berry gatherer's like, why do we need a backup wall? Are we safe here? Totally safe. Just keep gathering. It's fine. Ignore the galloping. It's just, it's like fire drills, but for cavalry. You're safe.
Funnily enough, if you're the villagers on the berries and you get pushed, you can actually run through the gates and buy yourself some time. So there is some value in there. But speaking of value, I'm starting to wonder if Beasty is thinking Imperial here. He's at 1,400 food, and he is actually queuing up a lot of knights now. He still floats a lot of food out there. Now MarineLorD is looking for a keep in the middle. Beasty is shifting his army to the north, so the keep should go up.
Yeah, so blocker against the sacred site win condition. But there's a new win condition kind of coming in the picture here. You know, it doesn't get talked about enough.
I think MarineLorD got baited. He got baited.
It's Chinese.
He's chasing the army to the north. It should go up, right?
Just keep building. Just keep building.
Right?
Ignore the people next to you dying. We will build a keep. This is... Oh, that's much better. The night dive on the back's okay, but this dive through is a little bit ambitious. Chinese keeps are no joke. So Beasty is going to back away.
Where have I seen this before? I'm starting to get a deja vu of that Lakeside game, actually. Mounted Samurai, Onamusha in that game, Knights, Crossbows here.
I'm getting more of a flashback to the French games, right? Because, like, what BC's setting up for here with Imperial, like, it doesn't get done that much anymore. I kind of feel like it's sometimes slept on, is pole axes for the Knights. It gives +4 damage. It's kind of like a Cantled Saddles effect, because that's only for free attacks, so you get +30 for the French Knights. The pole axes are eternal. So it's not a bad idea to keep scaling Knights if you can find the gold for it in Imperial.
And Beasty's going Imperial here. He has the Sacred Site countdown still on his name, 6 minutes left to go, but I think he's playing the big picture here. He's not going to really contest the Sacred Site if he doesn't feel like it. It's more along the lines of forcing MarineLorD out of his base. MarineLorD does come out, and indeed, Beasty, he might actually challenge this.
Ambitious, especially while attacking. Some people call maybe greedy. Spears aren't revealing themselves, but we do have archers to contest that directly, right? So MarineLorD once again getting grinded down like he has time and time again in these almost 50-50 clashes that you wouldn't expect the cavalry player to take. STVs are now coming out, but probably at the worst possible time, considering Age 4 is now in.
Listen, yeah, I think Beasty thinks twice about this. He knows that if he loses the army as he's aging up, it might be a disaster. So he's just going to concede the Sacred Site. But he challenged it as much as possible. Now he's up to Imperial. MarineLorD does have the Granary transition complete, though, and if you take away the Sacred Site, you at least buy yourself some time. And I think if you're MarineLorD, that's your goal. You need to buy yourself time. And now he's getting the Stone Walls going, at least on the right flank. He knows that Beasty is going to be looking for a fight once he has his imp upgrades.
It's tricky as well, because MarineLorD can't match those upgrades. The upside, though, is this, Nesta Beast, right? Look at what Beasty's army is primarily made up of. And by primarily, I mean, oh my god, can you guys get some diversity here? It's all ranged units. Nesta Bees were crippled with the nerfs against general units, but they still have that bonus damage against ranged. They're actually very good at clearing archer horse archers.
And Beasty doesn't have a huge front line. It's only a handful of horsemen and knights. And horse archers are fairly tanky for a ranged unit, but they're still not a good frontline unit. This composition in general is not something that you really want to dive under static defenses with.
You have the bombards arriving, so Castle's not going to last long. Can maybe bait him into a subpar fight, considering the army moves a lot quicker than the siege. definitely a fishing expedition.
He's hiding the army behind the forest.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it's glimpse, though. It's just too big to hide. You can dive in. Knights, okay, they did exist, but they've gone the way of the dinosaurs.
Well, and this is why Beasty didn't want to fight this, but this buys a lot of time for MarineLorD because the Great Wall Gatehouse is on the way. He is going to build it in the farming eco. And now, MarineLorD has unlocked late-game Chinese. In fact, he's actually the player at 200 population, not Beasty.
We do have a switch advantage for Beasty, though. He's moving into the Streltsy. He's adding in more bombards, so this is his counter to the Nest of Beasts, right? A little bit surprised we aren't getting mangonels, like 4 or 5 mangonels here with adjustable crossbars on the way. Whew, ay caramba, it's just a winning play. But clearly he's a little bit paranoid about whether he's going to have enough gold. Now that he's moving out to the 8Ks, I think that paranoia should start to sunset a bit.
Lee Chugenu coming in. Texwell coming in real quick with the supervised production buildings. And I wonder if Beasty is going to pivot away from the horse archers here. Because now that the map has been sectioned off, and now that you have these stone walls complete on all sides, that mobility component actually becomes less significant.
We have got the precision training coming in, right? Getting the extra range for the horse archers, the gallop. Damn effective here. Amount of training. So extra range to kind of...
Range is awesome for these horse archers. It's just, if you're standing and fighting against mass Jukenu, palace guards, whatsoever, nest of bees, I don't know if you want to play horse archers. Maybe you do.
You can just stay out of range, right? Like, your opponent has built a lot of spears. It's not going to be the cleanest of trades in that you won't immediately counter fast. But it's padding, right? There's enough horse archers to justify the investment. His real goal here is to get Streltsy online before MarineLorD can get hand cannons.
200 population for both, so now they are starting to pile up resources, and that's one of the things that Beasty is really, really good at. Every time there is a down moment in combat, that has been historically his pattern, he just goes out on the map, takes all the resources he can, and he's just waiting for the moment where he can use that huge resource bank. And right now, MarineLorD doesn't have access to any of the large gold mines.
Right now, MarineLorD has oval stone wall for one side. I say oval, he's walled for one side, he hasn't the other, right? Like, mass horsemen will break through quickly, so someone that he needs to be conscious of here. We are starting to see those bombards to counter out the nest of bees. Army is going to be able to just gallop away successfully. This is tricky, man. I mean, MarineLorD, like, with 2.2k food income a minute, you'd think horsemen. No. And no fight.
He's going spears.
Okay, that surprises me. The fine-tuned guns tech hasn't been taken by Beasty. It looked like that was the goal here. Basically to use the bombards to snipe out troops.
The population efficiency is so much better on Beasty's army right now. A lot of Streltsy, horse archers, archers as well. You look at MarineLorD's army, a lot of that is just spearmen, and that's not going to last long in these engagements.
God, the judgment in your voice when you said spearmen. The most cost-efficient unit in the late game, Lytical, and you doubt it. We just need to see him queue up.
Cost-efficient? Cost-efficient? Maybe. Population efficient? Heck no. And that's a concern. That's a consideration for the players now. You have 200 out of 200 population. How do you really use that 200 pop space?
Just gotta get your Zerg on. And the flood begins. Just a small group of horsemen to start off with. Swarming the waters. You know how Beasty is. Like, dips his toes, like, what's your reaction to ponies? If it isn't appropriate, I will add a lot more.
He's trying to stretch the field to the left side as well. He's sent in some troops on the right side. I think he's checking the gold mine as well. And this is why he's doing all of that. Oh my, that's such a smart move. We talk about the walls being able to stop the horse archers, not when you accompany them with bombards.
Nice move and response by MarineLorD, though. He's going to chase the bombards back, and look at the timing as well. Yuan Dynasty plus Elite Army Tactics is coming in. So these bombards should be forfeit, surely. Maybe. Oh, come on, no.
Oh, no,
the siege
archers
works.
will arrive on time.
He will be able to protect it. So Streltsy barely able to keep those bombards up. And are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me?
Insane.
Not a single one. And we make matters worse here. The horse archers, they got all the way around the back. Great Wall Gatehouse will block some of the raid potential. There's still idle time. There's still progress in the center. Beasty, remember, he took out that keep. He can go for a recap on the sacred sites.
I think he will. For now, he's busy microing these horse archers, spearmen chasing him. But I feel like we're getting back to the same pattern that we had across this series. I know, I think I said this about 1,000,000 times today, but that has been a recipe for Beasty's success. Leveraging the mobility to stretch MarineLorD's attention out, and every single game, MarineLorD was forced to chase these small groups of cavalry. This game is no different.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking at the lay of the land here, right? Like, Beasty just has so much more gold in his purview. I think MarineLorD, like, this is one of the most gold-heavy civs in the late game if you want to compete. You mentioned that he's been producing trash. At this point, it's kind of reaching the phase where it's required because he doesn't have the gold for the good. And that is sick. I love this. Adjustable crossbars. You talked about pop efficiency. The other thing coming in, pole axes. This is going to be a mass night switch by Beasty. He's just waiting for MarineLorD to shift off of the spears.
There's something even more significant here for Beasty, something that I think characterizes his playstyle. Both of the large gold veins, he sent like 40 villagers on them.
Yeah.
He wants to take that gold before MarineLorD has a chance to.
We've got much forward. The Nesta Bees are actually getting pushed by the troops by the looks of that. So we'll allow him to reach the Streltsy. He's frontlining with the archers. I mean, makes sense, right? Get rid of the trash, replace with more quality. It's all about food gold units to try and end this game.
And Beasty has a lot of food and gold. Remember, it's one thing he was pushing. He was 200 out of 200 population. He was building up that resource bank. MarineLorD has a good bank of food and wood, but no more gold. And again, he doesn't have any of the large gold veins. He only has 2 small gold deposits to work with. This one is challenged by Beasty. It's half depleted, and look at these large gold veins. Beasty is going to take all of that before MarineLorD has a chance to touch them.
And remember, he still has veins in his base, right? He still has fallback plans here, while also having all the passive gold from hunting cabins, high trade house, etc., etc. Like, he's not going to run out of gold first in this space. MarineLorD has to find a move to make. Now, we do have Pyrotechnics, we do have the play into hand cannoneers. My worry is Beasty with Knights and Mangoes should be unbeatable here.
I have to agree with you here. I think the biggest problem for MarineLorD is, as you said, once all the large gold mines are gone in the middle of the map, Beasty probably hasn't even touched the small gold mines inside his base. He's saving them for darker times.
Streltsy raid over here. Let's just try and reclaim the stone. We are going to get a fight towards the keep location. We do have the Serpentine powder on the way. That's good for kind of gap closing here. And he does have Yuan. Like, this is not easy what Beasty's doing, right? Like, he kind of has to keep an aggressive stance because if you ever fall back, Mass Palace Guard are going to be able to break in here. Remember, this wasn't a Kremlin build, meaning that Rus do not have stone walls.
MarineLorD is going for Fire Lancers, KP. Fire Lancers. I don't remember when the last time was I saw those guys.
I don't remember the last time I saw them win. It's not exactly the celebrity MVP these days, right? Like, actually, I feel like more often than not, Fire Lancers loses players the game because they kind of overreact. In theory, they could be good for sniping Siege, though.
He's not really able to get them on the field, though, because he's 200 out of 200. He needs to lose units to field more.
Good guy Beasty's here to help with that. Let's get you some population freed up, shall we? Time for the one-child policy to kick in. Let's just clean this up a bit. And it's not many hand cannoneers from MarineLorD either. Only 15 compared to 45 Streltsy.
And Beasty's all over the map. He's got all the sacred sites under his control. There was a stone mine to the left side that MarineLorD was taking. The moment MarineLorD got pushed off, Beasty's taking it. And look at him, like a hyena, just jumping on the gold mines. He's taking everything away from MarineLorD. So even if he loses map control, there's just nothing left for MarineLorD out there.
I'm just not sure what he's meant to do here. I mean, Beasty at this rate might even consider a wonder. It's just ridiculous.
I think maybe he will, although the stone is going to be a little precarious. He does have the golden gate to work with.
We've got Fire Lancers breaking out now.
Is it a landmark snipe from MarineLorD?
No.
I think that might be his only shot.
There's way too much vision on the map, right? You can't sneak this play. Bombards are now sniping out the Nesta Bees. He has finned the herd of Streltsy. It was up to 45 before, down to 20 now. You've got Knights queued up, so Beasty has got the replacement unit that should be just as effective, but this feels like an overextension. Beasty losing practically the entire army.
And now the Fire Lancers are moving in on the right side. MarineLorD's got 30 of them. Beasty only has 29 forces on the field.
Here's for the keep. More stables being built. Beasty is going full food and gold switch. Now, This could win in the game in one big foul fight, or it could drain everything. Remember, although he has passive infinite gold, it's not the level where you can vomit out Streltsy and Knights non-stop.
Looks like this keep is going to stay alive. Beasty doesn't have a lot of production. He's got thousands of resources in the bank, but he's lacking the production to get them on the field immediately. Means that MarineLorD was able to have some real estate here.
Wait,
he might actually decap one of the sacred sites.
So we have even more fire. So this is his answer to castles. His answer to castles is fire lancing.
It didn't work on that initial keep. That's my concern.
But like, how is this more effective than like just 2 traps over time, right? Like, it's very expensive what MarineLorD is doing. Those cost gold as well.
And MarineLorD has no way of getting more gold. He's at 500 per minute. He doesn't have access to the large gold veins. He doesn't have access to the neutral market. Maybe he could trade to the far right, but it feels like a distant dream. At least he's going to get some villager kills. That's a silver lining. Some,
Nice.
Perhaps.
That's finally, we got a few. A few.
And now he's torching the mining camp. Oh no. Those fire lancers are just not working.
He's like, finally, a building I can kill. Huzzah. Oh, God. Yeah, these just ain't it. It's crazy to think that once upon a time, these plagued many people's games on the ladder for a long time, actually, right? You remember that meta? It was toxic.
I loved
they got fire
it.
lances, you lost. But now? Oh, funny. Let's never do it again. I mean, MarineLorD has fatigued himself, right? No more fire lancers.
Beasty's bank is out of gold. He still has some mineable gold left, and he has the 3 sacred sites. Plus, he's got a bunch of gold-heavy units on the field, Streltsy and Knights. But as you said, it's not like he can sustain slamming Knights into Spearmen indefinitely. He needs to be smart with his gold.
No, the interesting thing here is, like, he's already prepped for that inevitable phase, right? And severe errors is coming in, so we'll have that quick switch into archers if this wave lets him down. And like that, it's actually very smart. Bombards are going to start sieging in. Basically, the war has moved to the trees, right? It's now a rush to see who can make the Ents more angry.
I think at this point, the Sacred Side victory condition is becoming relevant for Beasty. 4 minutes left on the clock, and he's got a lot of fortifications across the map. MarineLorD needs to find a way to decap one of these Sacred Sites ASAP.
Tick-tock goes the clock. I'm getting flashbacks. MarineLorD might be getting PTSD after this one, after the previous King of the Hill game. I mean, in theory, just brute force on the west side should be easy, but if he does that, Beasty will just dive into the base.
That's what he's thinking. The castle might be gone to the left of this position, and MarineLorD might just be able to decap that with 1 or 2 troops. Indeed, the castle is going to be gone, and now he can pivot back to this side. The army value is so much better for Beasty, though. The true premium late-game composition with Knights and Streltsy.
The way this series opened up, for the way it's gone, the different play styles we've seen out of Beasty, the all-in aggression, the reluctant defender. But now, to claim the crown, the late-game king, the resource grinder, the relentless force as the minutes tick on. What a way to complete the set this could be. Nesta Bees again hitting the Streltsy line, though. Mangonels in response, just as strong. The adjustable crossbar's just not answered here. And MarineLorD's front line is broken. Nesta Bees are going to go down. The Streltsy is still fine. And MarineLorD is funneling trash into a premium meat grinder.
Is this it, KP? Is this it?
Surely it must be the next wave. The horsemen are in, and that's it. He's done it. Beasty will be crowned victor, the first king of 2025 in Age of Empires 4.
The first ever time Beasty beats MarineLorD in a grand finals of a major event. It was MarineLorD 5-1 back in Golden League. It was MarineLorD 5-1 in Masters of Realms just about a year ago. And now, at EGC Masters Winter, Beasty comes in strong. And really, he played his heart out. It wasn't an easy journey for him. He was knocked down to the lower bracket by MarineLorD. It was almost a sweep in that series. MarineLorD dominated in the winner's bracket match they played. Beasty climbs back up from the lower bracket and says, I was the only player, or you were the only player, I should say, MarineLorD, that I haven't defeated in this tournament. I will take revenge now. And Beasty secures the series 5-2. And truly an all-time classic, I feel, that we've just witnessed.
A series that truly delivered. It may not have made it all the way to 9 games, but what a feat here as well. I mean, MarineLorD beckoned as the champ, the unbeatable king, Beasty, really beginning the year with a statement. After, you know, by his own admittance, being a little bit behind, not being ready on the meta right now, still playing catch up. And also on top of that, he even was honest about it recently that he wanted to focus a bit more on pro play, right? Maybe shrinking the amount of content he done slightly, putting more time into scrims. And wow, what a statement this is already. So early on in the year, it's already paying off.
And this was a shaky start for him, as you mentioned. You look back at the beginning of the tournament, he wins 3-1 against Himeyama, then loses Louis MT in the group stage 3-2. He defeats Dimu in the decider of the group stage, but he was a second place within his own respective group. Then goes into the winner's bracket, loses to MarineLorD, has to fight his way through Louis MT. This is how it all started in the lower bracket for Beasty. He lost to Louis MT 3-2 in the group stage, and then in the playoffs, Beasty 3-0s Louis MT. Comes in very strong against Vortex, 4-1 victory, and then today shows off a spectacle against Anatan 4-1, and then grinds down MarineLorD 5-2. Truly, we've seen a very different Beasty in the group stage from what we've witnessed in the playoffs. This playoff was peak Beasty, I feel.
I feel like the term I want to go to is like humbled evolution, right? Like, you know, Beasty is a guy who's been seen at the top of the game for a long time, but has a lot of accolades historically. But when you look at S-tier tournaments, we kind of hit on 2024. It really felt like it was MarineLorD's year. It really felt like he was the dragon to slay. Whether he could continue that, there were a lot of question marks. There was arguments that not that Beasty had fell, but more that others had risen, especially when you look at, you know, what the World Grand Finals turned into, it being a Canadian, the third place being Wham, right, just missing out. And then you get into this tournament, you know, Puppy Paw slayed by Anatan, the rising star there getting to the top 3, Beasty Cutie getting back on top to overcome the king of 2024. I mean, it just shows you how quickly the tides can turn and how promising 2025 is for Age of Empires 4.
It's been an absolutely spectacular event, KP. We really had everything. The changing of the guard in a way, a lot of the up-and-coming players delivering some impressive sets. Baldland narrowly lost to MarineLorD 3-2 in the opening round of the group stage. You had Anatan going all the way to the top 3. Louis MT had a great run as well. At the same time, the Canadians, Wham and Puppy Paw, they didn't have the best of their best ever tournament they had. There was just so much excitement because I feel like we're getting to a stage in competitive AoE 4 where you can no longer sit down and say, okay, this matchup is going to be belonging to this guy. Now you're looking at a lot of these matchups and say, I don't know, man, this could go either way, and that is just so good to think of.
It's a beautiful time to be part of the scene. I mean, just a promising year, like we said, with upcomers, return of former players to form, 2 DLCs announced for this year. There's just a lot to be excited for in AoE4. I mean, we're already getting rumors of lands as well. Like, all kinds of things are just creeping in. It's fantastic. And I think this event was a perfect way to start the year. You know, even the craziness of some of the maps, just sprinkling a little bit of flavor. Really big shout out to the players and their creativity in a current meta where I think a lot of people were already starting to roll their eyes around Pro Scouts. It's crazy to think that these games, although some of them may seem defined by Pro Scouts, the way they played out, you didn't just feel like it was cheesy or cheap. You felt like this was true, pure Age of Empires.
It was. From the very beginning, I mean, when you look at this whole series, it came down to minor details so many times. You know, do you remember that crazy fight on Lakeside between these two where... or what was it? It was actually against Anatan on 4 Lakes. It was such a long day, I actually forgot. But those little details when you have a 1 HP ship and you commit your Shinobi to try and take it out, it doesn't work out. Those little details, the peak micro. But at the same time, the larger tactical approach, looking at these best of 9s with all the civilizations and the maps, and how Beasty was able to find an approach that was just uncomfortable for MarineLorD. This playstyle that Beasty brought in for Grand Finals was just so different from what we've seen before from Beasty, and it worked out really well against MarineLorD.
And, you know, I think MarineLorD hit on it, right? That no one's playing perfect AoE in this tournament. I kind of like that. Like, mistakes like this that they did to a game on the board, right? It's like, it's crazy fumble at the end, but I like that. I like that we're having to get creative, crazy, unexplored territory, finding new things. I think it's kind of boring when you get to a stage where someone's playing perfect. It's great to witness the first time, boring the fourth, fifth, sixth. And I think, the big changes we saw around walling had bigger changes than anyone anticipated. The Pro Scouts meta new to be discovered, probably more metas on the way, new DLC to muddy things and complicate things. I mean, I hope we keep the accessibility there before where we can see rising stars like Anatan coming in and competing for sure. But I also love that there's this consistent freshness already appearing time and time again in AoE4.
And we already have a lot more coming up this year. Just at EGC TV, we have 2 more major events announced for AoE4, including the fan favorite Elite Classic, which, to be fair, is one of the most entertaining tournament formats that we ever had at EGC TV. It's a fan favorite, and it's going to be an absolute spectacle to watch with how competitive AoE4 is right now.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's going to be a phenomenal year to be part of the scene. Hopefully we're going to see fantastic growth, and we're already seeing growth from the player side. But we've got to talk to the old man, definitely not washed up, definitely looking back on top after a resounding performance. We've got Beasty Cutie joining us on the line for the winner's interview. Well, look at that. I don't blame you, mate, because that keyboard must be melting. There must be lava flowing there. You must be sweating on an unbelievable level. First of all, congratulations on an absolutely insane performance here in EGC Masters Winters. I've got to get your thought on it, man. Like, expectations, outcome, like, talk me through what's going through your head right now.
I'm very dead. Like I'm exhausted. The best of 7 into best of 9 is like I haven't even done that in practice, so yeah, just really tired. Expectations. I mean, I was pretty confident I could beat MarineLorD if we were both rested and all that. So I actually thought I'm gonna lose just because of the Anatan series beforehand, but the game started pretty well. The energy started piling up, and just kind of went with the flow.
Do you think the Anatan series kind of gave momentum, right? Because there's that morale lift, you get into it, you're warmed up. It felt like MarineLorD was maybe needing a bit more time in those first 2 games. You gave him no room to breathe.
Yeah, I just wanted, like, honestly, I just wanted to end games quickly, because I knew if we play, like, not even 9 games, but if we just play long games, I'm probably going to lose in the long run, just because I've played like 3-4 hours beforehand. So whenever I had the opportunity, I just went to to end the game and to get my advantage further, and just kind of stuck with that. And I feel like, in a way, I don't know if you didn't expect me to like play like that aggressive, but yeah, I decided to go with that. It worked out great. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening with civs that I really like. There's a lot of civs that are like really good that people don't know about, and some of the civs that people value very highly are very bad, in my opinion. So I think I got the good draft going and both of them, so I was pretty happy with that.
Did you find it kind of surprising that you almost switched playstyles, right? Because I think it'd be fair to say historically you were known as being a defensive player. MarineLorD may be a bit more aggressive. It felt like if we covered the names and polled people to say who is this player, they would have got you both the other way around.
I mean, I think MarineLorD for initially he was aggressive, but for the past 2 years he basically just plays very safe, and he just takes the fight he knows that can get him further into the lead. But I wouldn't put him as aggressive. Like I would actually put him as probably one of the least aggressive players. Like he chooses fights very well, and he just kind of extends the leads. And most of the time, if he's defending and you overextend, you lose the arm and then you just lose the game right after. So for me, like I said, last year I didn't practice at all. I just played on ladder on stream with no custom games, so I didn't really know the meta in any of the tournaments. But this time around, I got to practicing, and I played. Shout out to Vortex. I played a lot of games with him, and yeah, I think like I slowed down his style a bit, and he sped up my style a little bit. So I think that worked out for the best.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see, because like someone you kind of placed on a little bit earlier there, that everything seems different, like new civs clashing against other civs that previously would beat them. I feel like changing some of the core mechanics completely flip the game in a refreshing way. Do you prefer those type of patches as opposed to let's just drop a patch and nerf this civ, buff this civ? Like when we get changes like pro scouts and wall changes, just essentially flipping the way the game gets approached entirely.
I mean, I prefer that than just like, let's just ruin, HRE. It's like, it just changes one civ, so I prefer the changes that switch up the game completely. Like, there's so much I've been wanting to say on my stream regarding civs, but I kind of kept quiet. So many matchups are completely, like, flipped around, which took me a while to figure out in practice. Like, French and JD, I mean, I can say it right now. I think they're one of the best civs in the game right now, just because of the pro scouting. Yeah, so one thing I noticed is no one is valuing them very high in the whole tournament. So I actually just did not ban it almost ever because I felt like people are not going to pick it. So I got, in my opinion, like an S tier civ in French for free every time, and I don't think I lost a single game with it. So no, I think the pro scout meta is just too strong right now.
You had 100% win rate with French/Jean in that series. We kept speculating you bring it out again. I mean, it's impressive as well. It's almost like an ego child to beat the Frenchman with his own nationality multiple times. I love that you say that. I think I've been rating them as like A tier at least. I've been feeling that creep up. One thing that I got to really hit on though, Beasty, is I'm pretty sure you are infamously on record saying that you would rather build an Archon in the corner of a map with nothing around than build mine work. So I just got to get your opinion on that because I'm pretty sure I saw one of those today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been cooking. I've been in the kitchen, burning the whole house down, rebuilding, burning it again. And yeah, mine work with HRE, if you play it with Knight Archer, is really, really strong. And like Chapel is good if you have like really good wood lines or something, but if you are playing on Baldland and you have like those small wood lines, it's not very good. So there's actually a lot of things I still haven't gotten to like play or show. There's some civs I haven't even gotten to play at all. So I think the game right now is very, very diverse. There's a lot of things you can go for. OTD also very good civ by the way now. I think the problem with OTD the whole time was the food, and with the pro scouting they don't have that problem. So yeah, now they're very, very good. So it's quite interesting, but yeah, yeah, that's it.
Well, I mean, mate, I'm sure you pick it all apart in your upcoming streams. You've got plenty to talk about, plenty to reveal that you've been keeping secret now. But it's been hard to sit on that. But you know what? I want to get your thoughts looking forward. It's only the start of the year. Is it the year Beasty? And talk to me about your expectations. I mean, I feel like we may be on the verge of an all-time high post-release, right? 2025 looks bloody bright.
I mean, I talked to my stream and I said, I'm gonna try this tournament to split like content creation and streaming and practice and see how that works. Like, can I practice 3 hours a day off of stream and then stream 4 hours and actually be competitive? So I kind of said like, yeah, if I get top 8, then obviously it's not working. I go back to content creation. But if it works, I might compete more. And well, obviously it did work. So I'm probably just gonna continue doing what I did now, which is create content on the stream, cast games, whatever, and then whenever there's a tournament, I'm just gonna practice off of stream, and when there's no tournament, I just go back to goofing around on stream. So I think it works, and I'll probably just stick with that.
So 2025, the year of Beasty,
then? Possibly. I mean, we'll see what the meta brings. We'll see what the DLC brings. I think
you're too bloody humble, mate.
It's gonna get pretty wild. I mean, I don't know. I feel like no matter how you spin it, no matter how much time passes, MarineLorD and I always end up like first, one of us, and I don't think that's gonna change in 2025. Whether I'm gonna win all the tournaments 25, I'm not sure, but I think we kind of have that on lockdown most likely. So. Yeah, I'll keep practicing and hopefully I do well.
Well, mate, I think we've kept you long enough. We've picked your brain a bit. Big congratulations. Epic start to the year. looking forward to seeing what you can do. Plenty of tournaments coming up. In fact, I think I've heard rumors we might even potentially see you on a LAN not too far away in the future.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Still undecided.
All right, big congrats, mate. You go rest up, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.